Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. It's very rare that I have anything positive to share about Nintendo. I've been a very outspoken and harsh critic of this company, not because I don't like the games. In fact, I think they make some of the most fun games ever produced, but the company itself is just run by out-of-touch dementors that love to suck the fun out of everything, going out of their way to be evil, shutting down Smash tournaments, spitting in the face of all of their fans, and they're just archaic. They're like 20 years late to everything. They're probably still learning what email is. I'll scream this from the mountaintops every chance I get. It is downright criminal that they're charging for the Nintendo Online service when it is unforgivably horrible. It's a joke. It's laughable. It's worse than dial-up, and you still have to pay for it. Point is, I have shit on Nintendo more times than a dog shits on the floor during potty training. But today, I have a very positive story to share about Nintendo, and more specifically, the Nintendo Switch. Recently, a child had been abducted by a predator, and thanks to a Nintendo Switch that the child brought, authorities were able to track her down and rescue her. I know Mutahar just posted a video about this story as well, but I couldn't help but talk about it too, given how harsh I've been on Nintendo in the past. I do want to highlight when they do some good things, like in this story. So what happened here is a 14-year-old girl met a 28-year-old man named Ethan Roberts on Omegle. The two started talking and eventually exchanged nudes, and Robert traveled 2,000 miles from Arizona to her hometown. Eventually, he kidnapped her, took her back to Arizona, and coerced her into meeting strangers on Omegle to sell them nudes via Snapchat. She was immediately reported missing by friends and family, and a large investigation took place trying to find her. They had boots on the ground looking for her throughout the area, putting up flyers, doing everything they can to try and find her, to no avail. Until one of her friends saw that she was online on her Nintendo Switch. She had booted it up to watch YouTube videos and download a game. So her friend alerted authorities, obviously, like, hey, she just logged in on Nintendo Switch. So the FBI pulled the Nintendo Switch's IP address after getting cooperation from Nintendo, so they subpoenaed the information. They had Nintendo fork over everything they had about the IP address of where the Switch was coming from, and the FBI was able to swoop in and save her from Ethan Roberts, the Omegle pedophile. Now, this is something that is mentioned in the article no one really even thought of, because someone's getting kidnapped, you're not really expecting them to have their phone or a fucking Nintendo Switch, a portable game console with them. But apparently what happened here is Ethan Roberts let her keep her Switch in order to stay entertained, and didn't realize that since it connects to Wi-Fi, it can be tracked easily. So one of her friends just noticed that she had logged in, like she was online, and was like, hey, this is definitely something interesting, I'll report it to the authorities here, and that's how they found her. Like, that shit must have been like the craziest revelation from her friend, like, oh wow, she's on her Switch right now. That shit must have been like in RuneScape when Zezima goes online and like everyone's eyes get like wide, like holy shit. Just the simple checking the Nintendo Switch friends list saved her. And it's still just so baffling how this all unfolded. Super lucky, like very, very fortunate that she had her Switch, because most of the time in a kidnapping situation, they don't like have their phone or anything that has an internet connection, which makes it very difficult to find and save kidnapping victims. But in this case, she had a flare. She had like a perpetual bat signal that was just posted up with her location, but authorities didn't even think to check it. It was her friend that just happened to be on the Switch and saw she was online that noticed it. So that was a very lucky break that they took notice and reported it. I guess Ethan Roberts just assumed that since the Switch uses outdated hardware, that it can't be traced. The Nintendo Switch is locked to 30 FPS on games. It can hardly even play mobile games. I mean, there's no way it even connects to the internet. It's probably just a cup with string on it. It's so old and archaic. It doesn't even use real technology anymore. It's totally off the grid. No one's going to be able to trace a Switch. That's fine. Dude thought the Nintendo Switch was like some kind of encrypted device or something, I guess, or just the hardware was so old and obsolete that it was untraceable. I have no idea, but really fortunate that he allowed her to keep that Switch so she could be traced and saved here. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch connects to the internet, meaning it can easily be fucking traced. Now, Ethan Roberts has been indicted in federal court on multiple charges, including child pornography and transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and after a plea deal, he was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Personally, I don't think 30 years is long enough. I believe that should have been an even harsher sentence, but I'm not the judge, I didn't swing the gavel. But overall, this is a big W both from the FBI and Nintendo here. Nintendo did directly cooperate, and the FBI did act very quickly, actually, all within 11 days. And Nintendo was very quick to cooperate. They gave all the information necessary in order to track the IP and save the child's life. So, just wanted to give a little positive story about Nintendo doing a great thing here, and that's really about it. So yeah. Today we finally received an update on what the fate of the Titanic submarine was. This is a story I'm sure all of you have been following at least to some capacity or have at least heard about, and the update today isn't exactly a fairy tale ending for those aboard the vessel. Now, just in case you're in the dark on the situation, I'll give you the quick and dirty. There's a company called OceanGate. It does deep sea dives. One of the expeditions it does is take people to see the Titanic wreckage. They do this in a vehicle called Titan. It's a submersible that goes about 13,000 feet. Now, the CEO of OceanGate is a real quirky wacko named Stockton Rush. And Stockton Rush went real loosey-goosey with the construction of Titan. And there was a ton of alarm bells ringing about the potential safety risk that his experimental vessel held for not only himself, but the passengers that he would take down to the Titanic wreckage. And on the most recent expedition, that disaster, that impending doom that people were warning, came true. They lost communication with the vessel on Sunday, about an hour and 45 minutes after launch, which is extremely quickly. The whole journey is about 8 hours, and they lost communication within the first 2. So this started a very big rescue attempt to try and figure out where they are and can they be saved. And today we got our answer. It's a no. According to the most recent report, there was really never a chance of saving them. It seems like the acoustic signature that the US Navy picked up on Sunday was consistent with an implosion. However, they deemed it not definitive evidence, but it still seemed like an extremely likely explanation for the lack of communication as well as that acoustic signature. So they also, through remote vehicles, found 5 different major pieces of debris to confirm that the Titan submersible was the victim of a catastrophic implosion. Obviously, nobody's surviving an implosion at that depth, and even if somehow they did, let's say they were made out of adamantium, they would run out of air trying to get to the surface from where the implosion took place. So this Titan submersible claimed the lives of 5 passengers, and the Titanic may have sunk over 100 years ago, but it's still taking lives to this day, I suppose. Now, there's actually a lot more that kind of goes into today's update that makes the situation even weirder over the last 5 days, but I want to get to that in a moment. I want to explain just how fucking dangerous this thing was. This entire Titanic submarine story has captivated people in a way I haven't seen since Pokemon Go popped off. Even people way outside of the internet, like I played basketball last night and we talked about the Titanic submarine situation, which is a very unusual topic for us to discuss before going out onto the holy court and dropping buckets for our sins. But it's just a story that everyone everywhere seems to have been kind of drawn in by, because the lunacy surrounding this entire situation is like something you couldn't even write for a cartoon. It's the most predictable disaster ever, apparently, where OceanGate and the Titan sub had already faced a lawsuit about how dangerous it was. The last voyage, the last expedition it went on, also got lost for 5 hours, and then they got lucky, all the stars aligned and they were able to not die on that one. And then without making any big changes to the safety of the vehicle, they decided to just do an encore performance, a round 2, hop back in the saddle, and get ready for another expedition. So, the CEO just sounds like an unhinged crazy person who thought he was Jimmy Neutron, who literally whipped this thing up using off-the-shelf supplies from fucking Camping World, which he proudly talks about. Now, of course, the whole thing isn't made from Camping World supplies, but he's very proud of the fact that this is basically an improvised weapon you'd make in Dead Rising, just throwing a bunch of shit together and making it work the best that you can. It wasn't certified by any regulatory body. He had been warned for years about the potential safety risk to everyone on board and was advised not to take people down there since it was so experimental. But the CEO, Rush, really seemed to have a vendetta against safety itself. He was leading a crusade against the idea of, playing it safe. He wanted to take big risks, not only with his life, but the passenger's life as well. He famously called the industry obscenely safe, and talks about how it inhibits innovation and growth, which is such a fucking crazy take. Everything that could possibly be wrong with a submersible or a CEO of a company like this was wrong here. He put a fucking window on the submersible that was rated for 1,300 meters to withstand that amount of pressure, but this fucking thing dives to 4,000 meters. What a crazy miscalculation. You are begging to die with that there. It was only a matter of time. It's fucking crazy. And even there's still so much more. On top of this giant mountain of shit that I've already been spewing out about this, there's still one last little dingleberry I haven't even touched on. He charged $250,000 per seat for this adventure. $250,000 for basically a claustrophobic coffin that goes deep underwater. It's baffling. It is fucking... It's unbelievable that this is real. That's why the story has become such a phenomenon. Now, I briefly mentioned that the confirmation of the 5 dead aboard the Titan submersible today via catastrophic implosion makes the whole situation a little weirder when it comes to its rescue mission, and I want to explain what I mean. Apparently they had this evidence to suggest the implosion as far back as Sunday. Yet, for the last 5 days, we've still been getting updates about the rescue missions and even been being fed like little glimmers of hope that they might be alive and there might be a chance to save them. For example, a couple days ago, there was these reports of banging that they were getting picked up, that they were hearing banging, and they were reporting it as if it could be the passengers making noise to get their attention to try and, basically send up a flare of where they were in the ocean. How the fuck could that be the case if the vessel imploded on Sunday? Was it ghost sailors playing a drum solo? Was it Davy Jones at the bottom of the seabed floor banging pots and pans together? What was the banging noise then? Because again, during, the updates on the situation, everyone was glued to each update and, getting told that there's like this, glimmer of hope, hearing these banging sounds that could potentially be the missing vessel and the people inside making noise. It's just a little odd that they wouldn't come forward like, don't put too much stock in that because we have this evidence here that suggests it's most likely an implosion. And from a couple of sources I read, it seemed like a lot of people behind the scenes kind of already understood that most likely it had imploded. Not necessarily like a mechanical failure or a power failure or something. Whereas the media kind of led people to believe that that really wasn't the case and they were potentially just stranded down there running out of oxygen. Like, Jesus Christ, a lot of these journalists had actual like New Year's Eve ball drop countdowns, an actual doomsday clock ticking down how many hours of oxygen the passengers would have left. Literally just counting down their demise through, lack of oxygen. So if they had evidence that, it was actually an implosion, I don't understand what the point of leading people to believe that they're still there dying slowly and painfully was. That just seems a little odd to me. I don't really get that. I understand that the implosion evidence wasn't definitive, but it still seemed like an extremely plausible explanation that a lot of people seemed to think was probably just the truth of what happened. So I don't know why they wouldn't really be focusing on that as opposed to like they're painfully slowly dying down there unless we save them. And again, most people knew once this story broke that there was no chance of saving them. The only way they could have been saved is if they somehow floated to the surface somewhere in the area, and it was just a matter of finding where they were on the surface. Because at that depth, 13,000 feet or anything around that depth, there are so little options for a rescue mission. There's not a whole lot that can really be done there. So most people expected they weren't going to be found alive or rescued, but I don't think most people expected the truth to be it imploded on Sunday. Because again, the media just kind of kept leading people to believe that, no, they're probably suffocating down there with lack of oxygen. And also we're getting some banging noises here, so they might still be there struggling right now. So the whole thing is just very odd. And the more and more information that comes out about it, the more and more sad and baffling it becomes. Like, just a few hours ago, it was reported that one of the passengers aboard the submersible, a 19-year-old kid, the son of an extremely wealthy man, had only gone on it because he wanted to do something nice for Father's Day. So he agreed to go on the submersible with his dad, despite being completely terrified of it and not wanting to do it at all himself. He just wanted to be there to be supportive of his dad on Father's Day. And it cost him his life. I still can't believe that anyone would show up to the Titan submersible and actually still get on it. There's a walkthrough CBS did showcasing the Titan submersible and everything about it, and I shit you not, it is literally held together by like fucking bubblegum, popsicle sticks, and toothpaste. Like, on some of the levers, there's actual just duct tape there and Sharpie kind of pointing on what it's supposed to do. Like, actual fucking it taped together components, it seems, at some parts. Like, I don't understand how anyone would actually get there and be like, okay, I'm ready. I'm gritting my teeth, let's get this done. It's just mind-blowing. It's so fucking unbelievable that this ever operated in the first place. This should have never had real passengers on it. James Cameron just did a whole little interview about it because James Cameron is actually an expert in this field. He's done some of the deepest dives ever recorded. He's been very deep in the industry here, this industry here, for a long time. And he kind of weighed in on, like, everyone knew that what Rush was doing wasn't safe. And they never should have had people aboard. It should have been unmanned or less experimental. You know, everyone knew that what he had built here was going to lead to someone's death, and it was just a matter of time. And yet he just kept doing it, just ignoring them. And it cost 5 people their lives, his included. Just a crazy situation overall. Today was, the final update about what's happened to it. So I at least wanted to give everyone closure in case you hadn't heard yet about like what the situation was with the submersible. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Just when you thought you'd finally seen all of the degeneracy disgusting YouTubers could ever cook up in their cursed kitchen, you get jump scared by a new outrageous, heinous act committed by a YouTuber. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish, and in this case, that fish is evil. There is a new evil action that a YouTuber just proudly engaged in that I just learned about today. This comes from the true crime community. This comes from a YouTuber named Zavgirl, who charged people on Patreon for access to autopsy photos of a murdered 11-year-old boy. That is some morally demented shit right there that would have a demon cringing. Now, Zavgirl is refuting some of these claims and even released her own apology video explaining her side of the situation. Just a quick side note, apology videos have become 2023's Harlem Shake. This is a massive flood of apology videos that we've gotten in just like the last month. If YouTuber apologies were a stock option and you invested back in January of this year, you'd be a millionaire by now. It is crazy just how often this is happening. Now, her apology video might not feature a ukulele, but it's still just as shitty. But before really diving into that, I want to give a general overview of the situation. Zavgirl is a true crime YouTuber, and she had just recently dove into the case of an 11-year-old boy named Gannon who was brutally murdered by his stepmother, Letitia Stouch. And it is just unbelievably disturbing. The mother is on trial now, which I imagine is why Zavgirl wanted to start talking about it since it's now unfolding in court. I don't really want to get into the specifics of the case. Basically, the stepmother tortured the son, stabbed him a ton of times, shot him in the head, and then stuffed his corpse into a suitcase and started to pretend like he was missing. So she told the authorities all kinds of different stories, like he didn't come home after going to a friend's house. Then she even came up with some kind of fucking wild narrative about how someone that was fixing her carpet ended up raping her and then abducting the child. So she got caught lying a ton of times. Eventually, investigators found blood on her shoes and in her car, as well as in Gannon's room, and then her DNA on a gun that was linked to Gannon's death. So they caught her and realized that she was responsible for Gannon's murder. So Zav Girl followed the Letitia Stouch case and said that she had recently made an official records request, which is something I didn't even know you could do as just like an average Joe Schmo. I had no fucking clue that any goofball goober could just ask and get sensitive files like she received. I guess I'm just very naive to what you're able to ask for, but I feel like those kind of things should only be made accessible to the victim's family, as well as like official sources, not just YouTubers. But that's just me, I guess, speaking as a goddamn Neanderthal who I guess doesn't understand how things work here. That was surprising, but she said that she had made an official records request and then received all of these documents, which she posted on her Patreon. I'll go ahead and play this clip from her apology video where she tries to explain that this is a little misleading. She wasn't just charging for autopsy photos, she was actually charging for everything, which included autopsy photos.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. And it was in El Paso County, Colorado. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files.
Not exactly the slam dunk you think it is here. You still did charge for all of this sensitive information, which does include the autopsy photographs, as you mentioned. I'll be extremely charitable here. I'll really throw you a bone and assume you're telling the truth that you didn't specifically seek out autopsy photos. You still got them, and you still published them, and you still charged for them on your Patreon. They were a component of what you were charging your audience for. You legitimately set up basically a booth in your Patreon where you could go in and look at photos of a dead child and learn everything that happened to him with the murder. How do you not recognize how incredibly fucked up that is? That is bafflingly evil. I understand desensitization is a real thing, right? Doctors get desensitized to gore and blood. Gamers get desensitized to being insulted in video games over Xbox Live. I get it, but I just don't understand how someone could ever reach the point where they're desensitized to the brutal murder of a child, and so desensitized, in fact, that you're going to charge people access to it. Other depraved fucking people that for some reason want to pay money to see photos of a dead child. So again, even if your primary goal wasn't to get autopsy photographs, you did receive them, you did publish them, and you charged an admission fee for people to look at them. You were making money off of showing people someone's dead child. How can you not recognize the complete absence of humanity and complete lack of empathy? She was also just giddy with excitement that she got her hands on all of this in the first place. Here's a community post that she hasn't deleted. Well, and I think she has deleted other ones, but I'll get to that in a moment. But she said, "Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stouch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not a recording of a crooked TV screen. LOL! So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm gonna get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer because, for instance, all the text messages, I like to read them for you, so those will take me some time, but I'm gonna try to get them out as soon as I can." Just a quick side note, she sucks fuck at writing. I guess she just doesn't believe in grammar. There wasn't a single comma to be had in this entire statement. It made it very difficult to read. It was just one long, random, vomited, evil thought that she put on the community tab here, with random capitalization of random words. I guess her pinky gets really excited and just slaps the shift key down mid-sentence sometimes to capitalize a random fucking word. But anyway, you can see the excitement here in this post. She is elated, celebrating like it's Christmas now that she has these records, because she's going to get a lot of content out of the records for her Patreon and for her YouTube audience as well. She was fucking roaring to go. And then she did. And she faced backlash even from her own community. So in the article I read about this situation, they referenced some of her community posts that I can no longer find. I don't know if they were deleted. So I just wanted to put that out there that these are no longer on her channel. But according to this article, she addressed the criticism in a lengthy statement saying, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think making a video including the autopsy photos is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos and the coroner explaining them as interesting and informative, and are able to view it all in a more scientific, detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person." Hey Zav girl, let me hit you with some cold water real quick. If you're the kind of person that looks at photos of a dead child and goes over the details on how they were brutally tortured and murdered and think to yourself, this is good content. This content's a fucking banger. This is going on Patreon right now. I'm gonna get fucking paid for this shit. Let's go. Then you're a bad person. That's the kind of person you are. You are an evil piece of shit person is what you are. This isn't like some kind of debatable position. This isn't a hot take for me. I don't know how she even thinks that there is a large number of people that think like her where, oh, we actually just look at photos of dead, murdered children in a scientific, analytical way. As we could learn from this, like, oh, look at that. Stabbed 1,000 times. This is very interesting. I'm giving that an updoot, and here's $5. Thanks for showing me this. That's not common. She literally dropped a, I'm sorry you feel that way, over this whole situation in her community tab, I guess. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. And this is something I've always wondered about from the true crimes community, if there's ever any actual empathy for victims from channels like hers. I know that there are some true crime productions that actually aim to do good by trying to solve cold cases, and I think there is like a legitimate effort to do something there that's more than just exploitative, whereas what Zav Girl does here is legitimately just exploitative. She is trying to capitalize off the trauma of this family and make money from it for her true crime channel. I actually don't know how she sleeps at night. According to the article, the community post continued and it went into her denying that the autopsy footage that she distributed showed genitalia. She said, "I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on my Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I think I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and descriptions along with the appropriate part of the photos she is describing and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That's what I'm charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable." Zav Girl, I don't agree. It's not understandable. I completely disagree. Basically, what you're describing here is you made an autopsy photo montage where you synced up the photos of a murdered child's body with the coroner's explanation on how they were murdered and died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you think that that's effort worthy of compensation, or why you think that what you did is a good thing. This isn't informative by any means. You're not like a documentary filmmaker that's paying respect to the victims' families or anything like that. This is the most disrespectful shit ever. Like this is beyond reprehensible. If you were aiming to create an informative video about the situation, why do you need the photos to accompany it? You could just have the coroner's explanation of it. You don't need the photos there. Clearly the reason you had them there is because you knew people would maybe pay for morbid curiosity to see a murdered child, because there are some sick fucks in the world. That was clearly the intention behind having the photos there. Like, there's no other argument you can make for it, because again, if you wanted to just make a piece of content that was supposed to outline the horrors of this case, you could do that without showcasing the child's body. That's basic common sense. But I want to make it clear, even if you never published the autopsy photos, I still think what you did was exploitative and disrespectful to the victim and the victim's family. What you did here is not just provide details to a case to try and educate people on something horrible that happened or anything. You turned this case into a spectacle for your community to, like, give you impressions and engagement on. The goal of what you did here does not seem to be information or anything like that. The goal from you seems to have tried to be, like, a piece of entertainment about it, which is so fucked up.
I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't be made public.
Well, that was certainly a dumb thing to listen to. Putting it on Patreon is still making the information public. You took private information and you published it on Patreon. A paywall does not mean that it's still private. It is easily accessible to anyone that wants to fork over a few doubloons to access it. Thus, the information is no longer private.
The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people.
Wow, you're such a saint. What an angel. She took a pay cut by only posting the murdered child autopsy photos on Patreon behind a paywall there, instead of posting it on YouTube, which I don't think you could even do on YouTube to begin with. What the fuck? What are you talking about here?
Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realized my intentions were not communicated well.
This is deflecting. It's not your intentions that people were questioning. The entire act of what you did here is a problem. It is disgusting what you did. It has nothing to do with your motivation behind doing it. The fact you did it at all is the problem. There's no intention that justifies it. There just isn't. There isn't an argument you can make that will, in any way, shape, or form, make it seem reasonable to have published the autopsy photos in any capacity, or made all of those private documents accessible through anyone that pays directly to you for the information. And again, even if you did make all of this publicly accessible without a paywall, releasing all of this kind of shit, the autopsy photos, coroner stuff, all of that, I still think it is exploitative because you are capitalizing off of it. I still think there wasn't really a good explanation for anything you did in this whole situation. So it has nothing to do with your fucking intentions. There is nothing you could have done that would have made this understandable in any capacity. So, yeah. She then goes on to say that her Patreon did get shut down for it, which sounds about right. That makes a lot of sense considering what she posted on there. And, yeah, that's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. That's about it. See ya. You all know me. I'm not a big believer in the paranormal. Ghosts, ghouls, goblins, gnomes, Wi-Fi, all just a bunch of horseradish if you ask me. And you know what else I didn't believe in until recently? One Piece being good. But now everything I thought I knew is crumbling around me because I am actually, finally, enjoying One Piece after 2 years of committing time to watching this to see if I'll ever enjoy it. I just finished Water 7 and Enies Lobby, and I actually really liked those arcs. Now, typically, this is a video I would post on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, because that's where I've been updating people on my One Piece progress, and it's also just a channel where I've been posting a bunch of other weird shit, so go subscribe to that channel, it'll make you more attractive. But the reason I decided not to put it on that channel this time is because this is such a pivotal moment in my anime viewing career. This is the biggest anime ever made and biggest manga by extension, and I've never liked it. I've always shouted bah humbug about all the people going crazy about how good One Piece is. But now, after 300 something episodes, I'm finally enjoying it. I'd given One Piece so many chances over the years to really grip me, and it never has, so I always thought that everyone that was preaching the gospel of One Piece being the best fiction ever produced, I thought they were all just a bunch of lunatics, like solar panel scammers just making up lies. You know, I thought that whole concept that One Piece was anything more than dog shit was more made up than the boogeyman. But I decided about 2 years ago now to really buckle down, grit my teeth, and just catch up on One Piece to see if it ever actually gets good. I was willing to subject myself to some torture with early One Piece seasons in order to see if the grass was ever greener on the other side when we finally reach, like, episode 250. There's a very popular meme about, like, no, bro, you have to give it, like, 9 seasons before the show gets good. You have to watch, 400 episodes before you start to like it. You just have to invest the time in it to really get the payoff. And my god, that couldn't be more true for One Piece. It took me 300 episodes to finally get to this point. That's not exactly, that's not nothing. That's a long time spent of not enjoying something before you start liking it. Eating vegetables before you finally get to the main course that you wanted to eat. So I understand why people don't usually subscribe to that belief, like it's not worth investing that much time into a show you don't even like until like 300 episodes in, where you get like hypnotized into liking it maybe. I get it. But for One Piece, you know what? I'll just say it's been worth it. I'm not conceding on any of the points I ever made about the previous seasons prior to Water 7, because I still think the pacing was glacial and bad. The outright refusal to actually kill any characters outside of flashbacks was cowardly and takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of stakes when it comes to the show, as well as a couple of other arguments I've made a lot in the past that I don't need to just regurgitate here. Up until this point, there wasn't a whole lot I liked about it other than a couple of characters like Zoro and Chopper, and I did like the Alabasta arc overall, but on the whole, wasn't really feeling One Piece. I wasn't exactly pumping my fist getting excited for it. It was a show that literally was a sleep aid. Like, this was the cure for insomnia for the first 240 episodes. Like, it was so goddamn boring and generic. I wasn't enjoying it. But then, once I got to Water 7, things really started to turn up. Like a lot of people said. Most people actually, when I was talking about this on stream across my journey, always said that you have to at least get to Water 7 before it gets really good. And I can't fucking believe it, but they were right. It actually is good. So, I'm not just going to repeat all of the things I've said on my second channel about One Piece so far with my updates, so I'll just give you the brief cliff notes. I like some of the characters like Zoro and Chopper. I cannot stand Luffy. He's my least favorite character, and now after finishing Enies Lobby, he is still my least favorite character. This fucking goober only has 2 modes. It's stupid, and then stupid and hungry. And then I guess a third mode when he's fighting. And then he's, at least he's not being annoying. Like, he's just a fucking grating character, and as I understand it, you either love or hate him, and unfortunately, I'm on the hate him side. I do not like him. He is very, very annoying, and I get that that's his whole character trait, but so far he has not evolved past that or developed past it at all. And I can never forgive this show for what it did during Skypiea, where it just put Luffy in the belly of a giant snake, and he stayed there for like 30 fucking episodes straight, and just was like left in stupid juice and like in this trance of idiot moron mode, where he just kept like punching walls, and he's like, oh, this is such a weird cave. Man, am I ever gonna leave this weird cave? Such a weird cave. Like, he himself made Skypiea almost unwatchable, because he is just a perpetual stupid character. And that's just not that fun to watch, especially when it holds everything back. A lot of the problems are caused because Luffy is stupid, and I think that's just a weak plot point that drives things forward, or at least leading up to Water 7 and Enies Lobby. There was a lot of moments where Luffy was literally the reason things went bad, because he is dumb. Like, he is just legitimately dumb, and that's it. Like, he's just stupid. Being stuck in the belly of a snake for so long is beyond frustrating to watch, because it just keeps repeating itself. Ah, this is a weird cave. God, this cave is so weird. Gum Gum Gatling. Ah, these cave walls are so big. Cave is weird. And then he's finally freed from the snake at the very fucking end. He's like, oh, you guys came into the weird cave to save me? You're like, Luffy, it's a snake. What do you mean it's a snake? It's a cave. It's just so fucking, it's so lame. It's so lame. I cannot stand Luffy as a character. There's only like maybe 3 or 4 moments where he's been serious, and even then, he's still a bit of a goofball. And that's, I don't know, I just don't really like that kind of character trait hammered in nonstop. But all the other characters so far, for the most part, I do like, with Zoro and Chopper being my favorite. Zoro, because he's just a perpetual badass, and he is usually always serious, and when he's not, it's actually kind of rewarding to see him lighten up. And Chopper, because I actually really like Chopper's backstory. So far, he's one of the few characters that got a lot of attention given to them prior to Water 7, of course. And I liked that. I liked everything about his motivation, his drive, where he's come from, and how he grows. Now, we get to Water 7, and every character is getting a lot more to them, especially Nico Robin, the most mysterious of the crew. And there's a lot of drama that happens with Usopp leaving the crew after the Going Merry is deemed insalvageable. They can't, revive her. They couldn't get the paddles out and fucking shock it back. It was kaput. It's dead. And Usopp he's not having it. He thinks Luffy and the crew gave up on the Going Merry too early. So Usopp leaves the crew after challenging Luffy to a duel, and it's very emotional. It's very emotional. I didn't like Usopp that much until Water 7. Now I really like Usopp. And by extension, his alter ego, Sniper King. Like, everything I complained about up until Water 7, they are directly addressing and making better, except Luffy. So I'm getting excited here. The fights are better. I did like the Iniru fight from the Skypiea arc, even though Skypiea as a whole absolutely blew filthy fucking ass. But the Iniru fight at the end I thought was fantastic. And now we're seeing a lot more great fights in these two arcs. So I don't know, I've just been really liking it a lot more. Though most of my complaints are still here. I still fucking hate how nobody dies. Nobody dies in this show outside of a flashback. Only when they're doing flashbacks do they have deaths so far. There's no real integral character deaths or really emotional moments so far. The biggest culprit, the biggest crime, and this was an affront to God when it comes to bad writing, is in the Alabasta arc when Pell takes like the nuclear bomb that's about to blow up Alabasta, flies it up into the sunset in order to sacrifice himself, a noble sacrifice, completing his character arc perfectly, and he does that, bomb blows up, everyone's expecting Pell to be dead because he just ate a goddamn nuclear bomb for breakfast, but then he's not dead. He's still alive. He still lives because they don't kill anyone off in this fucking show. And I think that's such a misstep. All of the big bad villains are still alive. Luffy just knocks them unconscious like it's a Pokemon fight. That is underwhelming. I think that's very underwhelming, especially for the Pirate King. The kid who wants to be the Pirate King. The crew, the Pirate Hunter, Zoro. Like, it's just underwhelming. So that complaint is still here even after Enies Lobby. But I know there are character deaths coming up. I've been spoiled, obviously, on where the show goes because Tiana watched all of it in a short period of time, so I saw a lot of it. And I know there are character deaths that come up, but even still, as of right now, it's just lackluster. Because I always know, no matter what, they're not going to kill off even minor characters. Even characters that don't have a whole lot to contribute. Nothing really happens to them. So that always grinds my ass grease. Like, I really do still have an issue with that, pulling all of these punches when it would be a lot more impactful to the story if they would just commit to killing some characters that obviously were being set up for something like that. But anyway, that's probably still my biggest complaint. But overall, Water 7 and Enies Lobby have done wonders for making this show enjoyable. The villains are much more interesting here. It's introducing a ton of new, deeper underlying issues that are going on in the world around them, even outside of the immediate problems. The overarching plot continues to get bigger in the scale and scope of it. So it's just finally being fucking interesting. And not just a slog or a tedious chore to get through. The reason it's taken me 2 years to even get this far into the show is because I would constantly fall asleep throughout these episodes. So it would take me like a month, 2 months, or even sometimes 3 months to finish a single episode because every time I'd put it on, it would put me to sleep. It was more effective than NyQuil. Like, some of these episodes in the other arcs were just so meaningless and so boring. Like, I wasn't invested in it. And there is still some of those sins committed even in this arc, in these two arcs. Like, for example, in the middle of very high-stakes stuff, when they're working to get Nico Robin back on the crew after learning the truth about why she betrayed them, in the middle of that, there is, I think it's 4 episodes of just flashback filler. In the middle of, like, this extremely important moment with Nico Robin opening up about her past, wanting to come back to the Straw Hats, but can't because of the Buster order. And during this, like, as they're squaring off with all the bad guys, and with Nico there as well, they just, like, fucking shoehorn in, like, 4 filler episodes. Why? What, like in the middle of very important stuff. At least I think it was at that part. I'm already getting a little foggy on exactly when those flashback fillers come in, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And it's just, it's unnecessary. It doesn't add anything. All it does is ruin, once again, the pacing and detract from the enjoyment. So there are still those moments here, even in what I consider to be the best arcs of the show so far, but they're much lesser and a lot less egregious. So overall, I just like the direction Water 7 and Enies Lobby is taking the show. I'm finally starting to see how this opens up into something very special for the first time. So
yeah, I'm finally liking One Piece. I know this isn't the most like detailed moist meter review breakdown of Water 7 and Enies Lobby, but I don't really think that's necessary. All of you watching this have probably already formed your opinions about One Piece, and there's not a whole lot I can do to like change your mind. All I can speak to is what I've found not enjoyable versus enjoyable. And right now, Water 7 and Enies Lobby is exactly what I'm looking for from a show like One Piece. So I'm hoping the coming arcs continue that energy and keep that momentum pumping. So yeah, finally liking One Piece. That's about it. So yeah.
This is an embarrassing thing to admit out loud, but I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's a forsaken wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll like open up someone's chest and be like, this is what your lungs look like when you smoke, and it's like yellow and oozing, covered in this like disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20, and then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From who?
From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
so
really.
Rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, I'm just, even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is.
I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse? Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is, it is very uncommon, very rare. As a way of trying to like kind of shut it down already, like, you're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuse is, it's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing, or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the relationship.
People are just.
See, I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused. The woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte. It's not about being special. It's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse, whether it's physical or mental. Like, it's the most... There is a right answer to this question. And the answer is yes, the marriage should end if it's abusive. 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. You know, my husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute bangin' filet. So, all of the abuse was worth it, and I'm a little happier today. It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflakes can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality, that you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship, and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with, who's like, man, divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
And the reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys had hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard times.
Okay.
And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure, because we're in this
abused?
hold on. Because we're in this situation now, like where everybody's just creating this like super nuanced, like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused, and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool, okay, I get like that one minute
No, but I'm asking
situation.
for anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay,
Endure.
I'll tell
Would
you
they
what
give
I'll,
up
I'll tell you what
divorce?
I would
I don't-
do.
that's-
I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about, like, all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure. You gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through. Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship ends, should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure, because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households, and it lasted for periods of time, and it was a phase, and they endured through it, and they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start normalizing abusive relationships as something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop. Like, that's where... This was a really easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there is an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think it's that nuanced. Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person to answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere, when that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the easiest black and white question.
To an extent.
So
I mean, they
you
weren't the
would say
healthiest
that
families.
to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a child
I'm not
involved?
saying like,
who
hey,
is-
stick
that's
in
an
the relationship and get the shit beat out of you
extreme-
by a
No, no, no,
husband.
you're saying-
I'm
I
not.
think
I'm
yours
not.
is an
an
I
extreme.
think you guys-
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm
on
just
this one
telling you-
specific thing.
I-
Even
I'm
though
not
it's a
telling
small
you-
extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you should stick in that relationship or not.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it, it's not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not
an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, oh, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure. I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable of his point. When there's not, like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse, like, under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her in a marriage or relationship, and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's
Yes.
terrible.
Listen,
Okay,
terrible.
look at how quickly you can debate it. Do you know how rare third trimester abortions are? They're also really
They
rare,
are.
but you immediately had a visceral reaction to that,
Yeah.
right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion, that's so incredibly rare. But
Yeah,
then when
but
it's
I
like,
mean, we're
but you
talking
have-
about like a guy like getting drunk and like, you know, beating
have to be
beating his
getting drunk.
wife occasionally versus like
I actually think that was a really good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked when it was really super simple. Abusive household. Should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is because all of these special snowflakes have weird definitions for abuse. So let's start really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad. And an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
Could there
But
possibly
well,
be
okay,
a
so
child?
let,
Yeah.
let me ask you guys. In the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff. Are there
That
no?
was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy is beating his wife constantly?
No, there are, but now
Or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's
Yeah,
also a
yes, she could, but-
distinction drawn between
If a woman's beating a dude,
legal
that guy-
Hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's self-help guru? How? Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78.
80%.
78.
80%.
80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
real.
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I only marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
They
Can
are
I ask-
extreme.
Well, I
I'll ask
agree
another-
with that,
I want to ask
but-
like one more scenario, okay?
Please.
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them stupid questions and shit. Like, if you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should
Yeah.
divorce then?
Jesus himself
You don't
said.
think
But it wasn't
Jesus,
illegal.
hold on.
Adultery.
Jesus
And you
himself
could like
said.
work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you think that
permissible.
divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the
Or
children?
cheating. Sorry, you think
Cheating
that
is
cheating
worse
is
than
worse than
physical
physical
abuse.
abuse?
For the
Sorry.
children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh. So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. If you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot, that harpy. Duh. Are you stupid, lady? Absolutely, you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes about, well, actually, divorce is one of the most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse, you have to endure because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being exaggeratory, but he does point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in divorce. But for some reason, they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, you know, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck? The Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it or, you know, maybe the cheating's a phase. And like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is just crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
Absolutely
I think I'm not going to say this is worse.
Divorce
I mean,
is worse for the children.
I already
Is
said
cheating worse than
that
physical
if a
Cheating,
woman's
yeah.
getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like, I mean, if it's a brief temporary thing, like,
What if it's mental abuse?
Okay, now
Do you
It's
think
less
if
cut and
it's-
dry.
if it's
You're
cheating and
setting
mental
your
abuse?
child up.
I think there's a small chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm going to tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through. My goodness. And then also that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse. Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about? So far up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of agrees with everything the guys say. But she says it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce for physical abuse. But she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on as opposed to agree with, which I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so, which is so fucking backwards. And that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator. And this one had me giggling. So I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Marvel has become synonymous with forgettable. Marvel movies have really kind of lost their luster and haven't found their footing for a little while, at least for me, and I know superhero fatigue is something that's kind of been hitting for a lot of people, so I honestly didn't have huge expectations of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 going into it, especially because I didn't really like Volume 2. And considering this is James Gunn's last rodeo with Marvel, I thought he might have just phoned it in just to finish off the contract, but I'm happy to say it's not the case. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. It was very good. For the first time in a long time, I actually cared about what I was watching from Marvel. It didn't just feel like throwaway schlock from the same tired old formula done a million times. Now that's not to say that this thing pushes new ground, breaks boundaries, and transcends Marvel and superheroes. It very much does play into a lot of the same tropey shit that we're used to, but it does it with a lot of heart, and it does it in a pretty unapologetic, self-aware way. And I appreciated that. Even though, like I said, it doesn't do anything super new, it does all of the stuff that you kind of expect it to do well. Now, I want to get a complaint that's going to sound really petty out of the way immediately, because I actually just talked about this in a movie not even a month ago. Every fucking AAA big budget production now needs a Beastie Boys moment. Why? It makes a little more sense in Guardians of the Galaxy since it's already built itself up to be very big on like the classic music, 80s in particular. I get it there, but even still, why always the Beastie Boys? Fucking the Mario movie had a Beastie Boys moment. Every movie ever made, whether it's their trailer or in the actual movie itself, has a Beastie Boys moment. I'm tired of it. Like, the Beastie Boys are fine, but fuck, stop. Use other music. Christ. I guess spoilers, but yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a Beastie Boys montage moment. God damn it, just choose anything else. I'm so tired of hearing Sabotage, No Sleep Till Brooklyn fucking a million times in every goddamn movie. There's so many other songs out there. There has to be a reason for it, and it can't just be because they're huge Beastie Boys fans. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. I haven't fully connected all the dots to paint the whole picture on exactly what that conspiracy might be, but how the fuck does every blockbuster movie all have a Beastie Boys montage moment? There's got to be a reason for it, an explanation. Anyway, with that out of the way, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is good. So, I went into this expecting little but getting a lot out of it by the time the credits rolled, and that's thanks to the heavy lifting done to the Rocket Raccoon backstory. The entire backstory was fantastic. I actually thought they did a great job fleshing out the character. It was sad, it was dark, but not in like a, stupid, edgy way or anything. It was like really well written. I really liked what they did with Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and it really helps that for the first time in a long time, Marvel finally just made a hateable villain. A villain that you can't really make any arguments for redeeming qualities, and I think that's nice. It's refreshing. They've been trying so hard to capture the magic of Thanos that they keep making these villains that have like sympathetic motives and all that, which I think is important a lot of times, but at this point in the Marvel game, it's nice to just have a villain that is just irredeemably evil. In the quest of perfection, in the pursuit of perfection, he has become a monster. And that's it. He's just a fucking monster. And he does a lot of crazy, awful shit, and you're constantly pulling for his demise. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, he's creating monsters, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see his creations because there is a lot of time given to showing a very human side of them, and it makes you feel for those creatures and makes you hate the villain even more, which is good. Another thing that's good is it subverted my expectations with how it handles Gamora. I don't want to spoil anything, but I actually think everything they did with Gamora and the Guardians team was really well done, without cop-outs and cheating here and there to try and give a ton of fan service and I'm trying not to spoil anything, and it's kind of tough. I will just say I like how they handled everything with Gamora. It wasn't what I was expecting them to do, but I'm glad they went the direction they did. Now, one thing I often critique in Marvel movies heavily is its humor. The Marvel quirkiness that every fucking character has. It's a plague that swept through not only Marvel movies, but infected every other movie around it because everything is using quirky Marvel humor now. Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, that's alive and well. You would expect that. They established that very early on with Guardians Volume 1, which I liked back then, but now it just feels exhausting. In Guardians 3, I still think most of the humor doesn't really land except for Drax. I like Drax. I know a lot of people like Drax. It's kind of a basic bitch type take, but Drax actually does make me giggle. Dave Bautista is just so fucking charming. He's so fun to watch, and I think Drax is a lot of fun. But his jokes are really the only ones that land for me, even in this movie, save for a couple of rare instances where they used humor, more physical humor than I expected them to, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of just relying on a quirky one-liner or stupid throwaway joke, they did some kind of slapstick shit that caught me off guard and made me giggle a bit. So I do think the humor was better here, though even still it didn't really resonate a lot with me if Drax wasn't there. Now here's something I felt they really dropped the ball on, and that's Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is a really interesting character. I think he's a really cool character that has nothing to do in this movie. It felt like he was just a genuine afterthought that someone must have reminded James Gunn of somewhere along the way of like when he was almost done writing this fucking movie. So then he had to ham-fist him in here for some kind of purpose because he'd already been teased. Adam Warlock he doesn't have a place in here. When he shows up, it's like he's just like another useless, stupid bounty hunter. Like he's kind of dumb. Like he's just a dumb, naive guy, and he's very powerful. And he'll show up for like little bursts of 2 to 3 minutes on screen, and then they shoo him away. And then he shows up maybe like 45 minutes later for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then poof him away once again. Which is a shame because I really think there's so much potential with Adam Warlock, and I'm sure it will be explored in the future, but in this movie, they did not make him interesting, compelling, or anything at all, really. And everything that kind of involved his storyline, because it's more than just him, Adam Warlock's mom is also in this, everything between the two of them felt like such an afterthought, like a yawn. Don't really understand why. Maybe they should have just held off on Adam Warlock here and just teased him one more time before really bringing him into the fold so they could focus on him a bit more, but I'll just say, like, his role in this film is pretty meaningless. So I feel like that was wasted opportunity and wasted potential. And I did mention the villain. The villain is the High Evolutionary. He is just a hateable villain. He's not exactly the most interesting character or anything. He's very 2D. He's just hateable. And while I like that because it's nice just to see a villain that is just cartoonishly evil, I think a lot of people might have an issue with it because he is so flat. Everything evil that he can do, he does. There's no justification even attempted for his actions. He's just a bad guy. And he's not really powerful either. Like, he has some powers, but they're not very cool or strong. And he never actually does anything himself either, which is pretty underwhelming. So when it does come time for him to fight, it's over really quickly. That's not to say, like, the action in this movie's bad. Like, there's a really cool action scene that takes place in a hallway. And it's just it's a nice scene where everyone gets a moment to shine on the Guardians team. But I'll tell you right now, the High Evolutionary is not in that moment. He doesn't really have any cool fight moments or anything that showcases his abilities. But yeah, overall, I did enjoy the movie. By far the best part is Rocket's backstory. Everything with Rocket's storyline, I think they absolutely nailed. It does have a bit of messiness to its overall plot just because there's so many moving parts to it with the Guardians. Like, they have some Guardians that are still on another planet because there's so fucking many of them, so they have to split up as well. Like, there's just so many things, and then they have Adam Warlock that they're trying to get in the game here, in the ball game. So there are moments that I do think that it really loses its footing, but overall, I enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything new with superhero movies. It doesn't do anything new for Marvel. But it does what you expect, and it does it well, and I think it's a really nice departure from James Gunn here. I think he left it off on a really positive note, which I'm happy about. So, plugging Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Did you hear about the microchips in the cheese? I'm gonna have to check that out right now. Goddamn government cheese. This company is implanting microchips in its cheese. Oh wait, this is a real thing. Oh my god, wait. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a company that's actually microchipping their Parmesan. I thought this was going to be like one of those 15-minute city agendas. Bill Gates is controlling my mind via microchips through COVID. They're actually microchipping their cheese. One of the world's most famous cheese is also one of the most counterfeited dairy products on the planet. Competing manufacturers have for years produced cheaper imitations of Italy's Parmigiano Reggiano, a favored topping for pasta and salad. Now the producers of Parmigiano Reggiano say they have innovated a way to prevent any pretenders from ripping off their product. Is there only one company in the world that makes Parmesan? Who do they have like a patent on it? Like who owns it? There's an entire page dedicated to it called The History of Parmesan. Italy issued a decree that placed exclusive control over the production and sale of this cheese in the hands of Parmigiano Reggiano Cheese Consorzio. Oh, what in the world? I had no idea the Parmesan lore went so deep. It's even crowned the undisputed king of cheese. This is an incredible story. This is like the Game of Thrones, but for cheese. I'm gonna have to go through that entire history breakdown of Parmesan. There's probably wars fought over it, like Helen of Troy. They weren't actually battling for Helen. She just happened to have Parmesan. They were going to war for that shit. Good God. All right, let's read about these microchips, though. Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium, the PRC, association that oversees production of the cheese, says it has been putting microchips in its product as a part of a technological trial which would allow consumers to trace Parmesan cheese back to its place of origin. Who's doing that? What sane, normal human being is gonna try and trace back their Parmesan? Like, I'm not gonna go to a Italian restaurant, like with my buddies, and they get like spaghetti. They start sprinkling the Parmesan. I'm not gonna like slap the waiter's hand down and be like, wait a minute, let me see the microchip. I need to trace this back to make sure it's coming from the PRC. Otherwise, I'm having this establishment shut down. I'll have the Parmesan police force come after you. Like, I could maybe see it being on a company side, like if a restaurant's ordering Parmesan, giving them the option to see if it's like authentic coming from the approved place of origin. But just a normal consumer, I don't think anyone's gonna get suspicious and want to double check. Like, let me ensure my Parmesan came from the right spot. Under special protections designated by the European Union, Parmigiano Reggiano is the only kind of cheese which can be called Parmesan within Europe, and it must be made in a small part of northern Italy, including in the provinces of Parma and Reggio Emilia. I saw that. In my massive dissertation that I pulled up for a moment there on the history of Parmesan, I did see about like it needing to come from a certain space and nowhere else. But I didn't realize it was a title that could only be bestowed upon like this cheese from this particular region. I thought it was just a type of cheese that anyone can make. PRC are hopeful that their new technology will help to enforce that protected status. Their microchips are about the size of a grain of salt and have been inserted into the labels found on the rind of about 120,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano. The chips work as a scannable food tag with a QR code label. I'm going to start tracing my Parmesan. I'm going to go to my local grocers, and I'm just going to trace all of their Parmesan. I'm going to be a hall monitor for this shit now. I'm going to be like a secret agent working for them. This feels so weird. Like, I just can't imagine there's a ton of cheese snobs that are going to double check to make sure they're getting authentic Parmesan. Produced in the right places of Parma and Reggio. In an email statement sent on Friday, Nicola Bertinelli, president of Consorzio Parmigiano Reggiano, told CBS News that by being the first to incorporate these secure digital labels onto our cheese wheels, we can continue to ensure customer safety. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, we have worked to convey the value of our product globally and distinguish it from similar sounding products on the market that did not meet our strict requirements for production and area of origin. They speak about this like it's the goddamn Citadel in Mass Effect. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, Nicola, it's cheese. I really just don't think there's a ton of people that give a fuck. Now, I guess I didn't realize how serious business cheese was. I'm curious. Let me see what my local grocer has for Parmesan, because there's definitely different brands, right? Like, there's not just one Parmesan brand. Oh, this is big news too. If you just type in Parmesan, there's news stories out the wazoo about the microchips. The headlines are a little misleading. Classic fear-mongering, I guess. The microchips aren't actually in the cheese. Apparently it's in the label. So you're not going to consume the microchip unless it somehow bleeds into the cheese from the label. And if that's the case, then Parma, whatever, the PRC have got some big problems on their hand. Yeah, there's so many different brands here. There's no way they all come from the same place. And they all call themselves Parmesan. A secret cheese invasion. I don't know, man. This is very odd. In the United States, Parmigiano Reggiano does not have protected status, and American manufacturers in states like Wisconsin make different forms of Parmesan. Okay. I see. Man, they must be pissed about that. They have got to be so upset. And this is the worst time in the world to be using the word microchip. Parmigiano Reggiano, like the official PRC producers, they have chosen the worst possible marketing strategy by saying they're microchipping their cheese. People are freaking out about microchips existing in their goddamn water supply. Toilet bowls with government surveillance. Saying that we microchip our cheese for your safety, that you're scaring people. You're fucking scaring people. They need a new head of their marketing department, because that is a big L. They're struggling with that one. Big Parma. Yeah, I mean, this is serious business. This is Big Parma. Outside of the United States, the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium successfully blocked the U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz from registering the name Kraft Parmesan cheese as a trademark in Ecuador in 2022. Parmesan is different than Parmigiano Reggiano. They age differently and made in different places and taste different. There's a name for a cheese sommelier, right? They have their own name, and it's a really cool one. Hold on. Because maybe it's time that I try and get into the high cheese society. So that way I wouldn't even need the microchip. I'd be able to taste where it was aged. In a fine oak barrel while listening to Mozart. Cheese has its own cutthroat version of the Court of Masters sommelier. In hopes of gaining cheese certification, he sits for the American Cheese Society, ACS, Technical Aesthetic Sensory Tasting Evaluation Test. Taste. This is codenamed Kids Next Door type shit. I like that. In 2018, only 30 applicants passed the taste test. If that weren't daunting enough, the American Cheese Society also offers the title Certified Cheese Professional, CCP, which means that an individual has acquired thorough knowledge and level of expertise that is demanded within the cheese industry. Those who pass both earn a lengthy array of letters after their names. The ACS, the CCP, the ACS, CCSE. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm writing this down. I want me and the team to try and pass the Cheese Society taste test. Where a person's individual palate is subjective, the process of evaluating cheese is not so much. It's not personal preference, but knowing if that cheese is within the parameters of the style it is and what the cheesemaker intended, says Shari Allen, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE, and cheese educator. A cheese educator? Oh my god. We're in the future. Is that a major you can take in college, you think? That'd be hype. The test is rigorous. One part of the exam entails identifying 10 vials of milk on scent alone. It's all about aroma, explains Evan Brown, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE. Do you think they write this down? Like when they're just signing papers or something, when you put your name and title? Do you think they have the chutzpah to write down all of these? Knowing that no one's going to check? What could be so difficult about a cheese test? For one, a grading sheet might have 60 possible descriptors and a cheese might only seem to need 1 or 2 to describe flaws or attributes. Others might register on over a dozen descriptor scales. And to top it all off, it was like a multiple choice test with 60 choices for each question and each choice needing an intensity score between 1 and 5 and no guidance about how many right answers there could be. This picture goes hard. A mere 20 minutes ago, I was ignorant to how deep and serious the world of cheese was. It's like the John Wick universe, but for cheese. I was going to wait a little while to talk about this because I have a sneaking suspicion this won't be the last desperate marketing attempt we'll see from this film, but I just can't resist the urge anymore. It's like trying to hold in a sneeze, just trying to fight my desire to make fun of what I just saw a couple days ago. To set the stage, Pixar has released a new film, and it's become the second worst opening in all of Pixar history. It's looking to be a bit of a flop here. And there's a very good chance that you haven't even heard of the new Pixar film. It's called Elemental. It really flew under the radar. The marketing budget had to be like 5 popsicle sticks and like word of mouth. I don't really know what they were thinking here or expecting, because most people didn't even know this was on the horizon here. There was about as much hype for Elemental as there is going to the DMV. Most people didn't even know it was coming, and the ones that did just didn't really care to go see it, so it's not performing super well. And it appears that the higher-ups at Disney are starting to panic. So they're dusting off the oldest tricks in the marketing book here to try and convince people that the film is popular and worth going to a theater to see, because a lot of people would probably choose to go to a fucking dentist's office as opposed to going to a theater to see Elemental right now. So they're trying everything. And that's when they came up with this absolute shining stinker of a viral marketing campaign idea.
David for the wedding. Hey. Yo, yo, yo.
Before finishing the clip, I just have to call this out immediately. This is a legitimate post from the official Pixar Elemental Twitter post saying, #Claude's got the whole theater rooting for him. Check him out in Elemental. And this is like supposed to be one of those POV things in a theater where sometimes you'll see a viral video during a big moment in a movie where someone gets their phone out to film the audience reaction, like, you know, here's how the audience responded to Tony Stark coming back from the dead, and the crowd's going crazy like, whoa, yeah, Tony's back, wee! And it's supposed to like capture that moment. That's what they tried here with this film. This is supposed to be like authentic, like look at how hyped the crowd got to see Claude from Elemental. Which makes no fucking sense, because this film is brand new. It doesn't tie into anything. No one would know who the fuck Claude is going into this film. And yet, for some reason, we're supposed to believe that the entire audience just blew up. Like, this sounds like they just watched their home team win the Super Bowl. All just because they got to bear witness to Claude popping out of some pot? It just doesn't make any sense, but I love how they try to pass it off like, man, look at how everyone loves Claude. They can't get enough of Claude. Look at him go crazy. And then it's just like stock cheering sound effects you can find on like any royalty-free database for stock sounds ever. It's beautiful. Like, this reminds me of that Morbius clip where someone made a fake Morbius voiceover from the theater where they were filming the screen, and then he says, "It's Morbin time." And the crowd goes like, yeah, yeah! And since barely anyone had seen that film since it was such a box office disaster, a lot of people actually believed that that line was in the movie. Even to this day, they still think that that clip that went viral is real, and he actually says it's Morbin time. I mean, sorry to ruin Christmas for you, that's actually not there. That was just made as a joke, where it's supposed to be like, look at how great Morbius is, more billion fans all over the place, the biggest franchise of all time, and that was just supposed to be like a joke, like cheering thing for that line. That's not real. But Disney's taking that energy and trying to use it as an actual marketing arm for this film because it's floundering so hard in the box office. So let me just play the rest of it real quick before we go back to talking about it.
Anyway, June Bloom is coming, and you just got to be my date. Cause check it out. I'm all grown up. And I smell good.
What in tarnation? That's such an abrupt chaos ending there. That reminds me of like a scene out of a disaster movie, like a Roland Emmerich film in like 2012 when an entire city blows up and everyone's screaming all at once before they all die. That is just like almost haunting. But anyway, yeah. The crowd's apparently going fucking nuts for Claude here. And I love that they even have like the stock baby giggle sound effect, like they pulled out all of the stops. This couldn't have taken more than 15 seconds to make, and it actually might have just been made by one of the higher-ups' child during like study hall at middle school. They're actually using it. They're legitimately trying to pass this off as a real thing and marketing for the film. I fucking love the caption, "The theater when Claude finally shows up in Elemental." Nobody knows who Claude is. Why would they be sitting there waiting on bated breath, counting down the seconds for the moment that Claude finally graces them with his presence? This is a complete new property, a new character they've never seen before. Why would they blow a gasket in excitement for it? This isn't like a moment in a beloved franchise or like a cameo fan service moment, you know, like Across the Spider-Verse where people will point at the screen and be like, oh, holy shit,
That's Spider-Man Turbo X5 from that 2008 obscure fanfic Tumblr moment. They listen to us! Ah! Like, no one's doing that for Claude. It's not happening. I also can't help but just love that they even go a step further. Instead of just, like, pretending that people gave a fuck about Claude, they then go even further where they start making, like, sound effects as, like, the spectators during the film. The most annoying audience reactions ever, such as, like, ooh, when he's, like, flirting with the main character here, I guess. Like, nobody does that. Like, that's so rare. What the fuck? Just a complete brazen disregard for the audience intelligence to try and convince people that this is real is... It's admirable. I can't help but be impressed that they're actually trying this on TikTok, but I can't even blame them for trying. I don't even hold them at fault for this, because a lot of users on TikTok suffer from legitimate brain rot. That's going to be a studied phenomenon in 10 years. Mark my words. Put it on your calendar. 10 years we're going to be studying the effect that TikTok has had on the brain and the development of children and people across the world. One of the biggest goddamn trends on TikTok for a while, a couple of years ago, was this, where it was like pretending that your hand just went through your other hand, and it blew so many people's minds. That one thing I just did right there has like 10 billion views across all the people that did it on there. So I do believe that this probably wasn't the worst idea for Disney Pixar, to try and convince them that, like, oh man, people must really love Claude. I kind of want to get in on that hype. I don't want to feel left out. And look at how the audience responded to him. Claude must be fucking amazing. This is the second coming of Christ. I might need to get to a theater now to see this. Mom, Dad, let's go. We gotta go to the theater right now. Claude needs us. We gotta see Elemental. Quick, what's the next showing? Like, I gotta get in on the hype. It might work. And maybe it has, because yesterday there was an article that came out saying that Elemental is actually making a bit of a resurgence in the box office. So it's still a massive net loss right now. It's got about 166 million total box office off of a $200 million production budget, which you usually double for marketing, but in this case, probably not. They didn't really market it much. So even still, it is in the red, but it's starting to bounce back a little bit. Thanks largely to Claude, I imagine. Claude's doing a lot of heavy lifting for this film, I guess. That just goes to show you the power of Claude. When you bet on Claude, you're guaranteed a win, it seems. Now, I know Mickey Mouse is going to public domain pretty soon. They're going to have to retire Mickey Mouse pretty soon for Disney. Maybe they'll just pick Claude as the next, like, actual Disney mascot. Like, the face of Disney might be Claude within the next couple of years. So I'm seeing a lot of potential with the character. We can clearly see how much people love Claude. Like, goddamn. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I fully admit there's a chance that I'm very wrong, and this is all a very real audience reaction to seeing Claude. Maybe that's just how we as human beings are programmed to respond to something as perfect as Claude, right? I haven't seen the film yet, but I gotta be honest, that marketing tactic's almost working on me. I kind of want to get over there real quick to see, you know, how great Claude is. He's not even the main character of the film, and I guess he really steals the show. But yeah, anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. I'm curious to see if they're going to do any other Hail Mary marketing plays for this film if it continues to not do well in the box office. So yeah, excited for that if it happens. That's about it. See ya. If history's taught us one thing, it's that gamers are the pride and joy of the human race. I feel like the only reason the Lord ever even made humans to begin with was so that we would eventually evolve to a point where we can finally reach our ultimate metamorphosis and become the turbo gamers we were destined to be. And my friends, it's with a smile on my face and butterflies in my tummy that I proudly announce that we are entering the golden age of gaming. We have arrived. Gamers can't stop winning. We eat good, fuck good, feel good, and when someone stands in our way, we say, "Listen, Buster, you noob, get out of town or I'm gonna have to level up on your ass." And that's exactly what just happened in court, basically, with the FTC. The FTC got the latest smackdown from gamers when they tried to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Those fools at the FTC, those bumbling, imbecile, homunculus morons, thought that they could walk all over our God-given right to game. Hard. And now, they're learning a tough lesson. Don't tussle with the virtual muscle, or you're gonna end up looking silly. The cyberspace is a circus, and now you're the clowns. Now, for those of you who have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, I'll briefly explain. Microsoft made an offer to buy Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. An offer Activision Blizzard couldn't resist. Like Mr. Krabs with the dollar signs in their eyes, they were pretty on board with the idea, so they began moving forward with the conversations, because $69 billion, that's a lot of doubloons. That's enough clams to make you slap your own mother. So they were going forward, going through with the process, but encountered quite a few obstacles along the way, the biggest one being the Federal Trade Commission blocking the acquisition. They were arguing that if Microsoft was to acquire all of the properties under Activision Blizzard, they would then have the means and motivation to harm competition and be very anti-competitive, because they could basically take something like Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. This was a big talking point, actually, Call of Duty in particular, but Activision Blizzard has major heavy hitters in the video game space, and they were arguing that under Microsoft's control, they wouldn't really have incentive to release a quality product on rival consoles like Sony's PlayStation. So they were a bit concerned about, this being anti-competitive and maybe potentially even forming a monopoly down the line, so they motioned to block this acquisition. And this has been an ongoing battle for the last few months, and Microsoft's been making a lot of arguments about why it'd actually be the contrary. Should Microsoft get Activision Blizzard, they would actually enable more access to the properties, taking Call of Duty to a platform like even the Nintendo Switch. For all 6 people that would be delusional enough to buy a Call of Duty game on the Switch, because that'd be running at 5 FPS. That fucking console can barely even handle mobile games. But there would be more access to it, according to Microsoft. And before the Switch gamers start fucking steaming out of their ears and slapping on the keyboard, I like the Switch. It's just a really embarrassing joke of hardware that can't really handle third-party modern games super well. Like Apex Legends on the Switch had to be the biggest joke the video game industry ever tried to pull. Nintendo Switch is good for just basically their first-party exclusives, so it is cool if Call of Duty does go to the Switch like this. That's great. More access is always a good thing. But that would be the worst way of playing this game, I imagine. Unless they release the Switch 2.0. But regardless, Microsoft was arguing that if they do get Activision Blizzard, this would only actually help give people more means of playing these games on consoles. They wouldn't take anything away from rival consoles. And they've been making these arguments for quite a while now. And it seems to have worked, because today the judge ruled in favor of Microsoft. So they chose all of the correct dialogue options in order to get the Microsoft good, true ending, I suppose. According to the judge in this case, they stated that this court's responsibility in this case is narrow. It is to decide if, notwithstanding these current circumstances, the merger should be halted, perhaps even terminated, pending the resolution of the FTC administrative action. For the reasons explained, the court finds the FTC has not shown a likelihood that it will prevail on its claims this particular vertical merger in the specific industry may substantially lessen competition. To the contrary, the record evidence points to more consumer access to Call of Duty and other Activision content. The motion for a preliminary injunction is therefore denied. Fucking caps lock denied there. That's like some shit out of League of Legends. Judge was getting a bit toxic there, fucking locking that one down in caps. So the judge gave the thumbs down in the Coliseum here to the Federal Trade Commission's block on this Activision Blizzard play from Microsoft. They even just wiped their ass with an analysis from a Harvard economics professor who was arguing that they would have financial incentive to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive. And they said that this failed to take into account plans for the franchise to remain on PC, come to Switch, and be accessible through cloud gaming. Before the merger, a consumer wanting to play a Call of Duty console game had to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox. After the merger, consumers can utilize the cloud to play on the device of choice, including, it is intended, on the Nintendo Switch. Perhaps bad for Sony, but good for Call of Duty gamers and future gamers. I think they're actually right on the money with this one here. Before all of this hoopla here, if you wanted Call of Duty on the console, it was either Xbox or PlayStation. So I do understand the rationale behind if the Xbox manufacturer gets a hold of Call of Duty, if they grab the scrotum of Call of Duty, why would they even bother to continue putting it on Sony's PlayStation? That's their competition. I get where the thought process is coming from, but they fail to take into account that Microsoft itself already allows its exclusives to go to rival platforms, the PC. Microsoft itself, there's no such thing as a real Xbox exclusive anymore because all of their Xbox exclusives go to PC at the same time, pretty much. So they kind of have already shown that they're okay letting their biggest titles go to other platforms. So I don't see why they'd think that it would be different here if they controlled the IP. Like, they would still benefit from it going to PlayStation, and they'd benefit from allowing even more access, like going to the Switch. And they've already allowed all of their exclusives right now to not be locked down to the Xbox because they already go to PC too. So I do think under Microsoft there is going to be more access to things like Call of Duty. This was a huge talking point in this case because Call of Duty is such a fucking power franchise. And I do think that they're correct that under Microsoft, I don't see it being exclusive to Xbox or anything. It'll probably just be more accessible. Sony, on the other hand, has shown many times in its past that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be like your only option. I've already gone over this in previous videos, but there have been times in the past where Sony has legitimately tried to do anti-competitive practices because they have a very strong market share in the video gaming space. And they don't budge on fucking anything, mostly. And I think Sony recognized this, which is why they would be looking out for their own selfish interests to continue to have that stranglehold on the market share. They realize that under Microsoft, Activision Blizzard properties being more accessible hurts their position because now you no longer just have the choice of Xbox and PlayStation. Now Nintendo Switch could enter the conversation, cloud gaming where you could play on other devices as well. So Sony, I think, really only cares about itself, not like the good of the gaming space. So I overall do think it's a good thing here. I'm not exactly a Microsoft fan. I think pretty much every studio they touch turns to shit. And I really think the Xbox has nothing on it at all. It's just kind of a fucking brick. I have not got my Xbox out of this drawer in front of me in over a year and a half. And the only reason I brought it out a year and a half ago was to replay an old Xbox 360 game called Bayonetta. Love Bayonetta, by the way. So there's just, I think the Xbox Series X and all that is a fucking flop right now. Phil Spencer recognizes that. He even had that statement not long ago about how they've completely lost the video game industry race right now. But I'm still optimistic for the future. Like, with this deal going through, should it go through, again, it's not a done deal. I do think having more access to titles is a good thing. So I'm always for that. Though I'm not super optimistic about the quality of titles coming forward because, like I said, Microsoft has like the fucking cheese touch here. They curse everything under their umbrella in the video game space, and every studio kind of goes tits up. Now, like I said, it's not a done deal. There still is another big block right now, and this one comes from the Competition and Markets Authority. This is in the UK. So the CMA also blocked the deal in April, argued that it would hamper growth in cloud gaming. But it seems like this is starting to weaken a little bit, like they're starting to be more open to proposals from Microsoft. So it feels like that's only a matter of time before that's no longer an obstacle for this acquisition. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to give you this update because this is a very big deal in gaming. This is by far the biggest fucking deal like ever done in gaming. Probably just one of like the biggest purchases in general. A $69 billion buy here is fucking massive. And Activision Blizzard has some huge properties, so there is a lot of potential ramifications for the future of gaming. Could be good. I imagine it probably will be good, but it also could be bad. There's really no telling right now. So I just wanted to give you a little update on everything that's been going on here. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. For about the last week now, I've just been sitting here stewing, just letting some juices marinate in my old noodle up here, as I've realized just how dangerous it is to have an argument in the real world in these days. I remember growing up, usually if you started beefing with someone, like you're insulting each other, like, hey, stupid face, are you looking for moron town? It's that way, idiot. You know, that would be letting bygones be bygones. Maybe they sigh and insult you back and you go about your separate ways. Or if the stars align and someone's real heated, they get real steamy, maybe you shove each other and a couple of wet noodle punches are thrown, just some really low-calorie knuckle sandwiches, but at the end of the day, both people walk away all right, and that's the end of it. I don't think that's the case anymore. Every single day now, I'm reading about how a very trivial argument or disagreement over something minor leads to somebody in a coffin. Just an absolute body bag over fucking nothing. I talked about this recently because I made a video on my second channel. I've been making a lot of content exclusive to the second channel like I said I would. And I covered a story that was really
like beyond pathetic and sad. It's about a man who murdered an 18-year-old because that kid had responded to his Facebook post with a laughing emoji. I couldn't even imagine the mentality of an unhinged lunatic that felt that that was an appropriate response to that kind of meaningless nonsense. Like, these days, if you do something so much as putting too much mayonnaise on a sandwich, it could be a death sentence. I've talked about this story so many times, but it still, like, actually weighs on my mind that there are just so many people around us that are just one small inconvenience away from killing someone. Just an actual murderer waiting to happen, just waiting for that one small spark to ignite that rage inside of them. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, it's because I keep getting stories about this shit happening, so I just wanted to share a couple from the last week or so. Yesterday, I shared some good, positive things going on in the world, so I figured today it's time to counterbalance that with some horrible shit that's happening. So, I mentioned the laughing emoji murderer. I'm just going to show you pieces from that video I already made covering it, and then getting into the other ones I wanted to talk about. But on Facebook, a gentleman had posted a picture of himself and his milady, him and his girlfriend, and somebody gave a laughing emoji reaction to it. And for that, he murdered them. When I went over this on stream, chat started saying L. Joe Dirt, because, I mean, his mugshot here makes him look like Joe Dirte. This fucking inbred loser looks illiterate, but somehow he was able to actually start talking to the victim on Facebook. I guess in between whippets, he started responding to the guy who wrote the laughing emoji, who, you know, posted the laughing emoji, which this guy took as him dropping the gauntlet and challenging his honor. So he starts poking him a little bit, you know, trying to get some bread, huh? And shit, I don't know, you the one on my dock. Which I think he means dick. The fuck you even react to my shit for anyways? I'm ready though. Which is just such an unbelievably insane response. You're reacting to my shit? Okay, well I stay ready. Huh? When and where? When and where? You have the laughing emoji here? Prepare to die, bitch. Eventually the two agreed to meet up at a park to fight, where Watkins fatally shot them. This was mind-blowing to me that the victim would even agree to meet up with this fucking maniac. I don't know what he was expecting to happen there, some kind of honorable knight's code like fisticuffs. Like, you know, we're gonna settle this like some pugilistic men from back in the day with our fists. Let our knuckle sandwiches do the talking. Surely this fucking weirdo on Facebook isn't gonna do anything sketchy or fishy. I don't know why he would agree to meet up at a park to fight about it. But yeah, they go to the park to fight it out, where Watkins and friends end up shooting, which kills the 18-year-old and also injures another woman. So I guess it turned into like a big shootout almost, where a lot of shots were fired. So not only was Tanner Watkins arrested for murder, but another person named Caleb Ramses was as well. All of this over a laughing emoji used on Facebook. Now Tanner's in jail for life, most likely, and that girl that he was defending the honor of so steadfast is now just going to be getting piped by other men. So, amazing decision making here from Tanner, really. Throwing his whole life away because someone laughed at him and his girlfriend, and now his girlfriend will no longer be his girlfriend. She is going to find another man while he rots in prison for the rest of his fucking life for killing a man over a laughing emoji. It doesn't get more pathetic than that. I promise you, Tanner did not have the last laugh here. He became an even bigger joke that now everyone's dropping laughing emojis on because he ruined his whole fucking life over nothing. And of course, it's also important we talk about Caleb Ramsey here, who also threw his life away because his friend had a laughing emoji dropped on him. So this guy is an even bigger cuck somehow. That's that story in a nutshell. I then went on to talk about kind of what I briefly mentioned here about how dangerous it is just to even engage in a potential fight with somebody. Like, I really do think when it comes to altercation in the real world, it's best just to de-escalate as much as possible, because like in a road rage incident. You never know what the other person's capable of and how far they're going to go. But then sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you try and de-escalate something, it's almost inevitable. Fate stepped in order to bless you with an asshole that just wanted to commit an atrocity against you for no reason at all. Like the story I'm about to share with you now about a man from Florida, classic Florida man story. I know all great fairy tales begin in Florida. This man nearly beat to death another man with a golf club because he made the mistake of walking on the cart path of a golf course.
And a traumatic brain injury. We first showed you this body cam video last night at 11. It shows deputies arresting Eddie Rovit on a charge of aggravated battery. So now at 5, News 6's Emily McLeod is live in Lake County. Emily, you spoke with the victim in this.
Joseph Sivak is recovering from broken ribs, a ripped ear, and several facial fractures after Lake County Sheriff's deputies say this man, Leesburg dentist Eddie Orobit, beat Sivak with a golf club.
Now the attacker here, who looks like he's in the witness protection program, he's actually a dentist. So I imagine this may have been part of a bigger plan to fuck this dude's face up, like rearrange his teeth so that way he'd have to see him later on in order to fix it. So maybe this is a money generating scheme and this isn't the first time. But anyway, in a nutshell, that man and his wife were walking along the cart path. They weren't playing golf, so it's a pretty fucking stupid place to be walking because you could just get hit by balls. Like, you're not supposed to do that, I imagine, because it's a private course, I bet. But there's a way of handling that doesn't involve beating the shit out of them, like, within an inch of their life. So he broke multiple ribs, a potential traumatic brain injury, fractured skull, ripped ear, all of that, because he walked on that cart path. And instead of just having a conversation, the guy walked up to him, spit in his face, hit him with the golf club in the leg, to which the victim tried to defend himself with a plastic water bottle, but unfortunately he brought a water bottle to a golf club fight and damn near ended up like Joel from The Last of Us 2 here. Like, the guy did not hold back, and he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to be surprised that he was getting arrested. That is insulting. He's like, what are you arrested me for? What? Because I almost killed a guy? Like, what? What happened to this being a free country? I can't just beat this man to death for walking on the golf cart path? Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god. This is pathetic. Oh, this is sickening. Now, I'm not here to give you a new phobia, but this might just change the way you look at standard yard care equipment. A man in Illinois was shot and killed over using a leaf blower. Just normal, sprucing up the old driveway, the old front yard. Using the leaf blower, he got into an argument with his 79-year-old neighbor, who then shot and killed him. I'm surprised that 79-year-old was even able to pull the trigger with the amount of arthritis they must be encumbered by. Just downright evil. Now, according to neighbors, these two did have a history leading up to this. Not that there's any kind of history that would excuse murdering a man in cold blood over using a fucking leaf blower, but apparently the two weren't exactly on friendly terms, and based on this story, I'm gonna say that the 79-year-old was most likely the jerk here in this relationship. What an unbelievable piece of shit. I've seen quite a few more over the last week, but I'm only going to show you one more story here, and the reason I want to bring this one up is because in situations where there's like an argument that was filmed or a fight that broke out and something happens, I see a lot of people on Twitter saying, how did no one step in and get in the middle of this and stop this bad thing from happening, or like do something to protect everyone? And like, I don't think this is necessarily a bad take or anything. Like, it's noble. Like, you want to see the good in people, that someone would be a fucking anime hero and step up and put the kibosh on everything like a fucking saint. Everyone simmers down and everyone shakes hands and walks away. But the reality of the situation is that doesn't always happen. Usually when someone tries to intervene in a situation that's escalated, like in an argument, they usually end up being a victim as well. So in the case of this story I'm about to show you, a couple was arguing at a restaurant, someone tried to calm them down, and was fucking shot for it.
An early morning shooting in Hollywood. Police say a man and woman were arguing near the El Compadre restaurant on Sunset Boulevard just after 2:30 this morning. Another man tried to intervene and then was shot by that man who was having the argument. Well, the suspect then took off. The victim was taken to the hospital, and no word yet tonight on his condition.
There is a real justifiable fear from bystanders that are watching an argument escalate or a situation or fight break out for why they don't intervene and put themselves in danger there, because it could come at the cost of their life, getting shot or some horrible shit like that.
So it's just it's a fucking lose-lose situation most of the time. It's fucking scary. I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I keep seeing these stories. Again, I don't know if this is just so much access to information, so you're just inundated with all of the most awful stories all the time, or if there really is just an increase in the frequency of these deadly, violent shootings and killings over such small things. I don't really know. It could be either one. But I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So, yep. It is Just a Story horror game. Cool name. Mouse right click to pause. Interesting. It's Just a Story horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read... Oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part. Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently 2 types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by fuck. Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. Because it's true. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that. Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called...
How could I have not thought of that?
...region on Earth. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is AI generated.
To store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
this is a bunch of gobbledygook. This means nothing.
Of the blood
this means nothing.
But they had the best of the best with them, so things should have been okay. They had Dr. Dan, the best scientist in biology, and more. Mr. Dan is a charismatic leader and family.
Wait, you just dropped his title. He's Dr. Dan, not Mr. Dan.
Skin color, dark
he worked hard for the PhD. Dress him properly.
Blue eyes. In his late 30s, a body weight of 84 kilograms.
This is
fitted muscles and was always giving off the cold.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't care about Dr. Dan to this level. I'm not trying to date him.
Who barely speaks.
What the fuck is this?
At home, he was a totally different person. A man full of joy and love. He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife...
Wait, why did he fear his daughter? What? He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife was on the move of bringing the second in. Is it his... Is the second one his child, or an affair, perhaps? Well, not on Dr. Dan, not with his fitted muscles and a body weight of 84 kilograms. No one would cheat on that.
Dr. Dan doesn't fear threats made to him by higher-ups or anyone. In fact, He wasn't going to do this whole research to begin with if he was still alone like he was in the past, but now he has to protect the future his daughter wants and the peace his wife should
But
be
he's-
getting. As he is a
Wait,
highly
what?
valued
But
person,
he's afraid of his
his
daughter.
family is enjoying pretty much everything. So that made him take the offer, which was if they don't come up with a possibility, then the freedom the city has would be reduced each time they fail to meet the demands of the higher-up. And
What
then
is going
outsiders who have
on?
been dying to get in can finally get in and explore, destroy, steal things in the place.
Steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are very smart too, but they just don't like the fact that he is on another whole level, and that cold attitude of his always gets on their nerves. They all were in the office
This is
waiting
so
for
cool.
the incubation of some chemicals.
It is
While
just
that
a
was
story.
processing,
Horror
a group
game.
Of them were discussing
True.
some possible tryouts with Cell's organism when Dan overheard a particular hypothesis and immediately interrupted their conversation, telling them they can't do that. They should not try it or think about even bringing those two substances together. Doing that would cause chaos on the world. They once again took their pride and felt that he was just trying to make them feel miserable and dumb, and indeed did mix those two substances.
Oh, you
together
should have
when he was
listened to
out for a
Dr.
short
Dan.
while. Before he came in, the safe lock of the lab was already activated and the people inside could not run out. So he, Dan, stood watching them from the door glass as they mutated into creatures and undead.
Damn it. Why wouldn't they listen to Dr. Dan? He was on a whole level.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought it
Dan
was
has
over.
been
I thought we were about
working
to
on
play the
research
game.
to find a solution
If there is
to
a
what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the He saw the house garage open and carved, looking all damaged. He tried not to panic much. He got inside shouting for his wife, but no answer.
Oh no. Mrs. Dan. She's in trouble. Do something.
He broke down shaking and lost. He was in too much shock he
That's
didn't
awful.
notice when he was beaten by the same creature who did that to his wife. He tried to look at the creature but blacked out.
It's like a basilisk. If you look it in the eyes, you're frozen. It escaped the Chamber of Secrets and it took Dr. Dan and his wife's soul.
His wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten caused his brain to safe boot. Back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He's
not
safe
even his
booted.
name his wife gave him. The world should be destroyed by now or not. Help him find out as you know what he doesn't.
I know what he doesn't? What do I know? I know nothing. This story is incomprehensible in the best way. This is gripping. Now I'm hooked. Rest in peace, Dr. Dan's wife. Mr. Dan and his wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? No! It's just a zombie. I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why?
Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon. Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find the girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking
get the code
whale in the
for a
sky?
safe.
Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these. There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that skibbity toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your
What?
blood tastes better in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. Whatever, just let's go. We need a way out of this school, like a vehicle.
I don't
What do you
know
mean?
if
We're,
he's
we
still
just walk
around,
out the
but
front door.
He was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad.
Let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh, shit. At least she gave me the codes.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
the car keys or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars.
Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way a few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest.
Accident on the road. So he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speedrun. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
He got into a sewage pipe to avoid...
Why is the narrator subjected to the reverb of the sewer?
He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way...
Help! Are you okay?
Oh!
What can I do to help?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Probably not out there. For some reason, the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy, I want you to know about the school. At all.
What is that, Dad?
It's very important.
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
Oh.
We got all his memories back.
My daughter after all. My daughter. Wife.
Yeah. Her too. Yes.
All gone.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
You're gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was it? Was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the subtypicus.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one.
Mira, who had an injury on her leg as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
Her emergency what button?
The site of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Meteorite-shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh.
What could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting war planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen.
Well, that was fun. You watch Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems, like, really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just, like, actually uninteresting. Assassin, the First List. Oh, man. I gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Or endings in life. Only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. These games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin, the First List. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly. The target name was Osama bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh wait, you're right. It is Ozma. It's Osama bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! Ooh, what? It's so dark I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright, alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up, get up. Oh god, oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Understood, understood. I'm gonna be honest, this difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no 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 no, oh no 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 no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no, Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. Oh. Sneak. That's worthless. That's I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick, misclick. Grenade, grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Huh. More, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8
8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road. And then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh god. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow. Jiminy Christmas sports fans, buckle your seatbelts, cause I'm about to take you on a wild ride here. And I don't want your, you know, noodle getting blasted against the side of your skull, because this is a lot of information you're going to need to be processing to keep up with the lore. So, yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of you have been keeping up with this as well, but I'm still going to lay out the bare bones of the situation. Yesterday, out of nowhere, there was a statement posted on Lil Tay's Instagram claiming that she has passed away, as well as her brother. Lil Tay is 14 years old, so obviously this was very shocking to hear for a lot of people. It's just an extremely sad situation. Not only did she pass away, but now they've just revealed that the brother has also passed away. Just horrible all around. This was a huge story and just like a complete out-of-nowhere event that caught everyone by surprise. And it also seems a lot of people forgot who Lil Tay was, because it's been 5 years since she's been active in the cyberspace. And in internet time, 5 years is ancient history. That shit's going back to like the primordial ooze. Nobody remembers things that happened 5 minutes ago, let alone 5 years. So I'll just go ahead and give you a brief refresher here. Lil Tay was a 9-year-old influencer who blew up in 2018 by posting content of her flexing money. She'd also do tours of mega mansions talking about how she buys them all the time. She'd be in expensive sports cards and say shit like,
I don't have a license, but that doesn't mean that I still can't own the goddamn Batmobile. And then she'd do like a fan of money, like she was a magician, asking you to pick a card, but the only card there was Benjamin Franklin's. The content was basically just, here's a 9-year-old who's saying absurd things and has a seemingly absurd amount of money. Now, obviously, no 9-year-old is going to really act this way. This was all a persona. But it turns out it wasn't like her idea or anything. It's actually a pretty sad situation. As more details arose here, it turns out the people closest to her were the ones basically controlling her whole life. They gave her this role that she was forced to play. They'd tell her what to do and what to say, and they'd get all of the expensive cars and mansions set up so that way she could go film content in there and flex on everyone so that way they could capitalize off of her viral fame. It's a classic case that we've seen a million times in Hollywood with absolutely degenerate scum using their kids to live vicariously through and make money off of. It's just abhorrent shit, really. Now, obviously, when this news broke, everyone was surprised and upset. However, there was a small number of people who got suspicious because in the past, the Lil Tay Instagram account has actually posted something out of the blue before with some very disturbing allegations. It's since been deleted and buried, but it was enough to at least put it on people's radar as something that maybe requires a little more investigation just to ensure that there's no fishy business or it's not some kind of lie or some hacker pretending to be the family of Lil Tay and making this announcement. So there's a group of people that did some super sleuthing, cosplaying as L from Death Note and just putting together the puzzle pieces, and most notably this included TMZ. So they had been contacting like police departments as well as other organizations just asking if they had any death certificates or records of her passing or her brother's passing, to which they all said no. And eventually, TMZ apparently got in contact with Lil Tay herself directly, who confirmed that it was all a ruse. Her and her brother are very much alive, and all of this hoopla was the result of a hacker getting access to her Instagram. She said, "I want to make it clear that my brother and I are safe and alive, but I'm completely heartbroken and struggling to even find the right words to say. It's been a very traumatizing 24 hours. Now, this whole situation is so fucking weird then, because there's actually an even deeper layer here. The question would obviously be, why would a hacker bother doing this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And right now, the leading theory is that it ties into crypto. And let me explain. I actually learned about this from a publication speculating on why this might have even been posted in the first place. So it turns out there is a crypto coin called Lil Tay token, and it's existed for a little while now, though I don't think it's fully released or anything like that. But in the wake of all of this information here with like the fake out that Lil Tay and her brother are dead, people were wondering what the fuck would anyone even gain by making up that lie. So they turned their attention back to the Lil Tay token, and this account is actually pretty active on Twitter. They're denying that this was all a publicity stunt. This is actually spearheaded by someone who has worked closely with Lil Tay in the past. So the theory does hold a bit of water. They wanted to get Lil Tay's name out there in a big way to get a ton of publicity and hype around her. So they went with the Dino Spumoni approach here from Hey Arnold with the fake death thing. And it got everyone talking about Lil Tay, which in turn would get people to talk about Lil Tay token when it drops. Maybe the idea was drum up all of this interest around Lil Tay's name, then this crypto token comes out and people buy it in honor of her memory. And I think that is the stupidest idea ever. If that is actually the root of all of this evil here with this whole situation, that would be a dumber idea than the fucking shake weight. That is so stupid. That would make no sense. There is no logical thought process that would go into someone saying like, man, it really sucks that Lil Tay and her brother passed away so young, that's tragic, and then being like, in order to show support to their memory, I'm going to buy an overpriced crypto shitcoin. That's what they would have wanted. Like, that's just not going to happen. This would never move tokens. This would never sell crypto for them. So I don't really think that's what the whole purpose was, but it's also hard to deny that there is a chance with how degenerate the internet's become that a team might actually try this. So it's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I think one thing is very clear here though. Lil Tay is surrounded by bad people. They told her everything to say back in 2018, saying awful things, doing garbage shit for
the sake of being a viral celebrity so that they could make money off of her. She is surrounded by fucking parasites. The people that she's supposed to be able to trust and rely on most in her life seem to be the ones that are controlling her whole life for their own personal gain financially. It's so sad. But I would like to expand a bit on what I alluded to earlier, where this isn't the first post that's popped up on her account from somebody else about some very disturbing stuff. A couple years ago, there was actually a post on her Instagram talking about how she needs to be saved from her abusive father, and it linked to a GoFundMe page which raised like $17,000, alleging that the father was abusing her and a lot of other really disturbing allegations as well. It was started by her brother and alleges that the father is evil and abusing her and doing everything he can to control all of her money, and it also has like a bunch of pictures as well as evidence. It says that the goal of the GoFundMe is to free her from the life of abuse that she currently lives, and that they're going to be doing everything they can to get her away from the father. And I believe that's through the like court system, but I haven't been able to find any information on that or any updates on the situation at all. There's only one update provided on the GoFundMe, and that was like a week after it launched, where this is what was said. I want to take this time to personally thank everyone that believes the truth and supported Tay even through the conspiracy theories. Please realize the Supreme Court case directly involving a minor is not public information. All documents are sealed and will not show up in the registry. The truth will eventually come out. Chris Hope owes $400K in child support and has stolen millions. Just now speaking about this because I no longer am a minor and now have the right to do so without harming my family legally. All people alleging that I am stealing money through a GoFundMe, please look at the facts, look at the police reports and the abuse. This is a serious situation. I feel like if you raise $17,000 for a situation as serious as this, you would want to keep people updated on what's happening here, and people would want to know. But somehow, this has just flown completely under the radar. I can't find any follow-up to any of these claims or anything that's happened since this GoFundMe. The brother hasn't said anything on it, which is fucking weird. A lot of people apparently accuse this of being a scam, claiming that the brother was taking the money here from the GoFundMe for himself, just pocketing it. And I can see why people would think that, because he hasn't fucking said anything about it. He hasn't given any updates on anything here. It's just been complete radio silence for the last couple of years where no one knows what's going on with this. And that doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you keep people in the loop, especially because it's so serious and people are directly donating to try and do their best to help? The brother of Lil Tay has been a very controversial person since the beginning of Lil Tay's career, where there's a lot of accusations against him for a lot of different things. So the fact that all of this here, the hashtag Save Lil Tay movement, all of it that he was putting out there to try and get some steam behind, has just vanished without a trace from him or anyone else involved here. It's all really weird. So the post out of the blue claiming that both Lil Tay and her brother had died is not the first time that something has popped up on her Instagram out of the blue with some very alarming stuff. So the whole thing is baffling. It's such a weird mess. I don't know why a hacker would take over her Instagram account to make that post, and I also don't see why anyone on her team would make that post either. There's just nothing to be gained from anyone, no matter what angle you spin it. Like, even the crypto angle, assuming that theory is even remotely true, there's nothing to gain there. Like, there's no one wins. Like, nothing makes sense about this situation. So, yeah, it's just been a weird, wild ride here with this whole story that I just wanted to go over. That's about it. See ya. How far would you go for something you love? This is the inspirational story of a hotel manager who risked it all for the sake of their passion. They pursued their passion with such intensity and determination that they would do anything necessary to get just a brief, fleeting moment of satisfaction from it, at the expense of one of their guests. This is the story about how a hotel manager broke into one of the guest rooms to suck on their toes. He loved toes so much that he was willing to go to jail again for sucking on them. There's a crazy plot twist to this story beyond just the actual suckling of those dogs, but it gets very ridiculous very quickly and goes in some unexpected directions. So I hope you're ready for a wild tale of something that just happened the last couple days in Nashville. And yeah, I heard about the hotel manager that was sucking guest toes. When chat brought it up the other night, I thought that was just exceptional service. But it turns out he was just sucking their toes while they were asleep. Nashville hotel manager charged after allegedly sucking on sleeping guest toes, a sort of nightmare. I actually asked this question the other day to Matt and Danny and Chase. Do you think if you whisper into someone's ear as they're sleeping for long enough and often enough, you could actually influence the dreams they have? I wonder if the people that were getting their toes sucked while sleeping, if they had like related dreams about it, just makes you pee. What? How? Like if I whispered, let's say I wrote down like an entire movie plot and I just whisper all of it to someone as they're sleeping and just keep repeating it. Would that have any effect on their dreams? Would they start reenacting my movie plot in their dream? I wonder. One day I'll try and myth bust that. Manager of a downtown Nashville, Tennessee Hilton has been charged with aggravated burglary and assault after allegedly sucking on a male guest's toes while he was sleeping. Oh, was it just one person, or was he like a serial sucker? David Patrick Neal was arrested Friday after hotel guest Peter awoke at 5 a.m. to find the night manager indulging his apparent foot fetish. He's since filed a lawsuit against the hotel alleging sexual assault. Neal cloned the key to Brennan's room and entered during the early morning hours without knocking or announcing himself. What did he think was going to happen? You would absolutely wake up to someone, like, suckling your tootsies. Especially if you're ticklish. That'd be panic-inducing. I mean, it's panic-inducing regardless to have this creepy fucking weirdo at the end of your bed just sucking your toes. Brennan reportedly screamed when he found Neal sucking on his toes and immediately recognized him as one of the 2 hotel staff members who had been in his room the previous day to help him with his TV. Oh, this was premeditated suckling. He was plotting. And he didn't even wear a mask or anything. He didn't even hide his face. I would have expected him to come in with like a ski mask or something. He looks like someone who sucks toes. Yeah, it looks like his like life juice. That's what's been fueling him for the last, 10 years. Just a little bit of toe grease. Brennan filed a complaint with police following the incident, and Neal reportedly told officers that he entered Brennan's room because he smelled smoke and wanted to check on him for his safety. Neal did not report a smoke smell to hotel security, and no one else smelled any smoke. Well, it doesn't really explain away the toe incident. I smelled smoke, so I had to investigate thoroughly, so I put each and every one of his little piggies in my mouth. And wouldn't you know it, no smoke. Where's my medal? I'm a hero. Them toes were on fire. He was trying to suck the smoke out of his toes. What a hero. Yeah, like a snake in its venom or something. We just don't understand his ways. He might have very well prevented a fire, and we wouldn't know it. We're too busy judging him. All my life, you just have that sense of security and that sense of peace, right? It's not like you're camping and you have to keep one eye open, Brennan told the local outlet. You have that security that's yours, and when you close your eyes, you feel like you're safe and you're protected, and it was a complete violation. The last thing you would expect at a hotel is someone to sneak in the middle of the night and go to work on your feet. I was just so shocked, Brennan said. It was, who are you? Why are you in my room? It was almost like a dream, a sort of nightmare. It just didn't make sense. Why is this person touching me? Upon further investigation, Brennan and his attorney, Michael, with Rocky Law Firm, found that Neal had a lengthy rap sheet that included a voluntary manslaughter conviction for shooting his roommate during a fight in 1996. That took a crazy turn. It almost sounds like Brennan got off easy with just a little bit of a happy ending on his toes. Wow. How is this voluntary? This feels like just murder, right? Well, I guess voluntary manslaughter might be the charge for like a heat of passion kill. But killing his roommate during an argument or a fight? Jesus. Multiple charges of forgery, drinking and driving, a manslaughter conviction as well, which served prison time. When Hilton hired this person, they had to have known. They had to have done background checks to know. And the fact that they would put somebody like that in a position where they have the ability to clone keys and have the ability to get into a guest's room. That's a great point. How the fuck did he land such a position at Hilton with a history of forgery, drinking and driving, and a fucking manslaughter charge for killing his roommate in an argument? Or a fight. This guy must have actually been sucking the toes of the person conducting the job interview. There's no other explanation. There's no way. Like, that's not an easy position to land, right? I imagine at a Hilton. That's still a pretty reputable place. Brandon reportedly suffered post-traumatic stress and struggled to get to sleep in the wake of the alleged toe-sucking incident. The safety and security of our guests and team members is our highest priority. We're working closely with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department, and as part of company policy, we do not comment on ongoing investigations. I am excited for the time they do, and apologize for the toe-sucking incident. Yeah, I mean, if that happened to me, you bet your sweet bippy I would not be staying at any hotels ever again. I'd just sleep in the car. But then even there, I'm not safe. Just have someone break into the car and just immediately start going to town on my feet. If this happened to you, would you prefer if it was a stranger or someone you knew? Oh, that's tough. I don't know. There's pros and cons to both. If it was a stranger, at least I'd never see them again and press charges, go through the whole song and dance. But if it's someone I know, then there's like that wrestling with guilt. Like, man, I've been friends with this guy for how long? And he did this? Do I press charges? No, I definitely press charges. This is fucking weird, but you know, you have that back and forth. So I'd say maybe a stranger. But then there's always going to be that lingering thought in the back of your head, like, what if he did more to me? Like, I was sleeping on my stomach that night, and I woke up and my ass was a little itchy. Like, I was a little sore. Could he have? No. But maybe. Like, there's still so much wiggle room for what-ifs with a stranger. So, I don't know, man. That's tough. Plus, my feet are super ticklish as well. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up, and it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy, glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his Reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, like, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing, basically, and got zero clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking, like, some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages. There is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose. Like, you know, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, like, clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here, and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said, GTA 6, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what? What about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework, but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. Just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for like the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for like 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. Like, that's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. Like, it's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. It just, nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. Just now, a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here.
I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Disney adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there, and it's all Disney approved, and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go
to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney Story Living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the
brought to
neighborhood.
life by our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of
I still think
everything
it's
we
so
do,
cute they
and
call
we love
themselves
bringing authentic
Imagineers.
places to life to immerse you into. This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhanced the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
Nightmarish
a variety of
is the word I'd
locations in
use.
the U.S. for our Story Living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage, just
Is this like
outside of Palm Springs,
WandaVision?
California.
Kind of.
And I'm excited to
But
announce that our
worse.
first Story Living by Disney community will be located and experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past. But they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time, and they're going with Story Living this time. But they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood, and to me it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect. But I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised they have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live. Truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Get this in slow-mo, you're gonna see it go straight.
Get up.
Yeah! Get out of the state, Wokey.
I hate when people say that to me.
I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I'm gonna come in.
Maybe stab him.
Or here.
Oh!
Alright, what's going on, Patriots? Today we're testing out stab vests from the cheapest Wish variants all the way to the top of the line. Got inspired because I saw that viral video of that guy like showing off basically that suit from John Wick in real life. I think it was PSS. He was on stage, guy kept stabbing him like 1,000 times, didn't penetrate. I was like, wow, that's magic. I wonder if all stab-proof vests are that strong. So we're testing it. We couldn't get PSS. It looks like they only sell to like actual fucking assassins or something, but we got
this, which is equivalent.
Yeah, we got the next best thing.
But we'll see. And then we've got our target dummy over there.
Yeah.
We're going to stab them with everything from little pocket knife,
all the way up to the
knives,
CSGO Marble Fade.
And a master sword.
And also this puppy.
And then to have like a real knife, we have a K-bar.
Yeah.
So, the only like real thing. I really hate that you're doing that.
Just giving her a little test drive.
That's good. Here, yeah, let me give you a little test drive.
Yeah, give me a little test.
Oh.
See, that's pretty impressive. No.
He didn't even flinch. That was crazy.
I actually have
really trusting the
how
vest.
much is the vest I'm wearing?
That one is the $125 one.
Gamble on 100.
No.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with our little. How much was this one?
This is $40 from Wish, right?
Yeah, this one was $40.
Which one do you want?
I'm
me
gonna
to
test this first because I have a
All
sneaking
right.
suspicion this
We're
is
gonna
going straight
start
through.
with the little one. Okay.
This is going right through like
after
butter.
the first test, we just don't even bother with the little one.
Get this in slow-mo. You're gonna see it go straight through.
Can I go in?
Yeah.
Wait, did it actually? What the fuck?
Here, I can keep it going too, I think.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's just like actually straight through. You wouldn't be able to prevent a knife assault from a Smurf, I guess. This is actually worthless.
Well, maybe you're just getting
fabric. Should we do a control test where there's no vest and you see what it's like to just go into the actual bag?
Yeah, but
he did get
wait, you're
I'm
actually just
straight
all the way
through. With this. Chelsea, is this advertised as stab proof?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you pull up the...
Here, I'll pull up the...
Is this the wrong side?
Yeah.
Let's do a real knife.
Yeah, I understand.
Here.
What the
Ready? We're gonna do a cut.
Okay.
There's a little cut there. And that's in the bag, for sure, in the bag.
That is absolutely in the bag. This actually seems like it's flimsier than flesh.
Yeah,
It,
that's...
like, it accepts the blade more than your skin would.
It wants to be stabbed.
Yeah, it's like a stab magnet. Oh my god. The newest U.S. Army military tactical vest, anti-stab, hard self-defense clothing, bulletproof security equipment, MIN, tactical vest, bulletproof vest, and mountaineering vest. That's this line. Oh my god. They're killing our soldiers with these. This is their latest and greatest.
That's what $40.
And they advertise bulletproof. I got through it with this. I actually don't think this will get super.
That it's not really sharp at the point anymore.
Yeah.
I like that you said anymore, like we didn't dent that out of the
Well, that's what I
box.
meant. It's not sharp anymore because you dented it the first time you picked it up.
Yeah! Hey, you sounded like that.
Yeah.
Our real test, I guess, is just the K-bar every time. Okay.
Hold on. Let me,
Oh, he's coming in with the kitchen knife.
This is gonna be like actually a knife sharpener. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't recommend getting your safety equipment from Wish. I don't think.
Yeah.
So this one is a cut-resistant shirt, kind of like the gloves you would wear to like cook. So this will, I see no way this stops a stab.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
How much is this one, Chelsea?
This one was $84 on Amazon.
This is 84.
Yes, and
It's just a shirt. It feels like just a shirt.
What? 5. Wow.
Out of how many levels though?
100.
How many levels are there? Do you know?
I have no idea how many levels, but yeah, it says like it's level 5 stab proof, slice resistant. Hold on, where did it just go?
Show the camera.
It's not
before
like
you do it.
chainmail or anything.
Yeah, this is just two. We're giving it extra too. It's
Yeah, 'cause
normally
there's
just
two.
one layer.
Yeah, it is just one layer usually. I mean.
Wait, hang on, wait.
Oh. The way it just glides off.
All right. Slash resistant.
Okay. Just leave that in. Maybe level 5 is up to age 5.
This is a level 5 K-bar.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll slash. It's slash resistant. I'll give it that. And it's dead. Fully dead.
This has to be a level 1 blade. This has to win against this. Surely, no
This is
shot.
like World of Warcraft weaponry.
Oh, wait, it stopped it.
No.
Yeah.
Does that one feel more sturdy? Well, you gave
It
yourself
does.
a little test.
Yeah,
so.
no, this one I actually think will stop most of it, not all of it.
So we'll start with the small knife again on this one, because I have hopes that this can stop the small knife.
It will.
Oh yeah, there's a little something in there. It's like gel almost. Mine's like a metal plate.
Yeah, this one's more. I think it's. Yeah, it does kind of feel like a really big piece of like styrofoam.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this just cut that so easily.
Cut or stab?
Oh, like I can.
So it's just the fact.
It's like a
See-
nice
see if
knife
you
to
go
butter.
through.
Yeah. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm not killing anyone today with this. Not if you're wearing this puppy. All right.
You're past the level 1 knife.
This is the first best to pass
Yeah.
the 1/4-inch blade. Big slash. Uh-oh.
Did it stop it?
No, it stopped. I think. Yeah, it feels stopped.
You're not putting your elbow grease in it. Like you really want to kill this guy. He said, get out of the state, wokey. And you're like, no sir.
Well, I hate when people say that to me.
Okay, well, that one got through.
He's dead.
Did he go all the way through?
I mean, that's not fair, though. He called me a Wokey, so he was never going to live.
Okay, I'm crawling through the jungle. I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I'm gonna come in.
Maybe stab him?
Oh!
I put a lot behind that, too.
You're not a blue-blooded American.
What did you say to me?
No.
I don't know. Maybe you just found like the one
Maybe I did.
small
Here, wait.
weakness in there.
Where did you go in? Was it like over here?
You went in right here.
Yeah, so I'm going to go
okay.
in your area.
Yeah.
Call me a Wokey again. It really gets my
Hey,
blood pumping.
blue hair.
Whoa! I hate blue hairs.
You're off to the side again, Matt. You're in the sensitive spot.
Where do you want me to stab him? I found the weak point.
Stab him right here.
Yeah, you can't stab them
here?
in the right spot.
All
It's
right.
got to be in the most protected area.
Oh, you're right.
That's a stronger spot.
Wait. Call me a Wokey.
Yeah.
Oh, this. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to like.
Oh, you immediately cut into it.
That's okay. It's just the fabric.
It's just fabric.
It's not slice proof, is it? It's just stab proof.
Well, nothing can.
The plate might be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
can really be stabbed. Wow, I'm really kind of getting.
Yeah, you're like really wrecking that bad boy.
I'm filleting it. You see that knife work?
It honestly looks cooler.
Okay.
All right. Oh. Oh.
I didn't get it straight enough in there though, so let's.
Look, it's taunting you. Angle of azimuth? That's pretty good.
That's actually very good. Here, you try.
All right. I got a little more in that time.
Yeah, it looked
but
like
not
you did.
bad. I don't think that went through. Maybe it did.
I don't.
That's
think
pretty
so.
good.
I don't think it did it?
Yeah, should we drop it to the floor and let Charlie mount it?
Well, I don't. Oh wow.
Go
don't
ahead.
think that's
Charlie, get on him.
Okay.
Fuck him up.
All right. Get out of my house, burglar. You won't find what you're looking for here. Oh! That was scary.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's smart.
Tag out. Tag out.
It's Matt's turn. I think you might have got through it that time.
I'm in, baby.
Somehow my kitchen knife didn't work. my time and stable wasn't good enough. Oh.
The good news is nobody has to be worried about getting attacked by Charlie.
Yeah, I'm like a
Because he like crawls on top and he'll just kind of like sit there for a second.
He'd be asleep and you'd be like, what's happening? You'd like slowly be like, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I'm just like afraid now. It blew up my other knife.
This should be far stronger.
Well, that's what we said about the marble fade.
That's not what we
That's
said.
not-
about
That's
that
like a
one.
$4 Walmart knife.
I just want to give it one good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one.
Like to really send him to the shadow realm.
Wow.
Ooh, that one kind of got in there. Yeah.
Could just be a mugging. But yeah, like look at that. That's good.
That is good.
Wow.
That was 5 minutes showing it's great. You
That
wanna
was
try?
good, yeah.
I don't. I'm good. I've seen enough.
It seems like if you are worried about a stabbing, you need to start spending 400 plus.
Yeah, that's where it gets good. 400 and up, you're safe.
Anything under 400 is probably not going to do too much for you. I don't
We
think.
should do this with the real high end, like can you break a K-bar on like $1,000?
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but PSS wouldn't sell to us.
Maybe now, once they see this video, maybe they'll send us one to test.
Oh, true, yeah.
So if you're watching,
We're the
give us
experts
one.
now.
Yeah. Any last words?
Okay, cool. Huh?
Any last words?
No, just I think it's about time we stop stabbing each other. Lord, forgive me because I'm about to sin again. I have sworn time and time again that I would do my best to resist making fun of the platform formerly known as Twitter,
but I can't help myself. They keep giving me little layups that I can't help but just finish at the rim on. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I just made a video making fun of the Twitter rebrand. It's now just called X, the letter X and nothing else, which, as I said, is very embarrassing because it sounds like something on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby from 2009 where every 12-year-old thought having X's in their name was cool, and I thought I had finally got it all out of my system. There's no more jokes left to make about this low-hanging fruit. Until just now, with breaking news, they released their new official tagline, and I couldn't believe it. My jaw was literally on the floor. I was more stunned by this tagline than I was with the ending to Inception when I first watched it. I shit you not. The report said that their tagline was "Blaze Your Glory." And I didn't believe them at first. I thought this was propaganda because surely no one is that uncool. What does this even mean? Blaze your glory. That sounds like a meaningless nothing burger that an anime protagonist would have shouted in a 2004 throwaway anime. I just can't believe someone could be this lame. I don't think evolution would allow for someone to be this uncool. We didn't evolve over the course of millions of years to reach a point where someone has made it to the apotheosis of cringe. I just don't believe we're there yet. Yet, all of the evidence points to the contrary. Elon Musk might legitimately be the lamest person to ever exist to think that this is cool. Blaze your glory. What does that even mean? It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like, oh, fuck, I'm up late, lotion on my hands, and I'm blazing my glory right now. I actually went to the App Store to check this for myself because I thought I was being lied to. I couldn't believe we existed in such a cursed dimension that would allow someone to think that this was cool. But it's true, it's real. That is the tagline for the platform formerly known as Twitter. It is blaze your glory. That is worse than those old Discord cringe messages that would pop up when you try and launch the program where it was like, calculating RAR meme threshold, need to construct additional pylons for optimal memeing. Quick, get to cover, Wumpus is a fire in his laser. Watch out, Springle just deleted all your base. Your base no longer belong to us. That old garbage? This is worse. Blaze Your Glory is like 50 times worse. I have legitimately been giggling about this for at least 10 minutes, which is why I'm making a whole video once again making fun of this platform, even though I have sworn that I would stop, like, control myself, the urge, but I can't fight it. It's like that scene in Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he gets tied up by the two girls, and he's like, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me! You came into my house and you sucked my cock! You sucked my dick, it was free pizza! That's how I feel right now, this is free pizza! Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how could I not make fun of this? My glory is blazing just thinking about this shit. It's so wild to me. And I really just can't get over his obsession with the letter X. He named one of their fucking children X. And then a couple of other letters here that he must have seen during like a Steam Guard check to make sure that you're not a robot. Like, I understand that it has some kind of connotation with some kind of fighter jet or something, but once again, it's probably chosen by Elon Musk just because the letter X is in it. And for fucking 20 years now, over 2 decades, he's wanted X.com. Like, he wanted that to be PayPal originally. They shot that down for obvious reason because very clearly it seems like a porn site. But now he's got fucking full reign, unthrottled, uncircumcised, and unhinged. So he's got X and he's letting it all rip. There is no one but yes men surrounding Elon Musk just saying, go wild, brother. And he is. The glory will not stop being set ablaze right now at the X headquarters. Just a few nights ago, they set up some kind of X sign, like a light beaming off of a sign to the building, like it was the goddamn bat signal, but for fucking cringe. It was just like the letter X on a building. It looked horrible. It was disruptive. It was awful. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of embarrassment. I really don't know how it's possible to be that uncool. Like, it's incomprehensible to me. I grew up as a fucking loser, a weirdo, for sure. But even I would know that this is so embarrassing. My cheeks would never stop being red. I would never show my face out of shame. I would legitimately be in a paper bag for the rest of my life. I wouldn't let people see my face if I was the guy that kept doing this shit with X and Blaze Your Glory. The shame would just be far too much to even put into words. I can't help but make fun of it. I really can't. It's begging for it. I think there is a chance Elon Musk has some kind of humiliation fetish. Like, the more people say that it's lame, the more he wants to be insulted for it, it feels like. This seems deliberate. This can't be accidental. No one is this accidentally uncool. It's a plague because it's infecting other people into being just as lame. There's a lot of people that will just defend anything Elon Musk does with the platform, and then get mad when people make fun of it. So it's not just him, he is infecting and spreading the lame virus. He's like the Axe body spray for online losers, where a lot of people will flock to him as like this group feeling of being like successful and cool, and like they're always going to battle for their leader Elon Musk, which makes no sense. Again, I don't really care about Twitter's success or its failure. I'm just laughing at the goofy decisions made along the way. So I'm just going to bring up one tweet here. It's not even this person in particular I have a problem with or anything. This is just the general attitude about how when I make fun of it, I'm just coping with the success of Twitter under the leadership of Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. If Twitter burns to the ground tomorrow, I don't care. If it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I don't care. I think the platform sucks. I'd prefer if it was in the dirt, buried 6 feet under. I think it's been a net negative for the entire world, but overall, its presence isn't something that disturbs me or makes me upset. I'm not coping with its success. I'm making fun of it. So even if it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I will still make fun of it. You know what else is extremely successful? Selling soiled, used panties online to degenerates. I'll make fun of that too, but it is successful. It's very successful. A lot of women make a ton of money doing that. But just like X, blaze your glory, it's something to laugh at because it's so fucking silly. It's so goofy. So no, this has nothing to do with jealousy over a platform's success or its failure or anything. It is just legitimately comical nonsense along the way that is something to point and laugh at as a spectacle and shoot some spitballs at. It's a circus, and the clowns are dancing, honking their nose and making me giggle. It's just not that deep. There's really nothing to psychoanalyze here. You don't need to be holding up Rorschachs to me in order to get down to the bottom of it. It's just super simple. So just stop being so upset when people make fun of some goofy shit like this. Keep your glory blazing, take a step back, and share in the laughs. It's just that simple. You're not on the board of directors or anything. You don't have any like actual investment into the company. So whether it's successful or it's not, it shouldn't matter to you. Just have fun. Like, just enjoy the silly ride that we're all on here with watching all of these goofy things unfold in front of us. Maybe it'll end up making the platform 1,000 times more successful and becomes extremely profitable. And maybe, 10 years from now, Blaze Your Glory's on t-shirts. He's even got its own little mascot, like fucking Ultra Lord out of Jimmy Neutron, the Glory Blazer or something. Like, maybe it's the biggest thing in the world, but it will still always be a fucking goofy, uncool thing. Always worthy of being joked about. But anyway, I won't go on too much longer about it. That's really about it. May your glory be forever ablaze, my ex-friends. That's about it. See ya. Today the world gets a little bit brighter because The Idol is finally over. And boy howdy, I tell ya, the season finale is something special. An unbelievable disaster. This series is only 5 episodes long, but it delivers cringe that will last a lifetime. 5 episodes, and it feels like you get about as much story as reading 5 seconds of a Tumblr erotic fanfic. There is nothing of substance here, no message to be delivered, and the final episode is downright insulting. I think this season is up there with Game of Thrones Season 8 in terms of how much of a fucking catastrophe it is. The final episode here is an actual speedrun to just end the show as quickly as possible, because I guess the director Sam Levinson had already busted his nut and was just kind of done with the property. I'll dive into the meatballs of this spaghetti in just a moment with the finale here, but I just want to say, I am convinced now that my theory is correct. I believed that this whole show only existed because Sam Levinson is a sexual degenerate who made this show for his own pleasure, and the finale kind of confirms my hypothesis. The finale basically just ends abruptly without bothering to finish any plot lines or have a sensical conclusion whatsoever. Again, I'll get into it in a moment, but I honestly can't think of any other reason for this show's existence other than Sam Levinson having something to play the skin flute to.
Like, there is nothing of value here. And legitimately, everything in this show is sexual. There is not a single scene that goes by where Lily Rose Depp's character, Jocelyn, doesn't have her titties out. Even something as simple as going to the store looking for clothes has her with her ass cheeks clapping in the wind and nipple boobies just fucking flopping around, and then eventually getting raw dogged in the dressing room moaning for the entire store to hear. There is not a moment that goes by in this show that isn't just softcore pornography. It's baffling. It doesn't have a message. And it's not just Jocelyn, but she's the main character, and Sam uses her like just a portal to the honkers dimension. Even though she is actually an interesting character that could have had a really interesting story told about her, instead Sam just decided to focus on making the whole show just a countdown till her melons pop out. That's it. It is very much a show that seems to be only about the sex and nothing else, and also making the Weeknd a clown. I have a conspiracy theory that I think Sam Levinson secretly hates the Weeknd and convinced him to take this role just so people would make fun of him for it. So they wrote the goofiest, most over-the-top, embarrassing character ever, and Sam convinced the Weeknd that it was a good idea. Because I don't understand how he even signed up for this role. It is genuinely embarrassing. The Idol is one of those rare circumstances where it doesn't have a single fan. Pretty much everything ever will at least have a couple of people pumping their fists defending it from people that didn't like it, but not The Idol. The only group of people I've seen defending The Idol are actual porn-addicted coomers and not much else. And them ejaculating over the show, I wouldn't exactly call a great defense for the show being good. And that's really it. And I understand why, like, that's the only people stepping forward to go to bat for the show, because that's really all the show is. It really does kind of boil down to, well, looked like it was just softcore pornography after all, and there was no real story here. This is one of just the very exceptionally rare circumstances where pretty much everyone comes together to dislike the same thing equally. So I guess The Idol works in that regard. It's like a unifying moment for everyone on the planet to laugh at this fucking abomination. But now, let's get into the finale. So I've made a video going over pretty much everything up till this point, so I'm not just going to recap everything, but let's just look at the finale and all of the sins that it commits. It pretty much just changes everything and abandons every plot point that it's built up over the season. Not that there's very many of those to begin with, but they do like a 6 weeks into the future thing, and every single character is completely different now. Everything has changed, and they just kind of fill you in a little bit on what's happened, which I think is always such a lazy cop-out, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Between episodes 4 and 5, we saw that Jocelyn fucked her ex to get back at Tedros for manipulating her. That was her ultimate revenge, and Tedros was outside of her room drinking and crying, listening to her cheeks get clapped. So that's kind of where episode 4 wrapped up, and episode 5 picks up with him in like a coke-induced trance. He's basically just a fucking lobotomite wandering around, like short-circuiting because he's on so much coke and so goddamn loaded. But eventually he hatched a plan where Xander took a picture of Rob with one of Tedros's girls in the cult, and then posted a story that Rob had raped her. So episode 5 starts off with Jocelyn's best friend learning that Rob is being accused of rape because Xander framed Rob for Tedros. And Jocelyn figures this out and tries kicking Tedros out of the house. She's very mad. She keeps trying to get him out of the house because she's been manipulated and she's had a complete 180 on everything here. She's finally seeing the truth. So she wants him out. But she doesn't get mad at Xander, who legitimately did this. Like, while he was just a marionette on the strings for the puppet master Tedros to control, Xander still knew full well what the plan was. To get Rob, out of the picture here for Tedros, and accused him of rape, which cost him his entire career. And for some reason, Jocelyn doesn't care about Xander doing that. In fact, Jocelyn still makes Xander one of the headline opening acts for her, which is an interesting play from the chess master Jocelyn here. But episode 5 basically is a completely different person than the entire series has ever shown us, and it happens like that. Like, all of a sudden, they just wrote a totally different character and just put Jocelyn's name on it. Because now, all of a sudden, she's taken control. And she's kicking Tedros out, which is good. Like, it's about time. She's opened up to the scam and hates Tedros, getting Tedros out of there. But she's taking all of Tedros's extremely talented singers and putting them in her show. But then there's like this, half the episode is spent with all of those singers performing, and it goes on for way too fucking long. They're performing in front of all the music industry executives, and they're like, oh, this is mind-blowing. I've never heard someone sing notes like that. Oh my God, the Lord has come down and blessed us for this performance. You're all hired. We're doing it big, baby. And that's like half the episode, so it drags on for so long. But during these performances, there's a scene where the older lady is talking to Tedros, and she's like, I know Jocelyn didn't do this. This is you, Tedros, didn't you? And she's like fucking slapping him awake because he's fading into the shadow realm from being so high. And he's like, yeah, no, this was me. And she's like, okay, well, you and I need to work together because this is real talent. You found them. And then actually 3 minutes later, she just fucking hates Tedros. She's like, yeah, he's such a fucking weird loser. Tedros sucks. And then helps to ruin his entire life because he is a bad guy. Eventually, once Jocelyn gives them the okay, they run a big piece exposing Tedros as like a former pimp who went to jail for a lot of heinous shit. And that lady who actually 3 minutes ago wanted to help Tedros and work with Tedros and not Jocelyn apparently was integral to helping that come to play. Why and how? This is what I'm saying. They set up these things in the episode too, and then just forget that it ever happened and pretend that it never did. Like, it doesn't follow any plot lines to its conclusion. It just leaves them and forgets. Another one. Jocelyn's best friend has been hyped up across the entire series as the only person seeing through Tedros' scam, seeing him for the evil person that he is. And in this episode, she's happy to see Jocelyn finally learning that too, but she still kind of gets left in the dust by Jocelyn, who doesn't really like communicate super well with her. And she just leaves, and she's never heard from again. Like, they don't even like address what happened. She just vanishes, like out of nowhere. She leaves a note on Jocelyn's bed, and unless I've been like neuralized by the Men in Black, they never even show what the note was or even hint at what it could be. She just is gone. Like, actually just left this corporeal dimension out of nowhere without doing anything. So her entire existence in the show was meaningless. She did nothing by the end. Nothing that she did contributed to anything. It's actually just shocking. Like, me explaining this episode sounds like the ravings of a mad lunatic. But this is actually how the episode plays out. It is nonsensical, convoluted, messy, stinky, repulsive. Like, it's awful. Everything that could go wrong with a single finale went wrong with this one. It's an absolute disaster by all definitions. It just really feels like Sam was in his refractory period. Post-nut clarity, he's like, damn, I really didn't make a good show here. Let's just end it. Because originally, this show was pitched as 6 episodes. But then they like cut it down to 5, I guess, and then are trying to pretend like, no, that never happened. That's the Mandela effect. It's always been 5 episodes. And it's like, no shot. I just watched the finale, and there's no way you meant for it to be 5 episodes. Because it feels like an entire episode is missing. There is so much development that must have happened off screen in between these like fucking fever dream cuts of an episode. Like, there had to be something that explained it. Something that developed the characters there at some point, and it's not here. So they like loosely cut together something that resembled a plot, but not really. It's fucking terrible. You remember how I mentioned in like episode 2, or like where the backup dancer for Jocelyn was stabbing her in the back? The music industry executives were like, Jocelyn's backup dancer can sing and dance really well. Let's give her Jocelyn songs since Jocelyn's going through such a weird period in her life. And they were hyping that up like it was going to be the biggest plot point. Like, oh my God, she's now getting betrayed by people that she thought she could trust. And it turns out that that lady's working with Tedros. What's going to come from this? Spoiler alert, fucking nothing. In this finale, they sit that girl down again and they say, hey, we changed our mind. You can't have Jocelyn's song anymore. And then they send her on her way. They just say, scram, get out of here. It's like actually a 1-minute scene, maybe 5 sentences, and that's it. They just wrote that entire thing out, and you never see that character again for the rest of the episode. It even had the gall to try and be deep for a moment, where Tedros gets pulled aside by Jocelyn's manager, and he's telling the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and they're doing like cuts to Jocelyn, like, she's Little Red Riding Hood. And he's like, do you know what happened to the big bad wolf? He got fucking gutted by the hunter, and I'm the hunter. And then he like tries to pay him off to get out of Jocelyn's life, which Tedros doesn't accept. So then they print the piece about how he's a pimp and a horrible person, which ruins his entire life, basically. And then Jocelyn goes to her tour 6 weeks later because they do a time jump, and she's wearing a red hood, thus going forward with the Little Red Riding Hood story that her manager told earlier. But it's so goofy and pretentious because that story had no bearing on anything. Like, it didn't actually make any sense in the context of the show. It tried so hard to be deep, and I can already just picture the think tank at the Idol HQ, the writing room, filled with cigar smoke and fucking soiled trousers from constantly ejaculating about the amount of sex that they're writing in the show. And they're like, we need something real profound, real deep. They hit another line. What about Little Red Riding Hood? Genius! Oh my god, Sam, genius! Print it, write it down, quick, quick! But it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense in the show at all. It falls so flat. It's like they really thought that this would be like a statement piece, like the Idol would be remembered for this Little Red Riding Hood moment. But all it was so laughably pathetic. So pathetic. But by far the biggest crime the finale commits is its last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes have to be some of the worst in all of televised history. So basically, Tedros' career gets ruined, right? So everything gets shut down. They expose him for being a pimp and holding a woman hostage, going to prison for 6 years for awful crimes. And then Jocelyn's on tour. She's about to perform, and Tedros shows up at the ticket booth asking if he has any tickets, not really expecting much because Jocelyn, said, fuck you, get out of my life, I hate you, we're done. But he still decided just to try. And it turns out Jocelyn did leave him tickets. So Tedros takes the tickets, goes to see Jocelyn in the dressing room, and then she's, taken back control. Now she's the authority figure. And this is supposed to show the development how she's no longer like, a puppet or putty in the hands of Tedros. But it actually still feels like that's the same thing because she can't live without him, which she makes pretty clear. He is the love of her life. And she makes that very clear to him. So it seems like the power was still on Tedros' side, so they didn't even tell the story of Jocelyn getting out from a manipulative, abusive situation and getting out of a fucking cult. It had her going right back in the very end. And it even had a deplorable scene where Tedros picks up the hairbrush that Jocelyn talked about her mom abusing her with. There was a very, uncomfortable scene from like episode 3 where she opens up about how her mom used to abuse her in order to push her to make the best possible music, and Tedros is like, give me that hairbrush. And then he starts beating the shit out of her with the hairbrush to try and help her realize her potential. So Tedros is in the dressing room here in the finale. He sees that brush and he's like, this is the hairbrush your mom abused you with, right? And she says, yeah. And then he turns it over and he's like, but it's new. And then she just looks at him back in the mirror. I'm not even making that up. That's a real scene here. And then she goes on stage and all of the music execs are celebrating like Tedros is finally out of the picture. This awful person is finally gone. And Jocelyn goes on stage and says, Tedros, come out here. And then she just makes out with him in front of the entire stadium, who now knows that this guy is a pimp, like all kinds of horrible things about him, and calls him the love of her life and that he's hers forever. And then instructs him just to go watch backstage. I couldn't have envisioned a worse ending for this show. I mean that. It accomplishes nothing. It doesn't deliver any message at all. And in fact, the only semblance of a message that it does deliver is a very disgusting one. Jocelyn never breaks free from the mind control spell of Tedros. She is still under the complete control of the sexual shaman here, where she can't live without him. And he is still legitimately a horrible person who, from the very beginning, was manipulating her. And she still invites him openly back into her life to share the spotlight with her. It's just baffling. If they wanted to write it where it's like a complete flip, where Jocelyn's the one in control now, then they really missed the mark. Like, dreadfully. She did have a moment where, like, she is the authority figure and kicks Tedros out, but then they don't commit to it and just bring Tedros back. Like, and he hasn't changed. There is no development for Tedros. From the very beginning, he hasn't fucking changed at all as a character. It's so weird. And I haven't even covered all of it. This is probably only half of like the plot points that don't make any sense or the plot lines that they just forgot about or abandoned. It's just truly awful. The Idol is, without a doubt, one of the worst shows they've ever really made. And I know that's like a big claim to make, but I'm talking on a big budget scale. Of course, there's like, you know, really low budget shit that just gets, you know, vomited out on like a direct to DVD, you know, season, or on some TV channel like CW pumps out awful seasons of shit all the time. But as far as big budget and like big name shows go, I think this is the worst. 5 episodes of nothing worthwhile at all. Nothing even remotely coming close to even resembling something of value. It's horrible. The only audience that could ever really appreciate it is just people that are there to watch porn, basically. That's it. That's the whole show. It's so bad. But yeah, I mean, I finished it. The season's over, which is nice. Now we don't have any more of The Idol, which is a good thing. I don't think they're getting a season 2. That's for damn sure. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of just, you know, for my own sanity, just rant and vent about what I just watched here. That's really about it. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Oppenheimer. I've said this many times and I'll say it again. I am a huge fan of Christopher Nolan. He's among my favorite directors ever. And I think he absolutely crushed this one. I just want to dive in right away and just start going gushing grannies over this one because it's really, really good. But I want to get it off rip here that I don't think this is a movie that everyone's going to like. I can already tell there's going to be quite a few people that'll go into this movie expecting it to be about the bomb, and everything is about the bomb. And that's not exactly what the movie is. It is very clearly about Oppenheimer, as the title would suggest. But Oppenheimer, at least in like the mainstream consciousness, I feel like always gets overshadowed by the Manhattan Project and the bomb. And in this movie, he doesn't. And I really appreciate that. It is really about Oppenheimer and everything he went through, at least everything they could fit in a 3-hour movie. And by the way, this movie doesn't feel like 3 hours. It fucking flew by. Like, I wanted more. I was still salivating for more. Like, the entire last half of this movie, I wanted to be another entire movie. Like, everything here I thought fit really well. But I completely understand that this movie's not going to be a one-size-fits-all butt plug that's going to leave everybody satisfied, because it very much is a movie that focuses on the main character, Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy, who fucking crushes it in the role, and it's mainly talking. It's mainly the relationships Oppenheimer had with the incredibly stacked supporting cast here, by the way. The cast in this film is unreal. There are so many big names tied to this project from out of fucking nowhere, and some of them don't even play a big role. Like, I don't even think Robert Downey Jr. had more than maybe like 15 minutes of screen time, and yet he was a scene stealer every time he was here. Everyone went all in on their performances. It was fantastic. But again, don't go into this movie expecting some kind of explosion porn or anything like that. It is a incredibly well written and extremely well acted piece all about the very eventful, complicated life of Oppenheimer. And it is beautiful. Now, I went into this film with very limited knowledge of Oppenheimer. Like most people, I only really know him as the father of the atomic bomb and the famous quote, "Now I am become death," which isn't his quote. He was quoting something else when talking about the atomic bomb and then crying about it, recognizing the gravity of his creation and having to live with the sin of his achievement. It's a movie that tackles a very complicated person. This isn't some made-up character like a fictional mad scientist, fucking Dr. Evil threatening to destroy the world with sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. This is a real person who helped create the most deadly weapon ever invented, and it was used and led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. And it follows this character before the Manhattan Project, during and after, and dealing with the subsequent trauma from the Manhattan Project post-atomic bombing. And the movie even transitions into like a pseudo-courtroom drama because Oppenheimer didn't exactly face trial, but he did face something very comparable, and the movie is really, really good at delivering that courtroom drama experience as well. I don't want to get into spoilers, but that's kind of a fucking weird thing to say considering this is a real story about a real person. I mean, read a book, I guess, like Google his name and look at the Wikipedia, but I'll still refrain from just going too hard about the specifics of the film. But I will say that the entire section during like the examination of friends and family of Oppenheimer as well as people that opposed him, I thought was done extremely well. The movie is just, I think, fantastic across the board, but I do have a couple of minor complaints here, and one of them's actually become a little bit of a meme with Christopher Nolan over the last few years here. It's the audio mixing. I've seen a lot of people patting Nolan on the ass for this one, saying that he really did a great job with the audio mixing this time around, because a lot of people have noticed that oftentimes shit gets a little wacky in that department. They set the dial from goofy all the way to silly when it comes to audio mixing on some Nolan films, and people have pointed it out. And this time around, they're saying this was, like, much better. But I do have to disagree to a certain extent. I do think it's much better. But in the beginning of the film, and really only in the beginning of the film, actually, there are multiple instances where the soundtrack, the score, and make no mistake, it is fantastic. I think they did an incredible job with the score here. I think the music is absolutely outstanding, a beautiful compliment to the film. But there is multiple instances in the beginning where the soundtrack will swell, reach some kind of crescendo, and drown out everything else around it. And you can't make out what the fuck the characters are saying. They sound like Charlie Brown's parents behind the music. And not just with the score. There's a couple of other scenes in the beginning where there's other sound effects going on, and you still can't really make out what characters are saying to each other. And I know it's not just me. I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's not just me. I understand I'm about to turn 29, so I'm getting up there in age, and, you know, it's not just my ears getting old. It's something other people experience too. I talked to Jackson after I watched it, who said the same thing about the beginning of the film, and as I say, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding was very viscous. The people in front of me and to the left a little bit, I saw twice in the first like 30, 45 minutes, lean over, and I heard them ask what they said, because they weren't exactly being quiet about it. I saw it in IMAX, which was a great experience, by the way. It was absolutely fucking packed. We were shoulder to shoulder, and our IMAX theater has the seats basically on top of each other, which I don't know if that's standard or not. I've only seen 2 movies in IMAX before this, but since we were so close, I could see and hear that, which made me feel a lot better knowing it's not just me that was struggling to hear things in the beginning of the film. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big complaint. It only was like a little bit in the beginning. But I did want to at least mention that. The audio mixing is getting a lot of praise right now, and I do think overall it is a huge improvement, but in the beginning, I do think it's not perfect or anything. Which is fine, because pretty much everything else is. I fucking loved this movie, honestly. I think it is just an extraordinary film. I will mention one other thing, and this isn't a complaint by any means, but I do want to at least put it out there. There are so many characters in here, and they're all really interesting. But since there are so many characters, it's a lot of names. So by like the midpoint of the team getting together at the Manhattan Project, like assembling the fucking Avengers of scientists, there were so many names being tossed around, I legitimately didn't know who the fuck was being discussed half the time. It wasn't until I saw their face where I was like, oh yeah, that guy. And then I'd be like, it's good to see you. And then he'd go do his assigned role. And there's just a ton of characters in here that have a lot to do, but they mainly tell you instead of show you. I would have liked them to show a little bit more, but I don't think that's a huge issue because it's already a 3-hour film. If they showed you more of what they were saying, this movie would be pushing like 8 hours. Like, there's just a big story to tell, and they did the best they could, and I think they did an incredible job with it. But I think it might be a little confusing for people because they introduce so many characters so rapidly. It's very fast-paced. The movie moves at like an absolutely cutthroat pace, which I appreciate. Not that I mind slow burn movies, but I actually was really surprised to see just how quickly this movie was moving through things, and I never really felt like lost. Obviously, I'm not a fucking scientist, you know, I'm not out there with a 180 IQ or anything, so a lot of like the math and science discussions that were happening and some of the breakthroughs were a little lost on me, but I don't think there's anything they could have done differently there. It's not a big deal. I didn't expect them to hold my hand through all of that and give me some kind of bachelor's degree in fucking physics or anything by the end of the film. But I do think that since it moves so quickly with so much being introduced so rapidly, I think there are a couple moments where you can get a little lost in the sauce and maybe a little bit
in the dark on exactly what's happening in the overall narrative, but really not for long. I think it does an incredible job of keeping everyone in the loop on exactly what's going on, what Oppenheimer's experiencing, what other characters are experiencing, what the goal is, what's happening. I think it really does a good job overall. I think it's just a really great film. So plugging Oppenheimer into the moist meter, I'm giving this one a big crisp 90%. I do really think this movie is extraordinary. I think it is a very great film. Another Nolan hit. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. I remember the days when I was a young, naive little gremlin, still believing in things like the tooth fairy and the boogeyman and chocolate milk coming from brown cows, which, by the way, according to a survey conducted by the U.S. Dairy Innovation Center, about 7% of Americans still believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, which comes out to about 16.4 million Americans believing that. Of course, take that information with a grain of salt. I don't know how that data was collected, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it's accurate. Go on the platform formerly known as Twitter for more than 5 minutes, and you'll realize that we have truly entered the stupid dimension. We are all citizens of Doofusville, and we're only getting more and more new neighbors coming in here. But what's causing all of this? It's like the Space Jam basketballs out there sapping away all of our intelligence. There's an idiot virus spreading, and it's infecting the minds of so many. Where's it coming from? I'll tell you, goddammit. It's the darn internet, the cyberspace. They tried to warn us about Y2K, but we didn't listen. While it may not have been the end of the world, it was the end of all rational thought. What I want to talk about today is a story involving an 11-year-old who followed a YouTube fake kidnapping challenge prank and got herself arrested. And this is a very serious offense. It's a fucking felony that this child believed was just a good, fun prank because they watched it on YouTube. So I want to talk about that story and then expand the scope a little bit bigger to internet trends and internet content genres that are legitimately just poisoning people's minds and setting them up for failure for the rest of their life. Since kids have unfiltered access to the internet because most parents don't want to do their job of being a parent anymore, they just put that responsibility on the internet to raise their kids. The onus of raising a child is now on the internet to make sure that it's perfectly curated so a kid can just endlessly scroll through the iPad while their parents do something else and they expect the kid to grow up to be some successful, well-adjusted person, which I don't think is going to be the case. Which is just a sad situation all around. I don't even blame the kids. It's not their fault that their parents are absent and just sitting them in front of a screen for hours upon hours every day. But anyway, let me go ahead and get into the actual story here, and then we'll dive in a bit more.
The 11-year-old girl in this police body cam video is in a whole lot of trouble. She made a fake phone call to 911 saying her friend had been kidnapped. She later told cops she thought it would be funny. Well, they didn't laugh, admonishing her to never do this again.
The classic fake kidnapping prank. I can't believe the cops weren't laughing. Humorless, I tell you. Soulless, in fact. So, the fake kidnapping prank is a timeless classic on the internet. YouTube pranksters have been letting that one rip for many years now. For those that don't know, if the name wasn't a dead giveaway, you fake a kidnapping. Now, what a lot of kids don't realize is those pranksters that are doing that are faking the fake kidnapping. Everyone's usually in on it. The whole prank is fake. Most pranks online on TikTok and YouTube are faked for views, but children don't know that. Kids will believe pretty much anything they see or are told by someone that's older than them. You know, like St. Nicholas wiggling his ass down the chimney to deliver presents, you know? Like, kids aren't thinking that hard about what they're consuming online. So when they see a prank like that, they think that it's real and just like a good ha-ha, you know, side-splitting comedy thing. So this 11-year-old saw it and thought it would be a fun prank to do on their own.
She's accused of faking a kidnapping.
I'm not gonna do this again.
She thought it was funny and it was a joke and she couldn't get in trouble for it.
Police say the girl texted 911 to say that her friend had been abducted by a stranger in a white van.
Obviously, upon receiving texts about a kidnapping, the department responded, and it was all a complete fabrication. It was all a fib, a lie, a ruse, which is really detrimental to like the entire community there because it's wasting valuable resources from the department. Should an actual emergency come through and they already have like fucking 20 patrol cars deep looking for this kidnapping victim that doesn't exist, you've got yourself a problem. Now people that are in desperate need of help might not get it because the department's already occupied taking care of this fake situation. It's something you just don't fuck with, really.
The girl who gave a fake name said she was following the van on the interstate in another vehicle. For the next 30 minutes, she gave updates on the supposed kidnapping. He is tying her up, went one text. He's armed with a gun, said another. Hurry up, please.
You can talk to your parents.
They say she fessed up. She stated that she got the idea to prank 911 through a YouTube challenge and thought it would be funny.
So she was texting the officers with a play-by-play like she was John Madden here going through the situation on like this high-speed pursuit, none of which was real, of course. And then when the officers tracked down the phone number that put in all of these texts, that's when they realized that it was all just a complete fucking lie. And the 11-year-old fessed up to the crime and said that she got the idea from a YouTube challenge. I've said for years, like a broken record, how awful most pranksters online are. Not just in terms of the content being turbo shit, but also just because it really will raise a generation of kids that think that that's acceptable and good and okay. Like, for a little while, I was also naive, thinking like, okay, maybe this isn't going to be something that people will try and emulate. There was a period of time where I thought to myself that, you know, most people have to know these pranks are fake, so they're probably not going to bother doing this unless they're trying to be an internet douchebag as well. But I've really changed my stance on that thanks to TikTok proving me wrong so often, where pranksters that are faking pranks or these trends that go viral really do have, like, young people following them and either hurting someone or getting themselves hurt or just doing really degenerate, awful things. It's become very clear that the internet content that children are consuming does have a very big impact on how they view the world and reality and what they find to be acceptable and okay, and just it does have a real effect on the direction that they might take in life, especially now with the obsession for attention. Everyone is vying for internet clout. And a lot of kids growing up want to be YouTubers. That's like one of the main dream jobs that children want. And when they see prank channels getting huge views, they will try and emulate it and have tried to emulate it, and a lot of them never realizing that it's fake. So there's been many cases of them getting themselves or someone else hurt by trying to follow along with their favorite prank channels that they watched growing up. It's just an awful fucking cycle. I understand every internet prankster isn't a terrible person doing horrible things. I know this isn't every internet prankster, but you are eating some cinnamon toast cope if you don't think it's the majority of them. The vast majority of internet pranksters are like the orb of confusion from SpongeBob. When SpongeBob flips that bitch on and it just makes everyone around them dumber, that's most internet pranksters. Just this presence that makes everyone dumber for just even being exposed to it.
Her father was really upset.
You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
We had a massive police response. what happens if we crash into somebody and somebody loses their life?
The dad seems to really understand the gravity of the situation. He's not making any excuses for the behavior, at least not in this very short clip here. But he is right. This will be a lesson. And actually, I've mentioned this on stream before. This is a lesson I also learned when I was young, but not because of any prankster or any challenge that I followed when I was a kid. There was a point where we went to a pool for a field trip and there was a payphone nearby and we were just doing like fake calls to our friends and saying silly things. It was all make-believe. But what I didn't realize is 911's free on a payphone, so I dialed 911 and immediately started going into like silly things and making claims about the pool being like haunted or on fire or something. And they did show up. And boy, let me tell you, I felt fucking horrible. That was... My jaw has never hit the floor harder than when the police actually showed up with a fire truck. That was a huge lesson to me. I didn't mean to dial a false report, and I certainly would have never done that on purpose or as some kind of joke. I was dumb and had no idea that 911 was a free call. Point is, the dad is right. This will serve as an invaluable lesson, I imagine, and hopefully she'll never do any kind of shit like this again, and hopefully anyone else that sees this story will realize that it's just completely unacceptable and that pranks shouldn't just be, you know, taken at face value and followed along with at home.
The child was charged with making a false police report, which is a felony, and misuse of 911. That's a misdemeanor.
So it does actually sound like they are charging her with a felony and misdemeanor for this situation here. So this is a very big deal. That's a lot of trouble to get in over a YouTube challenge. Now, interestingly enough, this isn't the only fake kidnapping that happened even just over the last 2 weeks. A massive case of a fake kidnapping. I talked about it on stream, but I haven't talked about it in a video. I was waiting for like the whole thing to kind of wrap up, but I'll just go ahead and mention it here because it's very much in line with what happened with this. There's a woman named Carly Russell who led police on a wild goose chase about a kidnapping that never happened. She stated that she saw a toddler on like the side of the interstate and then like pulled over to try and, you know, help save the toddler and then ended up getting kidnapped for a couple days. And it turned out to be all just complete baloney, just absolute horseradish. Nothing about it was true. She even admitted it was all a lie, but she hasn't been charged yet. So I'm wondering when those charges are going to come, especially now since the precedent is being set that any kind of like false reports, especially something that requires a massive department response like a fucking kidnapping, is going to be a, you know, no punches pulled kind of situation. Like they're charging the 11-year-old here, so I imagine she's also going to get charges as well. It's just a matter of time. But this is just a fucking crazy situation we're in, where so often now these YouTube challenges and pranks and trends are getting people hurt, killed, or ruining their lives. It's fucking sad. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. I haven't seen a single positive thing about this game so far. Like, I assumed it probably wasn't going to be great based on all the footage of it, but the game is absolutely getting annihilated. How many gigs was it? Man, how? I haven't even started the game. How did I already get a crash? What? I'm actually just sitting in the main... That doesn't bode well. That does not bode well. Worse than Redfall? It's reviewed worse than Redfall so far. But, I don't know. We haven't started it yet.
But it was
Those are the flowers from Bikini Bottom.
Not roses.
Well, let's see how he responds to some light.
He won't respond well to some light, I'll tell you right now, Gandalf. Alright, let's go! It's about time we get to play as Gollum.
What is your name?
There he is, little goofball.
Got him.
Oh, he's so kawaii. Look at those big eyes. Aww. Damn. I really thought that could be a good sequence break. Or, not a sequence break. A good skip. Sorry, Smeagol. The journey ends early. Oh wow, way back here, huh? Yikes. Okay, not doing that again.
How they called it, the orcs is dead. So you talk to the orcs?
Man, I can hardly hear. Why are they whispering? It's like ASMR with Gollum and Gandalf. Oh, gee, what the fuck? That was a big stutter. Damn you, Mordor. Yeah, I don't know why it's running so poorly. I mean, I know why. It's just a bad PC port, I'm guessing. I've tried to not look up too much about the game, because I want to experience all of the negativity surrounding it firsthand so I don't go in with any biases. But I do know one thing about the game, that the game is basically just a chore simulator. So all you do is do actual meaningless chores forever. That's all I know about it. And then once you're done doing your chores, you go to sleep. That's it. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance tool that gives you access to a ton of tools that help you really take control of everything in your life. I brought on an expert at forgetting his passwords, Matt, and he has a lot of expenses that build up because of it, but now with Rocket Money it makes it a lot less of a headache.
Yeah, so as Charles said, I've got a ton of subscriptions that I forget to cancel and forget the passwords to all the time, so I'm always having to go through and do weird things to cancel them. But thanks to Rocket Money, it's an all-in-one finance platform that I can use to cancel my subscriptions, monitor my credit cards. I can use it to set monthly budgets for myself, so it's something we've used as a team as well with our credit cards. So once again, thanks a lot to Rocket Money for sponsoring the video. So go join more than 3.4 million users on Rocket Money by signing up at rocketmoney.com/moist.
Or just clicking the link in the description. Oh boy. No, let us go! Okay. Idiots! This is a full price game. Well, it's $50, not 60, or not 70, or 60, I guess. So it's got that going for it. Pardon? What? Who discovered me? Huh? Who? What? Do they have a UAV online or something? What? No one alerted. Man, tailing missions fucking suck. Oh, I can actually attack?
Take this one first.
Come here, coward! Gotcha. You're next, Bubba. Is he gonna trip and fall? Oh, no, I see. He's gonna get swarmed. Nope, he tripped and okay. What a plan. Why they make him look so silly? He's just a silly little guy. What would Tolkien think about this? He's probably super upset that he's dead and unable to play it. He's looking down right now from heaven like, dag nabbit, would have loved to play this game. Doing me proud. Okay. I actually get to make choices here. I say we go full Goblin Golem here. Let's kill it. Oh! Her eyeballs looked like the LimeWire logo. Those were cool eyes. Okay.
He won't.
Let's do Gollum again. That was a Gollum line, just it stinks. Okay.
Enough said, I guess. Follow me. Clean. Oh, it's Q, not E. Outplayed! Did they just put them? I thought they were just gonna run all the way to the pin themselves. Oh, they just might. What are they doing? Ah. First the Rings of Power, now this. They're just shitting all over Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I mean, you know. They're not on a hot streak, that's for sure. But just wait until the Lord of the Rings dating simulator comes out. That's when we'll finally start getting back into the glory days.
Take it back. Make Oxys do all the work instead. Don't listen, my love.
How does the game feel to control?
That's it. Now back to the mine master.
Like, clunky is probably not the right word, because it's not super clunky. It just feels very stiff. So now we go and call it a day. All I've done is get insulted and do a couple of really trivial chores. What a big day. I'm beat. Did you pre-order for 5 of Gollum's iconic emotes and poses?
I've seen people
No, that's cool.
all night staring out that
Wow.
window.
Man, this game's making me real sleepy. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's like hypnotizing.
I hear you're quite the climber.
Water, please.
Can you shut up? I'm trying to have a conversation with my friend. Close call. I almost went straight down. Probably would have died from fall damage. Ah, there it is.
That must be the cracker.
Yeah! That was hype. Oh, I thought this was a cutscene. Are you actually going to finish this game? We'll see. If it stays like this, no shot. I am struggling to stay awake right now for it. So there's no way if it stays like this I'll be able to finish it. It's just this for like 12 hours. Oh god, okay.
I smell incompetence. Aye, but who's the looking last glimmer-rip? And now he wants bread for crawling through some dirt. Take it then. Nobody
Oh my god.
Unjust. Back upstairs with you.
Okay. I'm struggling. I'm fucking struggling. I am struggling. Hold on. I gotta stretch.
Just one stone each day, so the guards wouldn't notice.
Why?
What do you think?
What happened?
That was a cool line.
One day he slipped.
Why don't you move?
That's what I'm fucking saying. Can we kick in the afterburners here? A little turbo drive? This is very slow. Oh no, it just crashed, didn't it? I shouldn't have complained. Oh. That's on me. That's my fault. It hurt me. It hurt its feelings. It's been 72 minutes? Oh man, time's moving so weird in here. Time flies when you're having fun, yeah. That's a good point, yeah, this game's a lot like One Piece. It starts to get good after like 100 hours. So we just gotta give it a chance to shine. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh,
Oh shit. I don't think they'd be getting as much hate if the game wasn't related to Lord of the Rings. I disagree. The game's just really fucking boring. But yeah, I don't think people would be weighing the property against the quality of the game. They'd just be like, man, this game is fucking boring. Yeah. Man, the Master of Stealth strikes again. What the fuck is this? That's a cool effect. Huh. Must be like deceptively dark in these shadows here. Just the wind. Must have just been the wind. Brother, go investigate it. What are you doing? Oh, shit. Oh, of course that's the one he investigates. Oh, shit. Unlucky, I didn't know there was anyone up here. Oh, hey, hey, hey! That was brutal. Oh, I'm stuck. Why is this blocked? What did I do that alerted you? What the fuck? Help! Help!
That one, yes. How do we get there?
What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this? I don't even know what the fucking story is, I'm gonna be honest. I dozed off during one of those cutscenes, but I don't think I missed that much. What the fuck? Why are we doing this? We're going to Grand. Okay. Nope, just the wind. Oh fuck, he's not buying it. I'm stuck. No shot, he knows how to get down here.
That's too easy.
What's that?
Oh fuck. Ah.
Pass me the bottle.
Just the wind. Just the wind. Oh god. If I could have just squeezed my way through there.
You stop.
I'm not moving, brother. If that guy will come to me, maybe then I can just shoot the gap.
Come back here.
Move a little closer. Go for it. Oh god. Oh. That worked out. Damn, that was clean.
Who wants to sleep? Just a little further, sweet one. Just a little.
Let's go! Excellent work, Gollum. Great tenacity. What the fuck? What was that? Get out of my head, Sauron.
Make them squeal. Make them choke. Make them burn.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's like Forspoken. Alright, we made the bomb. Huge, 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 huge.
Now in goes the redstone.
Stock teapot sound, love that. Oh, this way. that's just on me. Holy fuck, that was hype.
No, not us. Yes. You.
They have caught me red-handed 3 times now and they're not killing me.
We wasn't there.
Why do they keep just like capturing me?
Into your soul. No, she promised to let Smeagol live. No, I promised you'd be free.
It's just like out of Pirates of the Caribbean. I am a man of my word. It was you who failed to specify when or where. And he strands them on the island. Man, I've been quoting the fuck out of Pirates of the Caribbean recently. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen that movie in years. Do you kill the orc now?
Glorious end. Listen to me. If you ever betray one of my people, as much as a mere syllable of a name, we are enemies, you and I.
No shit. I would expect that, man. But my apologies. No. I'm sorry, so sorry.
He doesn't want the frail man to have a glorious end.
I am sorry. You did well today.
That was a drastic change of attitude.
They've taken our bread.
No, I already got the spoilers on what this is. They have a bird breeding mini game. So I get to breed birds. Which is fucking hype! Feeder 1 deployed. Is the story at least interesting? Not really. I'm going to be honest. I've dozed off a couple times, so I'm sure I've missed some tidbits of lore. But yeah, I mean overall, not very interesting. Right now the best thing I can say about the game is at least it's not $70. It's $50. Which is still expensive for this. This is not AAA quality.
Make peoples work for us.
No. I thought that would land me on the thing. Let me up. Oh. Let me up. Let me up! Hello, Io. You heard I was playing Lord of the Rings Gollum and had to see for yourself if it lives up to the hype?
Nice bread with juicy
I
maggots.
get you. I know. What if I told you it exceeded the hype? Would you believe me?
You can't. He's useful. And
I have actually betrayed you 3 times and you've caught me all 3 times. Why do you keep using me?
Clearly something vital.
You would not believe how hard it is to find good help. I've done nothing for them. All I have done is steal from them and they've caught me every time.
And if it cannot be yours, then whose head shall it be?
Yours.
He wants us to give him names, or it's a test.
I'll just keep blaming the orc. Fuck that guy.
Adam. Staunch. That's a word I haven't heard in a while. Say your prayer, little man.
What'd you say to me? Little. Why, Iona?
Knows us.
In the cage.
Man, these guys may be big assholes that torture people and beat them and kill them, but, you know, they like animals. They like the little birds, so they're not all that bad.
It will love and serve you for the rest of its life. You can go back to your cell.
Sounds good. Cute. So why the fuck are we breeding birds in here? What could possibly be the reason for that? New friend.
Desert man. I don't like this.
Where's the next one? Oh, I just sent him. Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck. No, my friend. I'm so sorry. That's just bad guidance. That's on me. That's on me. I didn't know where to send you.
What's it waiting for?
Probably have to send you over there first, so you don't alert him.
Looks like a good face. Go, go.
On my way.
Man, this guy's got some real jets on him.
Go, go.
Yes.
And then, I guess just send him to the lever.
Over there, see?
Oh, no. Oh, no, go, fuck, sorry. Oh god, I hit him with that stutter step. Oh, what? Okay. Don't worry, they went in there and got hit with a petrification beam or something, I don't really know.
Good. Now he only
Narcoleptic, I guess.
There are more.
It'll have to wait, Edith.
Yeah, shut up.
Go on.
Stupid.
What else do you remember?
I'm his favorite kid now. I'll lie again.
Big ugly claws it had, like a thief.
Right now, there's a pretty ridiculous trend going on where if something flops, be it movie, game, or show, the immediate response from those behind the production is to get mad at the audience and blame them for it, saying that either they were too stupid to appreciate it, or they weren't real fans willing to support it, or they just told a story that was too hot to handle and people weren't ready for it. Thus, once again, we didn't fail. Our product's not bad. You guys are just turbo idiots that prevented us from the success that we deserved. And I'm just getting so tired of reading this. Every time something flops, this seems to be the go-to dialogue tree on the NPC quest line here. And it's just really, really starting to grind my ass. It just happened with The Witcher because Season 3 was a disaster. Full disclosure, I haven't watched Season 3. I just couldn't even pretend to be interested, so I haven't bothered with Season 3. But there was recently a statement made that the reason Season 3 hasn't done well is because they had to simplify everything because American audiences are too dumb, basically. And something very similar just happened with Marvel's Secret Invasion like a week ago, where the finale aired, and pretty much everyone said, oh brother, this stinks. They were just saying, boo, boo, and throwing tomatoes. It wasn't well received. Most people hated it. On a show that already didn't have many eyes on it to begin with, so it was just kind of a catastrophe. And the director behind it came out and once again just kind of blamed the audience and started pointing his finger, even having the gall to say that it's not his job to fulfill any expectations, and he doesn't read any of the reviews, so he doesn't really care if people didn't like it. Which I guess is fine. It's not exactly like the, puffed out chest alpha male thing that he thinks it is. It just kind of reads like you definitely did see the negative reviews and you're in defense mode. No one's forcing you to read any criticism of your show if you don't want to see what the fans are saying about it. No one's gonna peel open your eyes and sit you down strapped to a chair to watch all of the reviews come in. So it's fine if you don't read them, but why then just say that it's not your job to fulfill expectations and you don't care? I think you're pretending that you don't care. I think you definitely do, and if you don't, you should to some extent, at the very least. I don't expect any director to come forward and be totally honest, hey guys, look, this shit sucks. I really blew it, huh? Yikes. Yucko. This was no good, huh? I don't expect that. You should still have pride in your work, but you can at least take some level of responsibility and be like, hey guys, look, there was a story I really wanted to tell here, and I see that it's not resonating with a lot of the audience, and I'm sorry if I let some fans down with this, but this is my vision for the project, and this is where I wanted to take it. I think that's far more respectful than saying, you guys are all dumb, and I didn't listen to you, don't care. I'm just really tired of seeing this attitude where the director or the team behind a production gets mad at the audience for not liking it or not going out there to support it if it didn't capture their interest beforehand. This isn't just, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion. This has been happening quite a bit. You see the director's Secret Invasion said about the negative reception. He actually said, is it our job to fulfill their expectations? No, I didn't see that. I'll look it up real quick, but directors are just getting really
bold with how they handle bad reception. Like, I can't remember who it was recently, but another flop had their director come out and say, like, yeah, we wanted this. In fact, this is what we were hoping for. I was like, what do you mean? You wanted it to fail? Like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Secret Invasion director doesn't care if you like the show or not. That headline goes so hard. You see, when it comes to Marvel shows, it's not about liking it. It's about just watching it because you're too deep already. Just consume for the sake of consume. You don't need to like it. Despite the resoundingly negative response to the scroll-based series, Marvel Secret Invasion director Ali Salim has admitted that he does not feel bad about the show's poor reception, particularly as he believes the devoted, even rabid nature of the franchise's fanbase does not lend itself to productive discussion around its various entries. So because they're devoted, they can't have a real discussion around it? I think there's merit to saying that a fan base can be way too brainwashed and hive mind for a real discussion to take place. But that's not even what this is about. It's just like people, like everybody, unanimously did not like the finale. Oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as a dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of their response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. What the fuck? This is like a direct contradiction. So if you don't read the reviews, then you're not even listening to their part of their response of the dialogue. So you give half the dialogue and then plug your ears to their half? What the fuck are you talking about, man? How is that productive discussion? That's like the exact opposite of a conversation at that point. All you want to do is give your half and walk away. And then, I guess, get upset. I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations. When their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in the other direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know. Is it our job to fulfill their expectations, or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love if everyone loved it, but I also don't have that expectation of myself, so I feel great about the response to it. What are you saying? What are you saying? The expectation would be to make something good. Like, yeah, you don't have to, like, follow the most predictable shit ever, but at least make good on the expectation that you'll try. And then at least listen to feedback, instead of say, I don't read the reviews, and then say they can't have a productive discussion. I think the best thing you could have done is just been like, you guys didn't like it? Whatever. It's the story I wanted to tell. And be like, okay, that's totally fair. If this is the story you wanted to tell, by all means. I just don't understand the point of getting, like, combative and condescending about it. Like, yeah, you guys, it's not my job to fulfill your expectations. So what? I don't read your reviews. I gave you my half of the dialogue, you gave me a response, and I didn't listen. That was the transaction. I just don't find this response from the director to be sensible at all. Like, it just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You gain nothing from being this combative and aggressive with the audience. And there's certainly nothing to be proud of with not listening to them or reading any feedback or anything like that. Why do you want to exist in like an echo chamber or some kind of sensory deprivation unit where you don't get any outside stimulation or input on the thing that you would supposedly be very proud of making? I just really don't get it. There's nothing to be patted on the back for. Fuck all of you, I don't listen to anyone. Woo! Wow! Yahoo! Wee! That's so strong! He doesn't listen to anybody! Whoa! Like, it's just, again, I don't get it. That's not something to be proud of, that you only, like, take in shit from yes men and yourself alone. But anyway, I won't linger on this for too much longer. Let's talk about The Witcher now, because like I said, a very similar situation just happened. A producer on The Witcher came forward and explained why the plot was simplified, and their explanation is once again just kind of the blame game. So they said, a series is made for a huge mass of viewers with different experiences from different parts of the world, and a large part of them are Americans. In fact, he said they are necessary. When referring to plot simplifications, that was the whole thing. He's trying to give insight on why the narrative of The Witcher is significantly more watered down and less complex than it is in the books. And his argument is basically, you have to boil it down to the bare necessities, only the essentials, pure emotions, because
Americans are probably watching, and those are some absolute fucking idiots, I suppose. He mainly points to things like TikTok and short-form content as kind of deteriorating the attention span of viewers, so he needs to make it more simple for them and more digestible, baby the audience, because the Americans are so used to just jumping from video to video. And to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying. I do agree that the attention span of the average person has deteriorated to a level I don't think the Lord could have ever predicted. We have the shortest attention span ever right now, shorter than it's ever been because of things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, I imagine. But I completely disagree that this means you need to dumb everything down. In fact, I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more complex you make something, the more successful it can become. The best example I can think of is Game of Thrones, because this actually did both. It had very complex narrative, very complex characters, and then it dumbed itself down, and the dumb part, seasons 8 and 7, were horribly received. So bad, in fact, that it ruined the entire legacy of the show. Seasons 1 through 6, where it focused on a complex story, world, and characters, people loved and cherished, and it was the biggest show at the time, and still one of the biggest shows ever made, because of that foundation it built. But in seasons 7 and 8, the entire team got hit by the orb of confusion and just went, fuck it. We'll make everything super dumb and super simple so we can wash our hands with this and move on. And the rest is history. Everybody hated it. Point is, I disagree that you have to boil everything down to appeal to the dummies in the world, and that's like the only way for success. I think the opposite is true. The more nuanced and complex you make a show, the better chance it has of succeeding, because I think that's what the majority of people want to watch. They're not here looking for someone to just collide action figures together and make loud noises. I don't think those are the most popular productions, so to me, this feels like Cope from the Witcher producer here, like saying that you find it painful to have to simplify the plot and that showrunners have to make these decisions and accept them because the higher level of nuance and complexity will have a smaller range and it won't reach people, is just wrong. Like, I don't think you're correct in that assumption there. I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more nuanced and more complex you make a show, the more successful and more appreciated it is. Some of the best shows of all time and most successful shows of all time are the ones that are complex and nuanced with really interesting, deep characters and a narrative that is very intriguing and complex. So I don't understand exactly why he thought that this was a necessary and painful decision that they had to make for the success of the show, when clearly it didn't work and wasn't working anyway. Like, you could have still just stuck with the complex narrative of the book, and I think you would have stood a much better chance. I don't understand why we've reached this point where all of it's everyone else's fault. You ultimately were the ones that made the decision to say, let's simplify this and make it silly. That's on you. You made a gamble that people would prefer something really simple. Good guy, good. Bad guy, bad. Nothing else? Okay, I clap now. You made that decision expecting that possible response, and you didn't get it. It's not anyone else's fault but your own. I don't know why you're putting the blame on Americans and their attention span not being conducive to a significant narrative full of nuance and complexity. It's just a matter of just taking responsibility. Just be like, hey guys, look, honestly, we thought by simplifying this we'd reach a broader audience, and it didn't work. It seems like we simplified it too much, and it didn't convey the artistic vision that we were hoping for. Like, I just don't think you need to then say things like, it's those damn Americans and their lack of ability to comprehend complexity, which is why we were forced to make the painful decision, the necessary evil, to dumb everything down. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly to once again start pointing the finger at the audience, like, you guys are dumb, you made us do this. And now we failed because you guys are so dumb. Again, not anyone's fault but your own. If you had just stuck with the complex narrative of the books that it's all based on, even if it didn't succeed in the biggest way that you'd imagine, you could at least hold your head up high knowing that you delivered the artistic vision that you set out to do, because the way you talk about it now makes it feel like even you dislike the final product by calling it painful that you had to simplify it and that it was necessary to make such a difficult decision. So it seems like you are also not happy with the state of The Witcher. So why not just deliver the creative vision that was set out in the books that it's based on, instead of try to play the numbers game and appeal to dumb people or
whatever the thought process was with the oversimplification of everything. Again, stop pointing the finger. Just take responsibility. You made a bad call, and the product is subpar for it. It is what it is. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is only increasing in frequency. Again, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion are not the only two that have done this recently. This is becoming pretty common for the teams behind productions to get angry at audience reception or any kind of like criticism around their products. And it's just getting kind of tiresome how aggressive that landscape has become. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. It's always so inspiring to see someone never give up in the face of adversity, to push forward and achieve great things, like Rocky, or Will Smith in I, Robot, when he was telling people like, hey, these robots are a little fishy, and they said, hey pal, you're just blowing from stupid town, and then turns out he was right and he still protected us anyway. Point is, this is the backbone to so many of the best stories ever told in books, movies, TV shows, and anime. It's like one of the 10 commandments of anime for every protagonist, just that never quitting attitude. But in the real world, when companies in particular adopt this never give up mentality, it's pretty embarrassing and pathetic. In particular when it comes to Meta, or as you know them, Facebook, because nobody really knows this fucking clown company as anything other than Facebook. Meta's been on a bit of a cold streak recently, with the most recent embarrassing blunder being the Metaverse. More like Meta reimburse everyone who bought into that scam. Being sold as like the way of the future. Nowadays, it's just a barren, empty wasteland of broken dreams and broken promises. The goofballs just made a virtual reality experience more primitive than Roblox and Second Life. It's just shameful. But they didn't give up. They didn't quit. They said, you know what? That was so good, we're gonna do it a second time. What about second breakfast? So they're trying another venture here, and it's actually opening to pretty big success. And it's what we're talking about today. Threads, a Twitter competitor. Twitter's had its own series of missteps, quite a few blunders. They've given up Scholar's Mate a few times here, and it looks like Meta's trying to strike while the iron's hot, so they released their own Twitter competitor called Threads. When looking it up, I saw this headline: Meta's Twitter competitor for friendly conversation launches early. And this feels like the worst article ever written to promote something. Calling it a place for friendly conversation makes it sound like Weenie Hut Jr., where you're not allowed to go in there unless you're wearing elbow and knee pads. Not that I like Twitter. I think, and I've been very vocal about this, I think Twitter fucking sucks. I don't think the world was ready for a platform like that, and it is just the absolute worst thing for a human being's mental health. And now for the first time, we're being cursed with a platform that threatens Twitter's stranglehold on brain rot. This is like that scene out of Godzilla where he says, let them fight. We now have two kaijus going to war over poisoning your mind, basically. So you have Twitter, which is no stranger to horrible decisions, and now you have Meta with Threads, which is no stranger to horrible decisions. Obviously, Meta's mainly going to be using this for more data harvesting, I imagine, since that's kind of their bread and butter behind their business models. But this is a big deal because Twitter now has actual competition in the space. And it doesn't seem like they like this ball game very much, because apparently Twitter is threatening to sue Meta for Threads right now, saying that it stole their trade secrets. I don't know what Krabby Patty secret formula they think they cooked up there, but Twitter itself was already derivative of some of the old message boards from way back in the day. It just kind of became streamlined on Twitter, and everything just got so concentrated on the internet as a whole that everyone flocked to Twitter for the experience. I don't know exactly if they have a strong case against Meta here for Threads, so I guess we'll just have to see how that whole soap opera plays out. But honestly, the biggest thing about this announcement that I see nobody talking about for some reason is the fact that Meta maliciously calculated today as their launch day because they knew that I was dropping our Plague Seeker animation. They wanted to take the wind out of our sails knowing that Plague Seeker was going to hog all of the internet's attention for today, so they had to drop Threads in order to take the wind out of our sails, which is foul play from Meta, but I'd expect nothing less from fucking Zuckerbot. So don't let them win. Go watch the Plague Seeker animation. We worked very hard on that. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost in the sauce here at the buffet, so before the steam keeps pouring out of my ears, let's focus on Threads. I have always been extremely vocal about how important competition is, and more now than ever since everything is getting so concentrated on the internet where pretty much all discussions are happening on either Twitter or Reddit and like nowhere else these days. I always think competition is a great thing. But that being said, Twitter sucks shit through a crazy straw, and I am not thrilled about making another Twitter account on something called Threads. I don't need a Twitter 1.5. I already don't like current Twitter, so why would I come around for the sequel here? I don't need too fast to Twitter, so I'm not going to make a Threads account, but I'm glad that it exists, and I hope it does become successful, so that way Twitter doesn't have a stranglehold on brain rot anymore. They can now share the neural load, and maybe, now we're just spitballing utopias. Maybe Threads actually does become a great social media platform somehow, and Twitter can just kind of be like this quarantine zone for, wild, wacky nonsense. It could just be like the fucking loony bin, right? Then I'd make the switch to Threads. But for now, I don't need another Twitter, so I'm not going to be signing up for it. I'm not exactly, scratching at my neck for more of that experience. But like I said, competition is great, and I do hope Threads can at least threaten Twitter enough so that way both can improve. So that way you're not stuck with constant dog shit changes that make the user experience worse. The most important thing to remember about competition, that it is always the best thing for consumers. You want competition. This isn't me trying to hypnotize you. I'm telling you a fact. You want competition. You don't want one entity to have all of the power when it comes to a market share like this. So it's good. But I don't like Twitter, so I'm not making a Threads account for more Twitter. But I'm out here rooting for it, even though it is one of Meta's. But at least now you get the choice. Do you want to stay on Twitter, or do you want to go to fucking Mark Zuckerberg's booby here and suckle on that for the Twitter experience? You get choices now. And since I don't have a Threads account, I've just been reading people's personal accounts of the site. Apparently they're not allowing pornographic material, and they're also censoring people, individuals. I don't know how true these claims are right now because I'm getting conflicting information from different sources. And if both of these claims are true, the censorship is a big L, but not having it constantly feeding you pornographic material, I actually think is a good thing. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I was talking about this on stream last night. I never stopped to think about just how weird it was that Twitter's a platform that you have to be 13 or older to sign up for, and it just has porn plastered all over the place. And it's super common, especially in replies. And this is a platform that is, again, 13, which is below the legal age for porn consumption, which is 18. And it just wasn't even something I even thought about until a couple people on Twitter started mentioning it, and I was like, huh, that's an interesting point. And the majority of the time, it's not age-gated at all. You just immediately get fed the content with no, safeguard in place or anything. You'll read a goofy tweet that you're giggling about, such as the timeless classic, dude walked into the pee store and said, "Is this the poop store?" It's like, brother, look around. And you're, busting a gut laughing at it, having an old belly laugh, and then you scroll into the reply section to see who else is laughing with you, and then bang, just a full picture of a gaping, leaking butthole and an OnlyFans link. And it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be crying about the lack of porn on Threads if that is the decision they decide to make. But I did look up some complaints that a couple of articles have noted, so I'm just going to go through those real quick, because again, I'm not making an account on Threads right now, so I don't know firsthand what the experience is like. According to this article, you can't set Threads to view only posts from accounts you follow, which, again, this just feels like they rushed it out and just didn't bother putting this in yet, but will be coming shortly if I had to guess, because this is a pretty obvious one that they'd need to have set up. There's also no web interface, but you can read the threads on the website, but you can't post them or interact with them in any way. And apparently you can't delete your Threads profile without deleting your Instagram, which seems like a pretty big oversight, but it seems like something a lot of people will have an issue with down the line. According to the quote here, you can deactivate it, but you can't delete it without, also annihilating your Instagram account. Also, there's no search functionality right now in Threads. It only lets you find user accounts, so they do say that they'll be adding more features to help discovery, obviously. That's very clear. This is just a rushed job getting it out, so it doesn't have all the features at the moment. And then the other thing is that it's not currently available in the EU, which I imagine it will be shortly. But yeah, anyway, like I said, even if I'm not making a Threads account right now, I am happy that there is competition in the space, and hopefully it can be a legitimate competitor to Twitter. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Well, yes, I actually did just finish playing pickup basketball on this sacred Thursday night. Thank you for asking. How did I play? Well, terribly, actually. I played horribly. I almost immediately pulled my shoulder, which at my age is very painful. And then my old man brittle bones started creaking a lot and a fly flew in my mouth. But that didn't stop me from putting on an absolute shooting nightmare. I went like 4 for 12 and 0 for 2 from the 3. It was bad. And also, the fly in my mouth paranoid me because I'm a hypochondriac. I couldn't stop imagining Ozzy and Drix inside of my body fighting against this fly in there. It wasn't my best showing. But can you stop talking about basketball so much, please? That's not what we're here for. Goodness gracious, you're a real chatty Cathy. What the fuck? What we're here to discuss is a really weird criminal I learned about on stream last night, and I've been thinking about him ever since. There's a case going around about a criminal in Essex who has done nothing but steal pacifiers from literal babies. Wait, what? Man, 23, charged with snatching dummies from babies in Essex. Dummies? You guys call pacifiers dummies? It just sounds like you're insulting your kid. Why not just call him a pacifier? A man will appear in court charged with snatching dummies out of the mouths of babies. What a cartoonishly evil plan. Does he at least sell them or something? Like, what's the motivation besides just making a baby cry? Josh Gilder was arrested on Monday on suspicion of theft from a person, robbery, and using threatening behavior to cause alarm and distress. This happened on 4 occasions, apparently. The serial pacifier robber, burglar. What does he do with them? Does he just take them out and run away, or does he take them out and put them back? Like, what does he do? Oh, here we go. We got some more information. All right. The story just took a really interesting twist. So according to her, he uses the dummy to soothe himself. So what he's doing, and this is a revolting thought, he is taking the pacifiers out of babies' mouths and then sucking on them himself. That is fucking gross. Holy shit. He said he would take the dummy and then go sit in a tent and use the dummy, describing the thefts as purely acquisition, so acquisitive. Goulder also admitted causing harassment, alarm, and distress to a police officer the day he was arrested. He told the officer, "If my stuff gets broken, I swear I'll kill you." He denied 3 charges of assault relating to 3 of the 5 children who he took dummies from. Still shouldn't be stealing them from babies. Bit of a hot take there from me, but, I'll say it with my chest. Stealing from a baby is... well, that's pretty low. I'm just gonna say, he's a jerk. He's a bit of a jerk. When police were initially looking for this guy, they released this photo hoping that someone recognized him, when it's just a photo of someone's back with a hoodie on. But I guess it worked out in the end because they did apprehend him. He was taking candy from literal babies, pretty much, and they eventually did arrest him for it. But I really like the idea that someone sees this and they're like, "Oh my god, that hoodie. Wait a minute, that frame. I know exactly who that is. That's my buddy Josh." And who knows, maybe that's exactly how it happened. But yeah, they did apprehend him, and the whole story is very baffling. That's a odd crime, for sure. But I want to give you a little bonus crime that I learned about on stream last night. Actually, you know what? I'll give you 2, because we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole with weird crimes. So this next one is about a serial mannequin pisser who's still on the loose, so beware of any mannequins. They might be marked with urine somewhere out there. So just sleep with one eye open. I work at Target, and one day we found that somebody had peed on a mannequin. Turns out he'd been hitting other Targets in Minnesota and peeing on mannequins. The guy has not yet been caught. Don't worry, I'm on the case. I just looked up urinating on mannequins, and the first thing that came up is a Wikipedia page called Mannequin Piss. Is this him? Does he have his own Wikipedia page? And here's a urinating mannequin, which is an art piece. I think I found the culprit for your phantom pisser that keeps coming in and urinating on the mannequins. I think it's this guy. Got him. And this next criminal is not some unknown menace. This is actually a very well-known criminal. Burger King. And the crime, horrible food. But this time around, what they were guilty of is a promotional marketing campaign that led to the death of a few children, infants, during their Pokemon promotion of 1999. I don't know how many of you knew this, but I was completely unaware that this ever happened, so I learned about it on stream last night, and I thought this was a really weird thing that happened back then that I haven't really heard too many people talk about. Have you heard about the Pokemon ball toy that killed a bunch of kids? What? Reflecting on the Burger King Pokemon disaster of 1999. What? I've never heard of this. Some of the most iconic toys of the 90s showed up on greasy trays across the country, but perhaps the biggest frenzy arrived with a series of Pokemon collectibles from Burger King at the turn of the millennium. Pokemania hit a fever pitch in 1999, and the frenzy had a body count. Time magazine helped introduce the Japanese imported phenomenon known as Pokemon to the mainstream. Okay. At the very center of their page, a space normally occupied by heads of state, religious leaders, and business magnates, Poliwhirl leaped out at the reader. I actually vaguely remember this cover. While parents, journalists, and psychologists were mulling the attitudinal impacts of the fad, a far more banal Poke-danger was emerging. On December 11th, 1999, 13-month-old Kira suffocated to death in Northern California. A Pokemon toy from a Burger King kids meal was believed to be the cause. The company had begun a massive Pokemon promotion in connection with the Pokemon the First movie, which debuted on November 10th. The 56-day promotion, one of the largest in history, was intended to run from early November to end of December. The kids meal prize during that 2-month period was one of 57 different Pokemon toys. Making the promotion all the more exciting was the fact that the toys were encapsulated within the immediately familiar red and white orb of a Pokeball. Burger King had plans to distribute over 25 million toys in this clever format for free with any kids meal purchased.
Enjoy.
She's even in body armor. They knew this was dangerous. That's a huge promo. Did they have all 151? How? Damn, Burger King used to go hard. As far as Kira's death was concerned, the toy itself, as it turned out, wasn't the problem. She died after one half of the plastic Pokeball, measuring just under 3 inches in diameter, became attached to her face. She had somehow gotten it stuck over her nose and mouth, forming an airtight seal. Holy shit. Her mother took a shower for about 20 minutes, and when she emerged, her daughter was dead. Spokesperson for Equity Marketing, the toy maker that had partnered with Burger King, would later state that the toy meets or exceeds all federal safety guidelines. And Charles Nicholas, a spokesperson for Burger King, argued it was not concluded that the ball was the cause. I mean, it seems like a completely freak incident, but I mean, the ball was literally the cause. But it's not the design's fault, I don't think, right? Like that's truly a freak thing, from the sound of it. 10 days later, on December 23rd, it happened again. An 18-month-old girl in Kansas almost suffocated. By the time her father pried the half of a Pokeball from her face, the girl's lips had turned blue. When we found out about the first death, there was a realization that this could be a huge national concern. This was the worst-case scenario. A major fast food chain, not just a toy store, distributing these toys by the millions. How is it happening, though? It doesn't look like that'd be a really easy situation to find yourself in. And also, who's letting 13-month-old and 18-month-old babies eat Burger King alone? Also, what do they eat from Burger King? Aren't you still basically on mush? Maybe not at 18 months, but 13 months? When do you stop having, like, mush? When's the cutoff period? Why is every major fast food controversy about Burger King? Because Burger King it's actually a scourge. Burger King needs to just be shut down. They make the worst fucking food imaginable. Burger King have come around now, but we did have to push them. Oh, they have a recall commercial. It was such a different time back then. They had to make another advertisement in order to advertise the recall. Nowadays, they'll just make a tweet, be like, hey, we're sorry we killed some kids. Like, what more is there to say? We're sorry. Like every game dev that comes out right now when they release a pile of shit. January 25th, 2000, a month after the recall began, 4-month-old Zachary Jones was found dead in his crib in Indianapolis, Indiana. He too had been suffocated by a Pokeball. It's hard to believe that you go to get the kids something to eat, you bring home a lethal toy. How is a 4-month-old eating Burger King? And unmonitored by their parents? Now, of course, there clearly is something wrong with the design here, I think. Maybe the pictures aren't doing it justice for what the Pokeball actually looks like. But what the fuck? This is a 4-month-old with Burger King? And no supervision? Holy shit, that's a recipe for disaster even if it wasn't Burger King lethal Pokeballs. Are they just clipping it around their nose like a pin? So from the way it describes it, it seems like what was happening is the baby would be playing with the Pokeball and the half would get caught on its face, like a fighter pilot, basically, with their mask. And it created an airtight seal that suffocated them. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. I imagine you all can guess why I'm so sweaty right now. I just got home from watching the new Fast and Furious movie, and the testosterone that was pumping through my veins watching that bad boy had me perspiring like a Redditor on OnlyFans. What a journey. I felt like the movie turned the NOS canister in my soul at full blast. Had me, fucking firing into the theater seats there. I saw it in an empty theater. I went to a little matinee today at 2:30 p.m. and no one else was there. I felt insulted on behalf of the whole family behind the movie. How could you show such disrespect and not show up to Fast and Furious at every single showing throughout opening day? But regardless, I think that is just despicable behavior. There's just some swine out there that can't appreciate high-quality art like Fast X. I can. But honestly, the serene masculinity that washed over me in this completely barren, empty theater was actually wonderful. I feel like it was the optimal experience. It felt so personal, as if I was able to connect better with all of these very well-rounded, beloved, deep characters. It felt as though Dominic Toretto lunged out from the screen, opened up his arms, and invited me, Charles, to suckle on his bosom, and then pulled out a chair at the barbecue and handed me a Miller Lite to join the family. And it felt good. The film is exactly what you're expecting. Fast and Furious is a franchise that just keeps trying to ramp up the ridiculousness. It started with Fast 5, and it's never let off the gas pedal since. So they've had, of course, like the nuclear submarine shooting into space, all of that shit. This one, once again, tries to go fucking hog wild, and it does. But I will say, this doesn't have any of those moments. Like Fast 5 has the vault, the space launch, the submarine, all of that, iconic moments. This one doesn't have anything like that. Instead, the whole film has moments similar to those moments, but nothing like one particular instance. The biggest scene by far is kind of an homage to the vault scene from Fast 5, where instead of a vault going through the city and like blasting through cars and people and shit, it's a giant bomb that's rolling around Rome and about to blow up the Vatican. And it's hype, like it's cool, and that's all these movies are about. It's very self-aware, it knows it's cheesy, it knows it's ridiculous, and it embraces that with a smile on its face. And I appreciate it. I definitely did have fun and giggled to myself at the absolute outrageousness of a lot of the scenes. But even with that being said, there are some things that are just downright shit in the film. There's just some awful moments that had me rolling my eyes. But before getting into that, let's talk about some things that I enjoyed. I liked Jason Momoa's character. He plays Dante. This isn't a spoiler, it's in the trailer for the movie. He's the son of the big bad from Fast 5, and he's out for revenge. The very cookie-cutter, formulaic Fast and Furious plotline, every single person in the world is out for revenge on Dom in some way. The entire criminal underworld wants to fuck Dom in the face and his whole family because they don't like him. Or he's done something to someone that is somehow connected to them, because everyone in the Fast and Furious universe is connected to Dom. He's like Genghis Khan, where Genghis Khan populated half of the planet or something during his heyday. That's Dominic, but with criminals. Every criminal in the world somehow ties back to Dom in some way. For example, in this film, Dominic goes across the fucking world and somehow runs into someone that is related to someone that Dominic used to fuck. So, the Toretto DNA is spread very far across the globe. He is this singularity that pulls everyone in that universe towards him. Which is, of course, goofy and fun, but regardless, let's get back on track. The main villain, Jason Momoa, son of the big bad, wants revenge. He was a cool character. This is a Jason Momoa I've never seen before. He really tried to channel some kind of Joker character for it, and it was so silly that I loved it. He just goes really outrageous with the whole performance. He'll be like, Dom, You ever heard of Mozart? Well, you best start believing in ballet, Dom, 'cause you're in one. And then he starts like busting out ballet moves and then directs a sniper to start shooting at him. Like there's even like a Joker moment where Dominic's beating the shit out of him, pops one of his teeth out, and he's like, ha 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 ha, Dom, you're punching me just the way I wanted you to punch me. Have you ever heard of birds, Dom? Do you know birds? Like, he just like comes up like the stupidest shit. And he's always talking to, like he talks to corpses. He's very quirky. He's the quirk master. And it's so stupid, like in the best way. It's very clear Jason Momoa is just having as much fun as possible. Like he stabs someone and then starts like sucking on the blood like a popsicle. It's so dumb. But I really liked it. There's even moments where he reminds me of Maximilian Pegasus from the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because for some reason, Dante, that's Jason Momoa's character, calls him Dommy Boy constantly. Just like Pegasus where he calls Yugi Yugi Boy. Like, I was half expecting him to trap his family soul in a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card in this movie. It was so fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I thought he was cool. Well, cool is probably not the right word. I thought he was fun. But yeah, of course, the bread and butter of Fast and Furious is its action. This is filled to the brim with action. But man, I've got to tell you, even suspending disbelief, it is really frustrating how every single enemy is this, like, armored to the gills, tactical monster. Like the fucking juggernaut from Modern Warfare 2. And yet, they're still just punching them in the face. Like, with their helmet on. Like, Dominic and his friends just punch their helmet over and over, and somehow that's incapacitating them. What the fuck is the point of the helmet if it can't even block a punch, or stop you from getting hurt from a punch? It's crazy how often that happens. Like, they're not even getting shot most of the time. They're just getting, like, punched and kicked in the legs, and like, oh shit, my leg! And they're dead. Like, every single henchman here is just one sneeze away from being defeated. Like, there was never any stakes in this film. Obviously, it's Fast and Furious. Everyone's got plot armor. Everyone's got God mode turned on. They're all fucking invincible, surviving the most ridiculous shit. And they never miss a shot, and their punches can shatter diamonds. Which is fine, but just stop putting them in armor. It's so fucking dumb. Like, that actually kind of grinded my ass a little bit. And then another thing I really didn't like is its reliance on flashbacks. So they'll take you to, like, Fast and Furious 5, and they'll show you a scene that we've all seen and enjoyed, and then they'll be like, but did you know Dante was right here? And it's the same scene, but then Dante's in the background, like, fucking smoldering. And then they'll do that 20 times throughout the film. And then when they took the vault, Dante was in the bathroom in this stall. And he opens the stall door. Like, they just keep doing these flashbacks to these moments as if, like, Dante was there the whole time, and it's really goofy. And then they'll do that for other characters. And then someone you thought was not there was actually there in the stall next to Dante. And then Dante opens the stall door, and then the stall door next to him opens, and it's like the other guy. So it's like, we got you. Like, it's supposed to be this eureka moment that catches everyone off guard, and it's just an ass pull. Like, I have no doubt this whole film's production was all of the action. Let's write all of the action. Ah, shit. Now we have to have some kind of story. All right, we'll just make it up as we go, because that's what it feels like half of the time this film's running. It gets a bunch of different plot lines going in different directions that introduce all sorts of problems that don't get solved and don't have any real reason to even exist in the first place. And then they'll just come out of nowhere with some kind of half-baked explanation or, like, some kind of goofy motivation that ties back into a flashback. It's pretty fucking dumb. Like, even for Fast and Furious standards, the story's pretty fucking stupid. But that's fine, because who cares, right? Again, no one's going to Fast and Furious for a profound, thought-provoking story or character piece. But yeah, I do want to point that out. And I also do appreciate that they tried to bring street racing back in. There is a whole street racing scene, like, but it doesn't work super well. It's kind of cringy a little bit. But I do like that they tried to bring in some street racing. They've done that before as well, but here they really gave a spirited attempt, but I don't think they really landed it all that well. Because the street race doesn't last very long, and I don't think it was very interesting. But I like that they gave it a whirl. Because I still think the street racing component of Fast and Furious was really special and really fun. But I do still like the over-the-top nature of what it's become. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to really digest and dive into. You get exactly what you're expecting. A whole cast of fucking Avengers, superhuman superheroes with cars, fucking blowing up helicopters with cars, using cars like there's some kind of, like, aircraft almost. all kinds of high-tech weaponry that looks like Jimmy Neutron designed it in a shed. So you have like this makeshift plane out of 5 pieces of wood that John Cena flies around on. It's craziness. And that's what you want with Fast X. But if you're someone that really doesn't care for the direction Fast and Furious has been going with trying to one-up itself with over-the-top action jumping the shark, you're going to hate this movie. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'm just going to give it a nice 70%. I had fun. I think most people have fun if you go in there with the right expectations and the right mindset. They're just going to shove popcorn in your face and have a good laugh and a good time. Like, that's what it's all about with Fast and Furious, and I think it delivers. Man, some of the dialogue, though, is awful. Let me point that out real quick. There are some horrible stinkers of lines in this film. Like, I really feel like some chat GPT generated lines at moments in here. But anyway, yeah, overall, fun film. That's really about it. See ya. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. See ya. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. From their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace. Because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way, and now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe, and it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm, and everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward like FaZe Rain and Banks, and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them, they have no real decision-making power, thus the decision phase, the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet at my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy, and they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes, that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because, like, the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate, and he's just talking about, like, how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side, and it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge. It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe. And then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him. They've done this for multiple other celebrities too. Like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time. Not once. After joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. and no matter how much mouth-to-mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back, no matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate, and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members, so they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company, and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe, and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain, but he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They'd probably have to start over, like, at the very bare bones level and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished. And they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the Flash movie. I just got back from basketball. The air conditioning in my house broke. It's over 80 degrees in this room right now. I can't catch a break. So I'm out here having a fucking heat flash. But I saw the Flash before basketball. Now, let's get the obvious out of the way. I'm not a big Ezra Miller fan. I think it is despicable that all of the crimes committed by Ezra Miller resulted in no real consequences. I think that is ridiculous. But I can't factor that into the review for this movie. So, setting all of that aside, how is The Flash? Because people were going full-blown gushing grannies for this film with all of the early screenings and everything. You had, like, actual huge celebrities come out and be like, this is what superhero movies are about. This just changed everything. This is the perfect superhero film. I left the theater crying. I'd never seen something so powerful. Wild reviews. So I went into this movie expecting a goddamn masterpiece. So does it live up to the hype? In my opinion, no, but it is a pretty good movie. Like, I enjoyed it. It's a good film. So let's dive in. I want to start with by far the most glaringly obvious thing wrong with the film. This is by far my biggest complaint, and I just want to come out of the gate with it so that way we're all on the same page. There is a lot of moments in this film where the CGI is laughably bad, so much so that the audience laughed at some scenes for how terrible they looked. Scenes where there were no joke other than how bad the CGI looked. Now, I've already seen the cope from some of the staff on the film, as well as a lot of very passionate, enthusiastic fans saying that the reason there's a lot of scenes that look shitty is because Barry moves so fast that it distorts lights and it makes things look cartoonish. And I think that's a really silly explanation, because it's not just when Barry's moving fast that the CGI falls apart at times. It's pretty often, like, even without him doing his back to the past shit. So it's not exactly a great excuse. Plus, I feel like you still wouldn't want your blockbuster film to look like it's straight out of a fucking video game cutscene. And that's a disservice to video game cutscenes. Like, There are times in this film where I thought Injustice 2 had better looking cinematics than what I was watching on screen. I don't understand how it shipped in that state for some of those scenes. I don't know why DC struggles so much in the CGI department when that is such an integral part of these superhero films. So it flounders a bit in quite a few cases with the visuals. But now let's move on to the things I liked. I like the narrative here. I am a sucker for multiverse stuff when it's done well, and I think they do a good job with this. I think it was a smart play having Barry interact with a younger alternate Barry. So you have an obnoxious character versus an even more obnoxious character, and they both become self-aware of it. And it actually works really well having Barry bounce off Barry. I thought that dynamic actually hit. But I really feel like the best part of the film was Batman. Both Batmen, really. Ben Affleck's Batman in Barry's, original timeline, and then Michael Keaton in the alternate timeline that Barry creates. They both work so well. There's a lot of cheesy, goofy dialogue moments with Michael Keaton's Batman, but it's charmingly silly. Like when he says, "I'm Batman," to Barry, who of course already knows he's Batman, or when he says, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." It's like that line didn't fit anywhere in the scene that it was happening in, but I still had a smile on my face when he said it. So I think they did a great job with Batman. However, I don't think the same can really be said for Supergirl. She doesn't have a lot to do here, and she doesn't really go through any real development of her own or have any arcs or really even that much screen time. They don't even showcase just how powerful she is. She only has like 2 real scenes, and they're both fights. She's kind of just used as a tool to really highlight some of the powerful, immutable facts about the multiverse that need to be conveyed to the audience. So she unfortunately just really didn't have much to do here. The very core of this film focuses on an emotional weight of Barry's decisions in trying to change the past and how it affects everything, not just the future, but the entire multiverse and every other world. And I do think they do a good job with the emotional impact of that and what he's gone through and how desperate he is to make these changes in order to save people he cares about. I do think they capture that very well. However, towards the end of the film, it really gets into some very cringe kind of moments. I'm trying to talk about it without spoiling things, but it shows you many different multiverses. And in what's supposed to be a serious moment towards the end comes across as just really embarrassing with some of the shit they show you and try and get across. It's hard to explain because it would be a very big spoiler, so I won't touch on it, but I do think they kind of dropped the ball towards the very end of this story. But everything up until then, I thought they did a great job with, and I do think they stick the landing at the end. It's just right towards the end. Right before the landing, they stumble and fucking faceplant for a moment before picking themselves up and getting back on track. I also thought there was a pretty decent balance between seriousness and jokes, especially for a character like Barry Allen. There were a lot of jokes between the 2 Barry Allens, but it wasn't overbearing and they weren't super bad or anything. I actually thought there was a pretty decent balancing act done with, here's this Barry that's a lot more serious because he's been through a lot more shit. He's now in a different reality than he's used to. It's all his fault. He's dealing with the emotional weight of that. He's trying to figure out how to fix it. He's also gone through a lot of shit that's left him in a very different state than he came there in. And then here's this Barry Allen who's just kind of a douchebag and not taking anything seriously, being over the top and silly, them meshing and spitting some jokes back and forth. And then, I don't know, I just actually thought the humor was done pretty decently in this film, whereas that's usually a major complaint of mine from fucking superhero films, is just the formulaic, non-stop fucking jokes that never end, and they're always so generic and formulaic. This time around, I thought that there was a decent balance struck. So overall, there's just not a whole lot of things that I disliked about the film, aside from a lot of the CGI that happens here. I just really wish they would polish that up because the films would be elevated substantially, because that is just, it is noticeably bad in a lot of places. Like, there are just times where it is noticeably just bad. So that's just the major problem with it. And I do think there are a couple of moments narratively that didn't land, like I'd said. But overall, it's a pretty good film and definitely better than I was expecting it to be. Plugging the Flash in the moist meter, I'm gonna give it a comfortable like 70%. It's a good movie. I think all of the pre-release hype around it was a little absurd after seeing it now. Like, I do agree that it is a good movie, especially for DC, which makes a lot of stinkers in their cinematic universe. This is definitely not one of those cases. It is fun. Above all else, it is a fun film that I do think does justice overall to the Flash as a character, as well as just the entire universe. And I'm very curious to see how they pick this up going forward. They leave a lot of questions that the answers will be very interesting to see going forward now. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. The only thing slower than the DMV is YouTube responding to a problem. When it comes to YouTube addressing a situation or fixing an issue, they take the scenic route. Most of the time it's just wildly inefficient. It feels like their strategy for handling problems or issues is just to cross their fingers, close their eyes, plug their ears, and just pray that whatever the problem is, it doesn't result in a viral tweet. Because that seems to be the only kryptonite to Superman here. That is the only time YouTube's arm is ever twisted enough to finally address or rectify something. At least that's the way it has been for a long time. I do think they are getting a bit better at it. But in the case of IShowSpeed here, with the situation that happened yesterday, I have never seen YouTube move this fast. In the 17 years I've been on the platform, I have never seen this side of YouTube. They fired on the turbo jets. They engaged the NOS boosters in order to quickly explain what's going on with the whole IShowSpeed situation. I'll go ahead and bring you up to speed on the lore, just in case you don't know what the situation is. IShowSpeed is YouTube's biggest streamer, and yesterday while streaming Five Nights at Freddy's, he really rocked out with his cock out. He got a jump scare from Chica, which resulted in him thrusting at the webcam until his dick flopped out. I tell ya, those damn Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics are so quirky that sometimes penis will just come out of nowhere. But yeah, IShowSpeed was overreacting to the jump scare for the sake of entertaining his audience, and then he took it to the next level by saying that he wants to fuck Chica and started thrusting at the webcam, and then his wiener just ended up on stream and flashed the entire audience, which of course became a huge story online and a huge question mark as to what would happen next. A lot of people are wondering if YouTube was going to give him a strike or if they're going to outright ban his channel because nudity is against their rules. And YouTube has swiftly come out to answer this question. YouTube says that they're not going to ban him or anything like that, or even give him a strike. It'll just be business as usual. He's fine to continue moving forward on the platform as he has been. They stated that while it was a violation of their policy, the fact that Speed removed the broadcast and everything associated with it means that he was in the clear. Which to me makes me think that YouTube actually factored in that it was an accident. I highly doubt he wanted to become known as IShowMeat as a result from all of this. I don't think it was a premeditated cock jump scare. Now, I said this in the last video, but I'm going to mention it again here, and it's something everyone else has mentioned as well. IShowSpeed's main audience is on the younger side of things. There's a lot of kids that watch him. Plus, he was streaming Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a horror franchise that has a very large audience with younger viewers. So I really don't think the argument of this potentially being on purpose for the sake of attention and publicity is a strong argument. Like, I don't think there's any world where Speed actually planned to expose himself in front of this audience playing this game. Because if he did, that would be the stupidest idea ever, and he would probably be looking at a much more serious case than just a potential strike on YouTube. So I highly doubt that this was a scheme. I really don't think that this idea crossed his mind for content like, I'm gonna throw my meat at the webcam and it's gonna generate all kinds of headlines. Like, I just really don't think that was the case. And I think YouTube gets the same impression that it wasn't on purpose, because I don't think usually they would allow this to be just a squeaky clean, you know, go forward and don't do it again type situation. Because I recall a few times in the past there have been channels that have uploaded either softcore pornography or just full-blown porn, and even though they removed the content shortly after posting it, they still either faced strikes for it or just outright termination. So the fact that they're not doing either of those in the Speed case makes me believe that they actually did have a human review of the situation here and eventually deemed that it wasn't on purpose, thus they shouldn't be super harsh with the policy enforcement here. I don't think this is the norm with their nudity policy. I don't think people are going to be able to get away with, you know, pretending that something was accidental. Like if you're doing a stream, for example, I go live right now, I take off all my clothes, I'm bare ass naked, and I start juggling my balls at the webcam before going offline. I don't think I could get away with deleting that footage and then being okay. I'm sure I would probably face a strike bare minimum because I had planned to do that and broadcast, knowingly broadcast content that violates the YouTube terms. Whereas here, it doesn't seem like that was ever the plan. It seemed like what Speed wanted was an over-the-top, loud reaction that went out of control. Overall, I'm pretty surprised that it didn't even result in a strike. YouTube's not exactly a platform that's known for its leniency when it comes to their rules. They never take context in consideration when it comes to anything with their policies. They've always shown themselves to be cutthroat, no mercy, and won't even listen to your side of a situation. So I was stunned to see that this resulted in them just being like, hey, you know, it happens. Carry on. But anyway, that's the most recent update on this whole story. But I do want to give a quick mention to a really degenerate clip that I just saw floating around about Aiden Ross's response to this.
Bro, guys, stop talking about his penis. I don't give a fuck. I've seen it thousands of times. I've known Speed for years. I've seen it in person thousands of times. I don't care. I saw it and I laughed. I smiled. I don't care, bro.
IShowSpeed just turned 18. He just turned 18 this year. And Aiden is saying that he's seen his penis in person thousands of times? What the fuck, man? I don't know if he's just trying to make some kind of weird pedophile joke about himself, or if he's just being totally honest, going mask off about seeing a kid's penis thousands of times over the years that he's known him. It's just disturbing. Why would you have seen a child's penis thousands of times? It makes it seem like you were grooming him. Like, the only way Speed could stay your friend was if he kept showing you his wiener or something like that with the way you're speaking about it. It is scary. That's some frightening shit. Again, I don't know if this was supposed to be a joke, but if it was, that is a weird one to make. That's setting off all kinds of alarm bells, red buzzers blaring. That is a big old self-report there. That is a joke that you couldn't torture someone enough to make, seeing a minor's penis thousands of times. Meanwhile, Aiden's just openly stating it, admitting to it with a big old smile on his face, bouncing up and down in his seat, super giddy to share the information that he's apparently seen IShowSpeed's penis thousands of times over the years before he was 18. Creepy. Very creepy. But anyway, yeah, that's really about the whole update on the situation as of right now. That's about it. See ya. There's no shortage of awful entitled influencers, but today I've got a real special goofball to show with all of you. His name is Icy Wyatt, and he was recently arrested for pistol whipping some guy during an incident of road rage, and now the body camera footage has just been released of the arrest, and he seems to be one of the most insufferable people I've ever seen in the content creator sphere. He's a TikTok star, a word used very loosely here. He has about 1 million followers there, but I'm pretty sure like half of that's gotta be bots or legitimate lobotomy victims because he gets no engagement and people just make fun of him there. So I don't know how that number even got so high to begin with. I assume it's just people that like shooting spitballs at him and giving him wedgies online because that's all he seems to be used for, just this little punching bag on TikTok for them to make fun of. And he's so proud of that.
The guy got out of his car and pistol with me with a gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with some kids in the shopping center.
This fairy tale unfolds in the beautiful land of dreams that's near and dear to my heart, Florida. Florida's done it again with yet another banger. I'm sure you all just expected by default that this happened in Florida, and you're correct in that assumption. It did. Now, on the day of the road rage, a ton of 911 calls flooded in because there was a pink SUV that was driving recklessly, almost hitting a woman and her children, and eventually culminating with him hitting another man with the gun that he was waving around like it was some kind of fucking toy. Now, there is a video that exists showing him driving recklessly in this parking lot, though it cuts off before any of the pistol whipping stuff, but you can at least see the way that he handles his little clown mobile here. He drives like he's in GTA Online, but is also lagging. He is a shit driver. He almost wrecks, and he does almost hit someone in this video.
A video. This was after he
After he hit him?
Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot like a crazy.
Good shit, Icy Wyatt. You just graduate from doofus school as valedictorian, you fucking idiot. Absolute piece of shit. Apparently, him and that truck had recently got into a bit of a tiff on the road where Icy Wyatt was accusing him of brake checking him because he recognized Icy Wyatt's car and wanted his attention. This guy is so fucking delusional that he thinks everyone in the world knows who he is because he's like the second coming of Christ. So he thought he got cut off and brake checked by that truck because it was a fan trying to get his attention. And eventually it ended up with this situation you just saw, and then it led further into Icy Wyatt pulling out a gun, threatening him, and then eventually just hitting him with the gun.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go. Put it in park. All right. Put both your hands out the window. Put your hands out the window. Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you. I don't know who I am. Nope.
It's almost impressive how unlikable Wyatt is. He chose the one sentence that'll immediately make everyone in the world hate you. The cops are confronting him and he's like, you guys don't know who I am? I have 1 million followers on TikTok. That means I'm above the law. Put the guns down, guys. It's not a big deal. I can pistol whip whoever I want. I'm a TikTok superstar. You guys, oh, you must want autographs. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Wyatt is clearly suffering from terminal clout hunger. There is no cure. He's become delusional. He's in the final stages of it. He can no longer separate reality from fiction. He is trapped in this delusion, this fantasy land, where 1 million followers on TikTok means the whole world knows who you are. He holds himself up like he's Jesus Christ because he has 1 million followers, and the laws don't apply to him anymore. He's achieved a level that normal mortals can't get to because he has a small TikTok audience. 1 million followers is a ton, but his actual core audience is not 1 million. Like I said, nobody engages with this guy unless they're throwing tomatoes at him and booing him. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where the guy in the crowd goes, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." That's Wyatt's whole life. What's up? You come up here to make fun of Icy Wyatt too? Hmm? I know, he's pathetic. I know.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car. Do it now. Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
Though Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one.
Where's his keys? Just think got keys or a fob.
Wyatt's lecturing the police like he's the substitute teacher in a rowdy classroom. Show some respect. I'm a TikTok star. Please, have some decency. I'm above you. It is infuriating. Everything Wyatt says is like the worst dialogue options in a video game that make you hate the fucking character you're playing as. He is actually finding all of the worst possible responses that would make even his biggest fans hate him. It's so impressive. It is a speed run for the most unlikable TikTok star ever. So, he wasn't really cooperating with the officers. They do eventually tackle him. They get him with like a fucking Goldberg spear. And it was pretty satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because this guy's a fucking douchebag and deserved it. So I think that busted up his nose a little bit, which is why you'll see him with a bloody nose. And then he apparently denied having a gun, despite so many witnesses saying he did. And he eventually just gave them permission to search the car, and they immediately found the gun. It wasn't even a difficult scavenger hunt. The Easter Bunny would be disappointed. He did not hide the eggs well here. They found the gun the second they got to the car, basically.
Have something else to say about the incident.
I don't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else that was watching.
So my girlfriend can't be a witness too.
Was she with you?
Yes. I pulled the gun out to show them through the window, like, don't f with me, and they all went back in their car.
Yes, he came home after being attacked by two hillbilly crazy people in a truck.
But he pistol whipped them over the top of their head.
Because they attacked him. Okay. So what are you trying to do so for? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
His girlfriend heroically arrives at the scene. It's the fourth quarter. I see Wyatt's down by quite a bit, but now his girlfriend is here to really help win the game for him. Except she's playing for the other team. She comes here and immediately confirms that icy, whiny Wyatt was lying once again. Fucking weasel. She immediately validates the claims of the pistol whipping happening. She confirms that Wyatt did in fact hit them with his gun, something that Wyatt is denying having happened at all. She swooped in here and offered key evidence against her boyfriend Wyatt here. It was fucking poetic justice. She came in here and just told the truth, which is a real thorn in the side to Wyatt. Pistol whipping is no joke. That shit can be fatal. Like, that is very dangerous. But luckily for the victims of the assault here, Wyatt's got some wet noodles for arms. He's got the scrawniest little arms I've seen since Slender Man, so he wasn't able to generate enough force to, like, really hurt them, but it was enough to still cause a bit of damage to one of the victims, as I understand it. Now, his girlfriend does say that that truck was, like, speeding around them, so that's the attack she's referring to, I believe.
He's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. So you guys not aware of, like, the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it. But
That's not really an attack, though. This isn't Twisted Metal. They didn't speed in front of him and start dropping spike trips and homing missiles out the back, firing fucking torpedoes at Wyatt and his vehicle. It sounds like it was an instance of them maybe cutting him off or speeding around him, and he took it personally and got really offended, and then went way, way, way hog wild with the whole thing, following them into that parking lot, getting reckless and crazy, hitting them with the gun, all that shit.
You can't take my phone.
Actually, by law, they are allowed to take his phone.
You can't take my phone. This is my possession, so now you're going to be a thief? Now you're going to be a thief.
You're under arrest. You're not allowed to have the phone, okay?
Wow.
Unfortunately, that was going too far for Wyatt. The good boy was about to go bad. He never envisioned a world without his phone in the palm of his hands. So when they took his phone, he was fucking flabbergasted. And now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He gets real unpleasant and even more obnoxious and annoying.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets with on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is it. That is, you said legal was in Florida.
It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing
so
illegal
where
about
can
that.
you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
There is video proof of the reckless driving and nearly hitting people in the parking lot, and the victim who got pistol whipped showed the injuries, and his girlfriend also confirmed the pistol whipping. So I'd say there's a high level of confidence behind the pistol whipping being the real story and Wyatt being full of shit, just a load of dirty barnacles. It's almost impossible not to laugh at Wyatt. In fact, after Wyatt got even more rowdy and rambunctious and insulting the officers, starting to kick them and shit, they started making fun of him too. They started calling him Joe Exotic. And when they were bringing him into the police station, they said, "Welcome, Tiger King." And that gave me a hearty giggle. I actually thought that was a pretty good one. Wyatt is just a fucking clown. So his statement here, he drives a bright pink SUV and people fuck with him all the time on the freeway because he's famous. So they recognize his car and mess with him while he's driving, which is why he carries a gun. How delusional do you have to be? He actually has a mental illness. He has main character syndrome. He believes that since he has a high number of followers on TikTok, everyone in the world knows him and everyone in the world is out to get him or, you know, try and get his attention. They're all vying for his attention and they'll do anything to get it.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, like, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So. I mean, not everybody knows who you are.
It doesn't matter. I have 58 million followers, baby girl. Everybody who's been on TikTok or Instagram is so quiet.
This is where I think his delusion is actually kind of dangerous and scary. So he obviously can't tell the truth under any circumstances, I guess. Fucking Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would be useless against this guy. I don't know if he's ever been honest about anything ever. Like, all he does is lie. He's full-blown Pinocchio here. He doesn't have 58 million followers, you absolute goober. You have 1 million followers on TikTok, which is your only platform, really. Very odd thing to lie about, but then it gets into what I consider a very scary territory where he's talking about how people make shit up about him all the time because he's so famous. Everyone on TikTok and Instagram has seen his face before. The dude must be trapped in like a perpetual genjutsu, straight out of Naruto. He is in a paranoid delusion. Not everyone in the world knows who he is, and not everyone is out to get him. Holy shit.
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he so did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, brake checking me, wanting me to stop, wanting me to race my car, coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
One other thing that he's done multiple times throughout the conversation, and does many more throughout the conversations going forward, is he calls her baby girl. It's like making my skin crawl. It's so fucking cringe. He'll call her baby girl sometimes. It's really creepy. But I mean, clearly he is mentally unwell. Someone swerving into your lane is not a fan trying to get your attention. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. Nobody tased you, though. What? You didn't get tased. Okay, I am not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. Because you just said so.
I actually think there's a good chance he's on drugs right now. He starts rambling about absolutely nothing, like tasing from out of nowhere. And then she's like, well, you didn't get tased and we're not gonna tase you. And then he took that like as a threat. So then he makes a threat back saying that if she tased him, he'd fuck her up and go to jail for the rest of his life. I don't think you could fuck up anyone. You would probably lose in a fight to an inflatable, wacky, arm-flailing tube man. You are not built for fighting. You would get your ass beat. You would get turned inside out. So I don't know why he's threatening physical violence against this woman. And I don't know how stupid you have to be to threaten physical violence against a police officer too. She was very, very patient with this guy, because she just brushed it off and laughed at him. I guess because he is so pathetic, all you can really do is laugh at someone that's this embarrassing of a person. But goddamn, like, he is so fucking dumb, it's unreal.
You're dumb, girl.
Am I?
You're real dumb. You might want to try modeling.
I definitely can't do that.
You definitely might want to try modeling. So you can just...
I definitely can't do that.
This is what I'm talking about when he just goes off on these weird fucking tangents saying that she needs to do Molly so she can shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I don't even think he's in the same dimension that the rest of the planet is in. He is all over the place. I really do think that the entire day he spent in like some kind of fucking meth-induced haze or some shit. He is actually just all over the place.
Where are you going?
Let me see you do it first then. What?
You're not
about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry without me knowing exactly where it's going.
Come on now. I don't.
You this to me the whole entire time in the car.
So nice to you.
No.
Things really popped off when they told him that he can't really take the jewelry into jail with him, so he put up a big fuss. He eventually started kicking the officers, and now he's facing a lot of charges. I think he goes to trial next month. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because for some reason he seems to believe that he's in the right, so he started threatening lawsuits against the officers after he was kicking them and shit. So, very goofy situation here, very goofy guy, and I just had to talk about this. What an insufferable little asshole. So yeah, that's Icy Wyatt for you. Someone I'm sure none of you have ever heard of before and will most likely forget about very quickly, because he's just a forgettable little worm of a person. That's really about it. See ya. Gollum, I will go back to if there's ever a speedrun route for it. But I don't think anyone's actually going to bother looking for any kind of glitches or speed tech for that game. Not doing the skip. It doesn't save like any time at all to be worthwhile. So no, I don't bother with that one. It's like actually just 1 second. Whereas Cork Skip, at the very least, saves like 3. So, I can justify Cork Skip in my head, but not that one. That one is truly just a complete waste of time and effort. Oh my god, I might not make it. Wow, that was clutch. What is going on? I'm sloppy. Okay, this should work. Ooh. Once I'm nice and warm, this will be super clean. Oh, first try on that though. You love to see it. Alright. Here's... oh my god. That was a little close. Here's hoping I can actually move off the bed this time. Okay. Now it's working. I don't know what happened last time. That was so weird.
The more I know, the less I know.
I've never missed book. I've never missed book in my life. Oh my god. No. Okay. We'll have to just run the whole way then. I just hit the oh my god, that cucumber almost really ruined me. I would have been so upset. Oh my god. Oh, Jiminy Christmas! What is happening? He does not want to stand on anything today. Holy shit. Stand on it! You bastard. You sick fuck. Just stand on it. What is happening? Oh, alright. That was actually full... that was full panic. That was actually just full... okay. Collect myself. He's got a mind of his own today. Lesser men would say no to Cork at this point. But I'm not a lesser man. Shake it out. Shake it out. Okay. I'm 1 for 4 on this. And I'm feeling real confident. You hate to see that. That's always a real dagger. I'm not gonna go Cork. It is actually just not fucking worth it. It really isn't. Unless I hit the perfect waifu launch, I'm not going for it. I will only ever do Cork off perfect waifu launch. Alright. Perfect waifu launch, we go Cork. Anything but perfect, we just do it normally. Which I've never done before, so even doing it normally, there's a chance I just fuck it up. I've only ever done Cork. I just don't want to keep going for Cork and having to keep fucking running all the way back. I think I'm just gonna start... I think I'll just do Pirate Hat. I think I'll just start doing Pirate Hat. I don't believe in the Cork Dream anymore. I've only hit it 1 time. I think it's a resub trial. The hat just seems easier. Looks like I can just do like a little jump here. I probably don't even need a sprint jump. Like if I go for a hat here and I overshoot it, that would be so embarrassing. Because I can't really gauge the distance super well. Maybe I'll do like a long range sprint jump. Okay, you know what? I'm overthinking it. Yeah, that was that was underwhelming. I've been given actual trauma from Cork. Alright, time for one of the scariest tricks in the run. Nice. No! Oh my god, I'm lost. I'm lost, I can't see. I can't see, I'm scared. I just really don't like the idea of missing Dragon and going all the way back. Let's just try it normally. Let's just get a completed run under our belt and we can try Dragon next time, because I'll be faster coming out of the tunnel since I'll have seen it before. Oh! Oh, the dragon! No! Okay. Unlucky. Why? Why did it do that? Why did it climb up? Why did it climb up? But you didn't cork this time. I did not cork this time. We did corkless. We did pirate hat instead. Oh, I saw its shadow. Here it comes. God damn. Alright. I think like right now. Wow. Dragon, first try. I really don't know how I'm gonna get off of this dragon. Sports fans, I gotta tell you, this is looking like a real dicey fourth quarter finish here. There's a hitbox on that wing, clearly. There's the flag platform, so I gotta get ready here. Coach is about to put me in. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But it's coming up. Whoa! It fucking threw me off like a bucking bronco. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Okay. How far up this can I go? Okay, so probably about right here, and then here's the flag platforms I need. So now I can just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Just send it. I did do dragon, so you know what? We're committed. We're committed. I did dragon. We'll go for it. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. Carried a little too much momentum there. Yikes. That's the one thing I didn't want to happen there. Yucko. Shit. What? Okay, that's sad. That's very sad. That hurts my feelings. Let me out. I want to go back to dragon, please. Jesus Christ. Now I'm stuck. Oh, wow! He just fucking headbutt me. Damn. Wow! What a shame. Unlucky hitbox, I guess. Jesus Christ. Nope. I hit dragon skip once, that's good enough for me. Just enough to let myself know that I'm good enough to do it if I was only a bit braver. Oh my god, this hitbox is so weird. Oh my god, it's also weird. I'm panicking. I'm starting to panic. I'm starting to panic. It's a fucking video game, Charles. Jesus. Calm down. Alright. So now we just take this to the... Oh my god, where's the dragon? Oh, he's below me. We're fine. Okay. Now I know this goes to the airplane. Oh, wow, that was a lot closer than it appeared. Okay, some cassette tapes. That's kind of far. The dragon! No, you bastard! You sick motherfucker! Why? Okay, we're just gonna do dragon skip from now on. That is so tedious. Even if I fail dragon skip, I don't care. I do not feel like going through all of that. Nice. Come on. Nice. Oh, okay, okay. Let's not get greedy. I'm fine here. I'm fine here. I wanted to change my position a little bit. I'm fine here. I don't need to get greedy. Now we wait. Approaching final pass. Hip. Too much momentum, huh? What a shame. There's a resub overflow. Man, I am actually still so fucking tilted about that. That was the perfect dragon jump, man. That was exactly where I needed to land and everything. No, wait. Is he making another strafing run? Wait, he's not supposed to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't do it. Oh god. Oh, please tell me he turns. Oh, thank god, okay. We're good. No! What do you mean? That's alright, more practice. I think I'm just gonna... We're just gonna get experimental. I'm gonna theory craft my own little skips here. Man, I'm so sad. That dragon just... He will not let me live my fucking life. Just like legitimately just upset. I can't believe that, man. Again. I'm about to get hit off my fucking hoverboard. You sick fuck. You absolute degenerate. Why? Man? I'm doing dragon skip. I'm not allowed to do anything but dragon skip. Right now, that's being controlled by one of the devs. Legitimately, the safest way to do this is the dragon skip. It is actually the safest way to fucking do this, I guess. Which is baffling. Like, I'm trying to just do it the right way, and the game is not letting me. The dragon just keeps blasting me off every time, and I've legitimately waited for him to. But then he'll do, like, these fucking strafing runs out of nowhere and clip me with his wings. Alright. Buckle your seatbelt. Here we go. I'm going for flag. I want to be the best. Whoa, what I'm climbing! Oh! What am I climbing? Beanstalk. Just what I was aiming for. I climbed like 15 invisible hitboxes there. Made that very scary. I'm going to wait for him to go home. But the thing is, I don't like either one of these. Speedrun route goes up this beanstalk, onto that hitbox, and then up the staircase. I cannot decide if I do normal route or... I'm just gonna do that. I'll feel better if I just do the speedrun route. I can hold my head high. That's normal. This is speedrun. I'm doing it. Oh, almost fell. I mean, I didn't almost fall, but I didn't make it on my first try. Wait, let me see the angle. I'm not doing it. I'm bailing out. I'm bailing out. I'm bailing out. I'm panicking. Panicking. Okay. What's next? I don't feel good about myself. I didn't. There's supposed to be a thing you climb up there, and I missed it twice. I freaked out. I panicked. I lost composure. Okay. What's next? Oh, we're right at the fucking end. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. Slow it down. So now it's that to Statue of Liberty. In the speedrun, he makes it all the way to the YouTube play button over there. Okay. And then he makes a full jump all the way to that, but I'm just gonna climb the horse and do that. Okay. What's next? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain
Wow. 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 That was something special. That was fate stepping in right there, that I was able to grab onto the yoga ball. I'm here. Now we go up, fist bump the Lord and say, thanks for this one, pal. Good looking out. And then tell him good game before we pat him on the ass. Stay strong. This is why we flopped out of the ocean fucking 10 billion years, or 10 million, what, many millions of years ago and started to evolve to reach this moment. This is what it was all for. Tiny hole there, avoided. The last jump. We did it. Make sure there's no more traps, hold on. And I'm just gonna let this congratulations really sink in and fill every goddamn pore on my body. Okay, it's just a straight shot. We did it. Holy shit, we did it. Oh my god, finally. And I used every single speedrun strat except for, beanstalk, backdoor, reach around, loop-de-loop and pull. Every other speedrun strat I used. We did it. We fucking did it. It's over. The speedrunning god! I was made in a fucking test tube in a lab! This is what I was made for. A 3-hour speedrun.
You get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot of your life. You still have a lot to learn, but now you can do what you want and fly wherever you want. Open up new worlds and new heights.
Alright. I feel like I really got acclimated to those strats, I'm not gonna lie. All of that pain was just a lesson. After lesson. After lesson. Like when a teacher spanks your bottom with a ruler. I've been disciplined. I think I can get a sub-hour pretty comfortably. Anything is possible! Yeah! That's how we do it! This is why humanity is at the top of the food chain. Man, my list of video game achievements and accolades are ridiculous. Sub 3 hour only up speedrun. I am one of only 3 people in the world who finished Lord of the Rings Gollum. Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, I checkmated XQC in 6 moves in a chess tournament. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's pretty fucking good, though. What a resume. Oh, maxed out on RuneScape, too. True. RuneScape max. Man, that feels good to finally be done with. I really think I can get a sub hour. Here I come. That's the beauty of this game. You never stop playing. There's always another goal. Now I can do everything with a lot more confidence. I'm a new man. Do I even look the same right now? Do you even recognize me in the webcam? I bet I'll stand up and be 5 inches taller. Didn't you hate this game 4 days ago? Brother, I hate this game right now. Yeah. I think the game's a pile of shit. It's just every free asset pack they could find shoved into one game for rage bait. And god damn it, I'm deep in it now. Is he finished already? I love when you say already. I know, it was super quick. If you blinked, you might have missed my last run. Yeah, it was sub 3 hours. Tell your friends. You know what this proved to myself, though, is that I can do those, like, long 2-hour speedruns. Maybe I'll start speedrunning games that are longer than 20 minutes. Or speedrun routes longer than 20 minutes. Usually I just do very short ones.
He drank a lot and often beat my mother.
This, like, actually upped my confidence in long speedrun games.
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
Time loss. Biological time loss, unlucky. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. A little sloppy here. It's been a while since we've been down here in fucking Normieville. So I'm blowing it at the moment. Still on sub 3 hour pace. True, I could still PB at least. You doing Cork at waifu? Nah, I think we just have to retire Cork. I think we always just do Pirate Hat from now on. Fuck Cork. It's just not worth it. I don't like it. It doesn't like me. I think we just always do Pirate Hat from now on. Man, I'm getting so fucking clean. Jeez. Jiminy Christmas, who is this man? Is he a man or a machine? Lord. Where does the human stop and the technology start? Fucking android of speedrunning. Even with a complete fuck up on Windmill multiple times, that was still a pretty good Earth. Not bad. How many hours do you have in this? More than the developer spent making it. I have like 8 hours in this game, which is fucking embarrassing. Only real men do Cork. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not just gonna keep throwing away runs forever for Cork. It's just not worth it. I will only do Cork off Perfect Waifu. That is the only time I'll ever do Cork is off Perfect Waifu. Sub 40. If I did everything perfectly, I could sub 40 here, but I don't think I will. Perfect waifu. Alright, we're going Cork. God, sometimes I'm just too good. I didn't want to Cork. I didn't want to do it to him. I didn't want to fucking do it to him, but it's making me. Ah! Why? Why must my gamer genes be so strong? Feel the flow, I'm just going for it. Damn. That's the danger of Cork. She's a cruel mistress. But I was a man of my word. Like I said. Perfect waifu, I go Cork. I'm gonna be honest, I think I cracked the code on how to do perfect waifu. That one I knew was good the second I landed on bed. So I think I've got the right angles now. Alright, let's see if I go back-to-back perfect waifu into back-to-back Cork failures. I've got a sneaking suspicion that I will miss Cork again should I get another perfect waifu. There's just something telling me. There's something tickling me saying, Charles, you won't make that again. You really shouldn't. But then the devil on my shoulder says you gotta do it. Woo! That's perfect waifu again. We're going cork. Alright, I've got waifu down. Yet I cannot master cork until right now. Calculating. Calculating. Game time. Woo! They say Charles never misses cork twice. That's how we fucking do it, baby! Those 9 minutes wasted were worth it for the 3 seconds saved. You got that right. This run right now, I've used only the most optimized strats. I haven't pussied out on any strat except Jesus Fingers. So this is actually pretty good. I don't know. I feel like Cheese Path is such a recipe for disaster if I actually do... Assuming I don't fuck up the trick right before it. I just haven't seen enough Cheese Path to know exactly how to do it. So, no, I don't think so. If I'm going to lose the good run, I'd rather lose it to Dragon. Man, I'm so fucking clean at everything here, pretty much. There's just a few stinky shit that I need to clean up. But I am actually such a fucking machine at most of it. Dragon one-shot incoming. That would be great. I'd be very happy about that. But we'll see. Dragon is widely considered to be the hardest trick in the run. I'm pretty good at the start of Dragon, though. Well, wow, that would have been the most embarrassing moment. Like, I'm pretty good at landing on Dragon. My problem is getting off Dragon onto flagged platforms.
Stop drifting.
If you were gonna stream a movie, what movie would you stream? I still really want Konami's permission to stream all of the pretty much all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd love to do a full watch party for Yu-Gi-Oh! As a series. That is probably one of the most fucking wild cartoons, or, excuse me, anime, that ever got made. It's fucking crazy. I would love that. As for movie, I don't know. When Redline was still free on YouTube when they were doing the Redline promo, we watched that here. But that was a Redline, like, endorsed thing. Like, they allowed people to just freely access the movie. Moonfall would be good, yeah. Where's the dragon at, man? Why is it taking so long? It's supposed to be 3 minutes. There it is. They get stuck or something? GX is good too. GX has some fucking wild moments. Like when Kaiba sends a set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards to space because he wants to teach aliens how to duel. Come on, come on. There we go. So yeah, that also has some fucking wacky moments. I'd love to do the whole series as a watch party. The line, no, it's a fucking cool line too. Kaiba goes, "If there's intelligent life out there, I'm gonna teach it how to duel." And then fucking shoots a rocket into space like Elon Musk in a car. It's crazy. Let's see if we actually hit Dragon first try. We could actually sub-hour this. If I land this, we legitimately can sub-hour here. Which would be crazy improvement already. From my last run at 254 to less than an hour would be substantial improvement. Hang on to your hats, sailors. I'm climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings again. I'm still climbing the wings. Please let me off the wings. Holy shit, what a disaster. Why does it do that? Man, I'm so nasty at this fucking game now. It's just Dragon. Dragon's like the last Gordian knot I have to cut. But, I mean, that makes sense. It is the hardest trick in the run. Even for the best runners. I'm not super confident on cheese, though, but we'll try it. And if we fuck it up, whatever. Clean. That wasn't too bad. Oh my god, that's so sad. It forced me to fucking climb up the wing. Ugh. I'm not gonna go for tail anymore. I'm just gonna go for body. Oh no! It was too far. No. Alright. Well, we finished one of the runs.